hell? Don't tell them I work for the Chinese Communists!
Upholding the rule of law means applying the law evenly, without fear or favor. Under my watch, that is precisely what the Justice Department is doing.
Not a chance.
COINTELPRO is the name for the effort by the Bureau to destroy people and to destroy organizations, or as they use the words, disrupt and neutralize.
Let me address recent unfounded attacks on the professionalism of the FBI and Justice Department agents and prosecutors. I will not stand by silently when their integrity is unfairly attacked.
It's fiction.
And in pursuit of this goal, FBI agents used a wide range of weapons, disseminating misinformation, creating animosities, and generally spreading havoc among the target group.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Faithful adherence to the rule of law is the bedrock principle of the Justice Department and of our democracy.
You're wrong.
The marshals of the demonstrators were a very useful and helpful group of persons in order to keep the demonstration orderly. Now, what did the FBI do? They found out what citizen band was being used for walkie-talkies, and they used that citizen band to supply the marshals with misinformation, and pretending to be a unit of the national mobilization to end the war in Vietnam, countermanded the orders issued by the movement.
Something very familiar about all this.
The men and women of the FBI and the Justice Department are dedicated, patriotic public servants.
It's a made-up tale.
A technique which was used there was the furnishing to the FBI of false press credentials by one of the major networks, which the FBI then used in order to insert itself as a bogus newsman into legitimate discussions of political persons and protest groups.
All Americans are entitled to the even-handed application of the law, to due process of the law, and to the presumption of innocence.
It's totally made up.
This included plans to suspend the writ of habeas corpus. It included ultimately plans for a master warrant of arrest, whereby on the signature of the Attorney General, and only that signature and without reference to the courts, thousands of people could be locked up.
It almost looks like the FBI was designed to spy on Americans who might be disagreeing with policy, especially the foreign policy.
Yes, could I just add that even though you know what's coming, you won't be able to do anything about it.
From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be, across these many, many time zones. This is the pre-stream. My name is Thermo, and we're here to talk about the newsy stuff from this week, from Lawtube to Lolcows, from Fortune to Forbes. We'll have a look back at some of the news in the past week and try to work out what is and isn't a raid. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts, Tim of Tams and
Aloha.
Adam. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Been a quiet week. Not a lot of news. Nothing major, I guess.
No, nothing important at all.
I don't know if anybody had any news to share. I mean, nothing big happening.
No,
I've got a pretty bad hangnail. You know.
So yeah, they raided my beautiful place, my beautiful golf course, and members only club Mar-a-Lago. They went through Melania's wardrobe, ransacked. So yes, the FBI decided that today of all day, this week of all weeks, would be a perfect time to serve a warrant on Mar-a-Lago to, I guess, collect some top secret documents that have been there, for 18 months, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're known by the Congressional Records Department.
Yeah, it baffles, it beggars belief. Like, what the fuck?
And was sent there by the GSA, or supposedly who is the GSA? I can't remember.
It's the General Services Administration, I believe.
Okay.
They handle all the general services, so all that filing stuff, all the grunt stuff that happens in Congress and in the White House. They handle all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, warrant was issued. Place was, depending on who you ask, it was raided or not raided.
If you ask the FBI, it was raided.
If you ask the FBI, they served a warrant and just attended.
They were calling it a raid.
Yeah.
But no, it's not a raid. Now it's not.
If you're a Trump supporter, it's a raid, and if you're the FBI, it's a raid. And if you're
a Democrat, don't call it a
Democrat or a rhino. It wasn't a raid. They were just serving a lawful. They were lawfully executing a search warrant.
Yep.
So we heard immediately about the guy who the magistrate judge. Which is it's a weird system, the magistrate judge, the federal magistrate judge system there.
Yeah.
Interesting judge.
But yes. Yeah, it's not about pick. I think so. The way it works is they're selected by the federal judges in the circuit that they oversee. So they're not appointed. They're not appointed by the executive. They're selected by the people the executive appoints.
Yes, magistrates are a lower level judge, as I understand.
But they're also a federal judge.
They are a
weird thing.
They're like a middle, they're like a lower level.
All the federal judges get together and say, "We don't like you, so you're going to be the magistrate."
They're almost like an apprentice judge. Not quite an apprentice, but Ricardo was talking about this a while back on some case about magistrates in the US, and in Australia, magistrates are your local judges. Yeah, that's not the same in the US. But they use magistrates to basically filter out cases.
I think it had something to do with Melinda Scott.
Something like that.
And her ranting about it's a magistrate, so it doesn't count.
Yes.
Is martial law dead? Have we figured this out?
No, I don't think martial law is dead. I'm pretty sure that was a load of bullshit.
I want video of him getting hit by a bus. That's what I want.
Yeah. Just a very quick glance at Wikipedia. In United States federal courts, magistrate judges are judges appointed to assist district court judges in the. They're assistant judges.
Assistant judge.
That's a sentence.
Assistant judge.
They
on the former president.
So magistrate judges generally oversee first appearances of criminal defendants, set bail, and conduct other administrative duties. You would have an actual federal judge for the full, like for repeat offenders or for the big, long drawn out court cases. But if it's the small case, small short hearings, you'd use a magistrate. Is what I'm taking away from that.
This smells like a massive fuck up. Like this smells like somebody overreached and they thought they were going to do a good job, and then
like,
it just...
I don't know if you watched Razor Fist's video, but he had it.
I saw it this morning. Yeah,
he said this is this absolutely glows. Like this whole thing glows so brightly. He's spot on. Like,
can you imagine being the magistrate judge and not saying, like, you know what, I should probably run this by the actual, like, professional judge, man. Like, just going to authorize this fucking raid on the former president.
So
no
much
big deal.
suspicious about it. Like, there's so much that's kind of weird about it. So, like, this judge is made statements. I think they're in here. They're not in here. Of course, why would they be in the article? Thank you, Daily. Thank you, Daily Wire. Jesus Christ. So, this judge made statements. Magistrate, rather. Made some interesting statements. about President Trump. He said in January 2017, just before, obviously, he became president. I generally ignore the president-elect's tweets, but not this one. John Lewis arguably has done more to make America great than any living citizen. So obviously, this was talking about deceased Congressman John Lewis. Last August, I took my son to Edmund Peters Bridge in Selma so he could understand the courage and sacrifice required to live in a democratic society. John Lewis embodies that spirit. Although I've never met him, he's one of my heroes. Thank you, Robert Reich, for saying what many of us feel. John Lewis is the conscience of America. Donald Trump doesn't have the moral stature to kiss John Lewis's feet.
And Robert Reich doesn't have the physical stature to kiss John Lewis's feet.
He only has the physical stature. He doesn't have the physical stature to kiss Donald Trump's cheek.
Yeah, that's true. He's been bending over for a long time.
He's not without a stepladder.
Yeah.
So...
And of course, who's he replying to? Who's he replying to there?
Dan Rather, of course, yeah.
Dan Rather.
Dan Rather.
Like, you can just read the names in that post and you realize immediately how full of shit it is.
Yeah.
And then the bot army gives them the old thumbs up, the old reply section.
Yeah.
Hey, just as an aside, have you ever really looked into these people who defend, like, just complete nonsense? It seems like every time I look at their tweets, it's all, like, mainstream, like, entertainment, like, oh, Shakira's better than blah blah blah, and it's like, are you people kidding me? You're gonna wait out here and try to make a comment, and then all they do is talk about movies, and it's just amazing to me. They just don't seem to, I don't know.
Half these people probably don't run their own Twitter
accent,
account.
like, it's just amazing.
Half these people probably don't run their own Twitter account. They just have.
No, I mean, just the
big enough. It's staggering if you ever go into replies on one of those posts and then replies of reply guys. It's just like, what
just
universe are you living in? Like
people tweet about though. That's the shocking thing. They tweet about like their whole like world is consumed with just literally it's the meme, the consumer meme. Like it's like, oh my god, like what are you people?
They're NPCs.
Yes, they are. They're literal. If they're not actual,
I know it's a meme, but
metaphorical robots.
But there is, yeah.
It's like, yeah, well, yeah. We know Bruce Reinhardt doesn't like Trump. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, and is a fan of the wokey stuff.
I remember this. I remember this thing. This clip.
Judge.
This is the clip of them all running and the black or brown guys are trailing behind or some shit. I remember that video.
Possibly, it's just a screenshot.
Yeah, I do remember the scene. So that's a video clip of some privileged run or whatever, and the brown and black guys are trailing behind in last place or whatever. And yeah, it's 5 years old. I'd have to rewatch it to fully understand the context, but I know that reference. I understood that reference. Says Captain America, but we can tell that that Judge Reinhardt is a fucking progressive, wokey, modern liberal.
There was some like a tangential link to Epstein, and then also he's a Clinton donor.
He apparently represented people connected to Epstein. Which, look, I'm gonna give him a pass on that because he was he was a federal prosecutor in Florida, and he flipped and became he quit and became a defense attorney, where he represented people connected to Epstein. He never represented Epstein. He represented people connected to Epstein.
He represented.
If you're a defense lawyer in Florida and you're good at your job, you probably represented someone who's connected to Epstein.
Yeah, it's not a ton of people. It's not simply connected to Epstein. He represented Epstein's employees. So. God, I'm fucking losing my voice again. So just to go a little bit more than the fact that they were connected to Epstein, because technically, Trump is connected to Epstein. But
there's someone who, if they were alive, wouldn't be allowed on the Mar-a-Lago grounds.
I know,
and that's Jeffrey Epstein.
But there's a picture. They took a picture together, Thermo. They took a picture. Oh my God! Don't you realize? No. But apparently he represented some of Epstein's employees in the past. So it's more than just people who know.
Do we
Epstein.
know what for? Yes. what was the reasoning behind the representation? Like, why
I
did
don't
they
know.
need
I can't give him a
representation?
pass for that. It just ties him into the whole underground.
Look, it certainly looks.
It's not like, oh, I had to. I was a defense lawyer. Well, really? How?
Look, if it's related to Epstein stuff, then yeah, it looks a bit more suspicious.
Yeah,
But
I
if
mean,
it's-
was he doing so
it's
as a
like he
public
represented
defender?
them for a parking ticket, or
No.
like I don't know, it's a parking ticket, but it's something completely unrelated? Then
Was he doing that as a public defender? Was he ordered?
no,
to
he was
defend
doing
them?
that. He was doing that as private counsel.
No, that's fair. In that case, no, you can't really.
But did you see like how long it was? The switch, like from
It was very
prosecutor
quick,
to-
apparently. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's even more
To
suspicious.
the point where there was some
and that's suspicious as hell.
there was some scuttlebutt about it.
Yeah, I just know all these
Apparently,
people.
I'm
I'm a
just-
prosecutor,
I'm just-
and you know,
repeating the scuttlebutt that I heard. So this was interesting, though. He saw fit to recuse himself from, he saw fit to recuse himself from the Trump-Clinton case. So Trump is suing Hillary Clinton and I think Hillary for America.
Yeah, her PAC. Yeah,
yeah, one of the
Not
PACs.
enough to
That's one of her
accuse
actual
himself of
PAC. I think related to the Russia, the horrible Russia hoax.
what the fuck is he drinking? What is that?
Early
Early
Times
Times.
Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. So
There's things I want to say right now that I probably shouldn't. and I
this is
won't.
the photo that was going around, but he was
Yeah.
photoshopped out and put on the plane as
Getting out.
replacing Jeffrey Epstein.
yeah,
Which I thought, well, like that's not fair. Like, yeah.
no, but I mean,
And
was fun.
worse, what happens is
It wasn't fair. but it
what
was
happens is the idea that he's connected to Epstein gets whitewashed by fact checkers saying this picture is fake. He was never on the Epstein plane. The way fact checkers do,
no one claimed he was
when
on
they
the plane.
say-
There's the 4D chest right
there's
there.
two people claiming this. Nobody else is claiming this.
Yep.
We'll debunk this thing that nobody's really claiming.
Yeah,
That's classic. That's classic
Yeah.
intelligence maneuvers right there.
It's
it's
just
just
fact laundering.
it's astroturfing. It's just saying, or is that the correct word, or is it gaslighting? I keep switching up.
It's gaslighting. Astroturfing is where you make seemingly grassroots response look like fake grassroots response. You make it look real.
Patriot Front.
Yeah, so like
Hence,
everything else, the Democrats do on
grassroots,
Twitter.
astroturf,
Yeah,
fake grassroots.
yeah.
So let's have a look at the warrant, because this was the because the smoking gun was like, oh no, what they've broken into the property to what's the reason, and it was all very suspicious. The reporting around it was very breathless, and of course the honorable FBI who is above reproach and above criticism immediately leaked to the fucking press
Now,
that the search was related to nuclear documents.
we'll get to
Sources say, of course.
Yeah.
And what did
Sources.
so
Nebulous
people
source.
familiar with the investigation, which is
So-
a line we hear many times when it's
so
fucking
nobody said it. So
Yeah.
so no
It must
nobody
be so
nobody
damn
said
easy
it.
to
It's,
be a
it's
reporter
completely
these
made
days.
up. I can't do it
Well,
twice.
It's like,
I
oh, my
can't do a
source.
phrase twice.
I can't tell you the source. I can't tell you the source. Is it
Because
a
your
real
source doesn't
person?
exist. Your source doesn't exist. I can't.
the
do
old
Jonathan
adage
Frakes
is that
phrase.
which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Yeah, Hitchens razor.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Fucking nuclear codes.
but ironically, the day before this came out, because the raid was on the 10th, and then there was the Newsweek article about how the FBI acted alone. Sources say the FBI acted alone.
Yeah.
The White House knew nothing about it. Attorney AG Garland didn't sign off on it.
And then he
And
comes out and
Garland
says,
comes
"Yeah,
out the
I
next day and
approved
says,
it."
I absolutely signed off on it. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well,
Who's
this is
lying?
what your
Who's lying?
sources say.
Yeah.
I personally flew to Florida to approve it. It's like,
Yeah,
what?
that's-
The White House said you didn't know about it. God, isn't he such a troll, though? He's like a little goblin creature. Merrick Garland is a hateful, spiteful, jealous, angry
Thank
little
fuck
goblin.
he's not on the Supreme Court.
Well, that's
Oh, God,
a lot
yeah.
of the response to this has been, wow, like bullet dodged. Like, can you imagine if this guy was on the Supreme Court? So
he's 4'8" tall. I just read.
So he's an inch taller than Robert Reich.
I was about to say that Rob Reich towers over him. So, all right. So let's go through the warrant. So, United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida. Matter of search of the premises located at 1100 South Ocean Boulevard, Palm Beach, Florida. As further described in attachment A. So, yes, blah blah blah. You are commanded to execute this warrant on or before August 19th, 2022. So, this is one of the first things that people noticed. Was the warrant was good till the 19th.
Yeah.
But it was issued on the 5th. I think it was issued on the 5th. Where's the fucking date? Date issued. So 5th of the 8th at midday.
Yeah.
So this warrant was issued on the 5th. Was good till the 19th. If we're talking about nuclear secrets, if we're talking about stuff that requires you swearing a warrant.
Why would you wait a week for it?
Why are you waiting so long? Why are you waiting why are you waiting 5 days?
You know, it just crept up on them. They didn't know it was going to happen, except for the 12 months they knew ahead of time or whatever.
They were just looking for a reason. They just got this signed off, just in case. They just figured, all right, let's see what Trump does in the next week. Let's see what he says, and if he tries to, posture up. And start promoting himself, or
I want to believe
if we think that his base is going to start growing, or we think that he's going to start garnering support. Fuck it, let's just go in and let.
I want to believe this is some ridiculous ploy to get Liz Cheney reelected. Like that's what I want to believe more than anything. Like
Liz Cheney's not even going to get. She can't even get her own seat back.
Her primary is Tuesday.
Yeah, she's gone. She's gone.
So that's going to be entertaining.
She's gone.
So, and she's still polling.
Oh, I can't wait for
Hagman's polling at 57%.
Oh, that's down.
So Liz
like
Cheney's
61 last time I checked, like 2 weeks ago.
No. Well,
yeah, there's no way
more and more Democrats are registering as Republicans so they can vote.
But they can't even fake that. They can't do any of the or fortification. Sorry.
I don't know that you could fill a stadium with the number of Democrats in Wyoming, so
probably not. We know where they all live. Some Wyoming city. Yeah. What are cities in Wyoming? I don't know. I presume there's one at least.
Is it Birmingham? No.
No.
It starts with a B, I think.
I can't remember.
No, that's Montana. You're thinking of Billings,
I'm thinking Billings, yeah. Damn it.
Yeah. I don't.
Wyoming and Montana, in my mind, just
I think
meld
Cheyenne,
together.
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
That sounds right, yeah.
That's a city, probably in Wyoming. Where's Turd Ferguson? He's around there. You can tell us.
So yes, the premises to be searched, blah blah blah. And so they were informed. They were instructed to search the office of the 45th president, all storage rooms, and all other areas within the premises used or available to be used by F. POTUS, which is former president of the United States.
Sounds like
I don't know when that became a fucking acronym, but okay. And his staff, and in which boxes or documents could be stored, including all structures or buildings on the estate. It does not include areas currently, i.e. at the time of search, being occupied, rented, or used by third parties, such as Mar-a-Lago members, and not otherwise used to be available by F. POTUS and his staff, such as private guest suites. So this is what they were instructed to remove.
Mm-hmm.
So anything under these United States codes, so 18 USC sections 793, 2071, and 1519.
Essentially anything the president ever looked at or touched or read.
Any physical documents with classification markings, along with any containers, boxes, including any other contents in which such documents are located, as well as any other containers/boxes that are collectively stored or found together with the aforementioned documents containers/boxes. So, if I walk into, if FBI walks into the room and they open one box and it has a classified document in it, a document with a marking that indicates it was will forever be classified. That entire box and every box in that room is to be taken.
Well, any classification, like
That's
literally
exactly
that
any
are
box.
collectively
It's
stored
collectively
or found.
stored or found
Classification
together.
is a classification, like literally anything, basically that is
Yes.
government.
As you we'll get to point C.
Yeah. So information including communications in any form regarding the retrieval, storage, or transmission of national defense information or classified material. I don't know why you need to put that when
It seems like
any classified material is covered by A, but okay.
Well, the first one says physical documents, but this could also be emails.
Oh yeah. Well,
information.
Did they
the
retrieve
first,
emails? Like,
I don't know, but any hard drives.
FBI doesn't work on
anything,
emails.
But I mean, documents.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Fair. No,
first one says
absolutely,
physical.
fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So any government and/or presidential records created between January 20th, 2017, and January 20th.
What are those dates?
2021.
What are those dates?
That is the entirety of Trump's term in office.
Exactly.
Which is why. So, and also any evidence of the knowing alteration, blah blah blah.
Yeah, whatever.
And this is of course the receipt. So, this is why item 1, executive grant of clemency regarding Roger Jason Stone Jr.
Mm-hmm.
President of France. And I wonder if this 1A. So I was looking through this before. Does that mean 1A is contained inside 1?
It's a subsection.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought, because I would imagine 2 leather-bound boxes of documents, 2A various classified, top secret, SCI. What's SCI?
Secure. I can't remember.
Did I send you that?
Probably.
In show research? Because that would fit in perfectly right now.
Yeah, search the toilet. Wouldn't surprise me.
Did you see the pictures?
Oh, yeah, I did see that. Hang on, let me
God.
Is that the one with
That's
the note?
fakest looking shit
with
I've
the
ever
note saying Stefanik or whatever? Oh
yeah, that was
neatly
well,
laid.
that was
in
the
toilet.
interesting thing. Like, so
that toilet is too clean.
Fuck off, Guardian.
Well, it's Trump's toilet. He
those
has gold.
pictures,
on
God.
the toilet, so I'm not surprised.
Published. I've got Axios.
Oh, they're down there.
That toilet's too clean.
This is Trump's telltale toilet. So
oh my God. That is freshly that paper's not even wet. That's freshly thrown in there.
yeah.
Yep. That has not been attempted to be flushed.
Well, I guess Trump doesn't flush.
Clearly,
The water
clearly
is
Trump's handwriting. They said
the water is not even
Clearly.
stained with ink. That's
Nope.
fresh. That's falsified.
it's not bleeding out of the paper either. So
No. And
it's
Maggie Haberman.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
surprise, fucking surprise.
Thank you,
Literally could be
him.
any
You have
toilet.
reminded me because this happened earlier in the week. This
Oh.
happened
Literally
on.
any
So this was
toilet.
the 8th or 7th or 8th. So this happened, and then the raid happened. So all of a sudden, there's discussion about Trump's tearing all this shit up. In the meantime, there's already a warrant ready to be served.
Mm-hmm.
Maggie Haberman puts out this article in anticipation
Classic
of
setup.
her book launch, and then all of a sudden,
Warrant, yeah.
Mar-a-Lago gets raided, and
Yeah.
then all of a sudden we get reports about nuclear documents and
Was Maggie Haberman the one who submitted the affidavit saying, "Oh,
Yeah.
someone told me,
She's the
that
source.
someone told me that they were told."
not breaking news.
Source to her article.
We're breaking news here. Maggie Haberman is confirmed as the inside source.
Yeah. Someone told Maggie that they were told that Trump had destroyed government documents and flushed them down the toilet.
Yeah. So yeah, I assume the A means it's inside the whole number. So I don't know what info regarding the president of France was in the executive grant of clemency, but okay,
Maybe they were stored in the same binder or folder or
maybe
something.
yeah. And look, most of the stuff, like, so obviously potential presidential record. Okay, that can be anything. Binders of photos. Okay, well that's obviously under C for anything that fucking happened while he was in office.
Yeah.
Handwritten note again. Box labeled A1, A12, and again, this is everything that was in the same room,
and then miscellaneous
stored together.
Yeah, all
And
stored
then
together.
A15 miscellaneous secret documents in there. A16 miscellaneous top secret documents. A18 miscellaneous top secret documents. A27.
So I have a little bit of a problem with the whole premise of this raid. Does anyone here, or even on the planet, think Trump is reading any fucking documents ever?
No.
I don't think he read anything in office. I think he just like, tell me about this thing, and then just went off and did talking. Like, I
think you mean I want you to sit down and read through this for me, and I will make a decision on it.
Yes. I don't think he.
I'm not reading all of that.
In the closet. He didn't even know this was even there. Like
Trump
just
is
like,
literally Trump's literally the I'm not reading all of that meme.
Trump knew that everything was there.
TLDR, baby.
He declassified it all.
You're president, but TLDR. Like, I'm not reading that. I'm gonna go.
Look,
we have a 78-page like dossier on Kim Jong Un. Nah, I'm not reading that. I'm just going there.
Well, let me blow your mind. Do you know the one person who has access to all this all the classified information in the entire intelligence apparatus of the United States, who doesn't have a classification level?
Joe Biden.
No, the president.
Well, Joe Biden.
The president. Right now, it's Joe Biden.
At the time, Trump.
At the time, Trump. And the president decides what remains classified and what doesn't. It's unilateral. They have unlimited power to do that.
Oh, he has said that. He actually, I don't know if you got that memo.
His lawyer came out and said, no, this has all been declassified.
Yeah, and I think there's a memo.
I want that in Trump.
There's probably
I'm declassified.
There is also a memo. Hang on.
I love that.
I'll look for it while you guys keep talking.
Yeah. Like fundamentally, this is a tiff between the former archivist and Trump.
They just said like, oh, just lock the door and don't worry about it.
That's exactly right. They went out in June or July.
But what that means is we're going to send the FBI to like raid your house. We're going to come by and pick that up from you.
Buy a good lock so that when the FBI comes back, we can make it look cool.
But
yeah, put it in a safe.
Well, so my understanding is there is a room in Mar-a-Lago that is staffed by federal workers. I'm assuming they're from NARA or FBI.
They'd be from Secret Service too.
Yes,
so the president gets.
Yes, permanent Secret Service.
I just get Secret Service.
But there's my understanding is there is a room in Mar-a-Lago. It is secured. It's a SCIF room, as they call it, SCIF room.
Yep.
Where all this information was stored, and at least that's what from what I see, that's what Trump's been saying, like on Truth Social and his Save America newsletter. He's saying, the FBI could have asked for this stuff at any time. They know it's all there. Where is it? But yeah, at least from what I'm trying to find it. I've seen it somewhere. It might have just been on Twitter. But Trump had supposedly put out a memo on the 10th of January, 2021, saying, I'm declassifying all of this shit related to Crossfire Hurricane.
Yeah. Yeah, it was on the 19th.
Oh, that's right. 2 days, the day before he left.
2 days before, yeah.
Yeah, 2 days before he left office. He declassifies a heap of shit.
Yeah, he sent out a memo saying everything related to Crossfire Hurricane is declassified.
Yeah. Which again, which is good to have that kind of paper trail. Yeah. But again, at the time, he was still the president, and he can just say this is all declassified.
Oh, look, what he should have just said was, this document's what I'm going to do, Chief Archivist, is I'm going to take them to my presidential library at Mar-a-Lago, and I'm going to scan them in. And they're going to be available online.
Oh, he doesn't even have to do that. He just says, "Hey,
that's exactly what Obama did."
I know, but
Obama
took 30 million pages of records.
30 million records or 30 million pages.
Something like that, yeah.
That keeps getting... People are saying, 30 million pages of classified documentation. No, idiots. It's 30 million pages of records related to his presidency. Yeah. So by all rights, they should be at the National Archive.
I just don't believe that.
He took them to his presidential library and said to the National Archive, No. I'm not stealing these records. I'm not stealing them. I'm going to scan them and make them available digitally.
Yeah.
So he said that at the end of his presidency. How many have been done?
None.
fucking zero. Not a single one. So, strangely enough, it's not a federal case. So, well, it hasn't been turned into a federal case.
The FBI, how is it not federal?
Well, no. I mean,
what are we
the
talking
30
about?
million documents that Obama hasn't been turned into a federal
I
case.
said Trump had that. I was like, how does Trump have 30 million documents? Sorry.
No, well, Trump should have no documents anymore. Because if they were all at Mar-a-Lago, and that place has allegedly been searched and cleaned out. So,
yeah.
And I'm sorry, they seriously want us to think that he's stealing secrets, like nuclear secrets, to sell to the Saudis. That was the thing too. Now the $2 billion the Saudis gave Jared Kushner makes sense. They gave him the $2 billion for nuclear secrets, and it's like, what the fuck? So $2 billion was financing for what is it, 333 Park Avenue or something, whatever ridiculous building that's ridiculously over budget he's trying to build in New York.
I do feel like Jared Kushner is probably a massive snake in the grass, but that's just me.
But yeah, it's there's been a significant, like, the level of unhingedness has just been off the fucking charts.
Yeah,
it's just more pandering to the base is what they're doing.
He's got the nuclear secrets. He's been trying to take the nuclear codes.
Yeah, but he waited until he was out of office.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean,
so that they would all be 18 months out of date.
That's it. Yeah, remember that the nuclear codes change daily.
And of course, the Saudis decided to give the money first. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous.
Here are these codes. You have to have the special fucking suitcase in order to put them in.
You've got to pay first. You got to pay first. Money first. Money down.
No one's above the law. That's right. No one's above the law.
So the area like the
Trump.
It's like having the key codes to like level 9 on Area 51. Like, okay, and what? Like, what are you going to do with that? Nothing.
Yeah. I did find it interesting that immediately changed from once the nuclear, like, oh, it's nuclear documents. The second that started to be like,
now it's SIG
really now it's signals intelligence.
That all happened after.
This could reveal like how America spies on people. Signals intelligence from 18 months ago.
Yeah, they all started hearing everybody bitching and like, what the fuck are you doing here? Even like some Dems are like, this is ridiculous. Yeah. They're like, well, actually, he has nuclear information because.
Does he?
Because nukes, though. He's got nukes. At Mar-a-Lago. He's got weapons of mass destruction at Mar-a-Lago.
Some of the most sensitive and secretive material in the U.S. was recovered from Trump's home. No, it wasn't.
Oh, that's that too. That reminds me. That was another reason for the date shows. Trump was testifying the next day up in New York, so he wasn't going to be anywhere near there.
No, he was away. He was in New York being deposed.
Yeah, for his another witch hunt. It's ridiculous.
But he pled the fifth, so he must be guilty.
Yeah, that's right. This is why you don't make stupid statements like that. Like, you don't make stupid declaratives like anybody who pleads the fifth, it's clearly guilty. I mean, I don't understand the Constitution.
Trump did say that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
Trump did say that. But in a civil case, though, if you plead the fifth, that can in a civil case that can be interpreted as guilt. Not in a criminal case, though. That's my understanding. At least, that's what Rackets has said.
The difference, honestly, I don't think he knew the difference. I think it's just Trump.
Yeah,
I think Trump. Just Trump. But as a matter of principle, like, the lefties actually have a point when it comes to civil cases. Like, if you plead the fifth in a civil case, that can be seen as a
yeah, but they don't know the difference.
Indication of guilt.
I don't think so. I don't think it can.
That's what Rackets has said. Anyway, I think.
No, I think that's true, but it doesn't matter. Like,
in civil cases, it is not an admission of guilt.
They're not. They don't know the difference. It doesn't matter. Yeah. These people are so dumb. They don't They couldn't possibly understand they don't understand the basics of rule of law. They're just gonna say, oh, like a headline thing happened. That means that everything's true. Like that's how they think.
It's just like everyone outside the US gets this wrong. Yeah. Everybody outside the US gets this wrong because no one else in the world has a Fifth Amendment. It's like everywhere else.
The right to not self-incriminate is baked into common law. So almost every nation that has it descends from either Roman law or common law has the
Australia,
idea.
We can be forced to testify, can't we?
No, you can't be forced to testify in your own case.
In Australia,
it's a fundamental common law right. You can't be a witness against yourself. You can't be forced to be a witness against yourself.
Yeah,
but you can't like plead the fifth in front of Congress. Well, sorry, in front of Parliament. Like that's not a thing here. We don't have a Fifth Amendment right. You do have a right to remain silent, but in a lot of circumstances you don't. You don't have a right to refuse the government like truth.
Do they torture you? Like what happens? Like if you don't talk? Like do they?
Will you be held in contempt?
There you go.
If you say I don't want to incriminate myself, or if I refuse to say anything that might incriminate myself
on advice of counsel.
God, there's they could get me in court every time for contempt. Like, I'm holding you in contempt. Yes,
absolutely.
That would get you in. Yeah,
that's what I mean. Contempt of Congress is such a hilarious charge because you'd have to arrest almost every American.
Every time, I'm here. I'm in contempt of court because
that basically means we don't have a Fifth Amendment right, though. I different discussion, I guess. But
I'll have a look later. But I'm pretty sure we have a right to not testify. We have a right to not aid in our own prosecution, but we don't have the idea of a broad Fifth Amendment right to,
unless it's the government,
refuse to answer questions in that way.
My favorite thing about
New South Wales, you have a right to not speak to the police. You don't have to speak to the police. But they changed the right to silence so that if you don't speak to the police and then later on you come up like you tell your story in court and the police can actually point out that he didn't talk to us and now he's got a story, he must have made it up, like he was getting his story straight. They can point to that, which is bullshit. That goes against the idea of not talking to the police. But don't talk to the police, kids. No one.
No.
Never.
My minor point is I think it's hilarious. Like everywhere in the world, if you get to the higher levels of government and you're forced to testify, all it is a kangaroo court every time.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter what you say. They're not trying to get to the information. They're just trying to say the things they want to say and make you look bad.
Yeah.
The truth does not matter to them people at all.
Speaking of, thank you for that segue, Tim. Speaking of people for whom truth does not matter. The QAnon people think this is the best thing ever. Trust the fucking plan, people.
If you really need any more information or any more examples,
please just fucking die.
Trust the plan, boys and girls. Trust the plan.
Stop.
The plan is apparently Trump, master fucking strategist, knew that the FBI was coming. Knew that they were going to raid Mar-a-Lago, and so he secretly put like evidence of like Democrat crimes in the boxes so that now that they've been taken by the FBI, they'll be included on the record, or some fucking insane shit like that. Like these fucking guys, man. Like,
Q needs to fucking die off. It just has to.
It's a fucking op, man. It's always been an op.
It's the glowiest of glow ops.
Yes.
Yeah. Even more reason for it to die off, but
just has the
in Minecraft
boomers just wrapped right around their finger. My mom comes up. Did you see what happened? I'm like, stop.
It's
your mom's a key believer.
She's out of her fucking mind.
It's the one thing that the rest of the world rightfully gets to mock conservatives about is the fucking QAnon bullshit.
Oh God,
absolutely.
She had one.
If you're walking around saying trust the plan and like paying attention to Q drops seriously and not as a fucking meme, you deserve to have like fun made of you. Massive amounts of fun.
No, she like 2 weeks ago, she was telling me how all the Supreme Court justices were being flown away and hidden in, I don't know, wherever, because they had issued an order to overturn the 2020 election. And I'm like, are you retarded?
Oh my God.
Like, no, they're doing that totally. I'm like, they're not doing. Half of them are Democrats. What are those people doing? Well, I don't know. It's like they all know what they're gonna. They talk about this amongst themselves. It can't be a shock. No, they're all in Nicaragua. It's gonna be a thing. I'm like, no, just stop.
Damn this fucking thing.
But that's your standard QAnon.
So, but yes, why would they do this? Why would the FBI do this?
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe because the Presidential Records Act, conviction under that bars you from running from office again.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they be so afraid of Trump running for office? I mean, like it's not like he'd win or anything.
No, I mean there's plenty of the election is going to be secured and fortified against misinformation and malpractice. So, he's not going to win.
I mean, they might be upset about this.
Oh, God.
But if he wins, he told CPAC that he'd get the Democrats for you, that's funny. I mean, I should have dug up the clip of Schumer basically reminding Trump that when you screw with the intelligence services, they have 6 ways from Sunday to screw back. So.
Yeah. Look, the Democratic Party does deserve to be hurt. The party. I'm not making any reference to individual people. YouTube. I'm simply saying that voters need to walk away from the Democratic Party.
I want to be more spicy. I want the spice. I want to lay the spice
to be fair,
down.
I think most modern democracies should have some party changes, like some parties die and some parties come, like some.
I think in general, most countries
take over their places, because
most countries need to have their parties dissolved, and then rebuilt and realigned. And
how do you do that though? I don't think that's a thing you can do.
No, it's not a thing.
Absolutely a thing you can do, and it happened. It's happened numerous times in the past.
I'm sorry. What I mean by that is, it's not something that
can't happen in the modern era because the two-party system has been.
It's not something you can force on people.
Yeah.
But excuse me, people need to come together and stop voting for these parties. People need to walk away from these organizations and build their own. But that will take a very, very, very long time.
Oh, I wish I had a clip for her, but we have a special guest.
Why would El get a clip? We don't get clips. Hi, El.
Who? No, I don't even believe it.
El, you're on
has the worst
Can you
audio,
hear me?
I swear.
Yeah, yes. There we go. Hey,
I can hear you. It's amazing.
Oh,
diversity.
Wait, is this still okay?
Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, it's great.
We could almost get to 20 viewers if they know you're here.
Just
at least 3 viewers.
Tell them all.
Just point the camera down below your chin, and you'll be fine.
Get a different PFP. That's all you need, really.
But yes,
Honestly.
speaking of gullible people. So yeah, Trump didn't send a fundraising email with the nuclear codes in the fucking email, which of course made people very mad that he would do that, including people who should know better. Like Mueller, she wrote. Like, who looks at this and goes, "Yeah, that looks real"?
Tweets by Alison Gill. Who the fuck is Alison Gill? Don't. Never mind. I see she, her, BLM. I don't need to know more. I don't need to know more.
Where was that?
In her Twitter bio.
How'd you get to that point already? What?
I was just looking at her bio, and I just saw the she.
Oh, you're doing extra.
I don't know why.
That's what you're doing.
Look, the only reason this account still exists is because it's got 300,000 followers. Because who even fucking remembers Robert Mueller? Like, Jesus Christ, that feels like 10 years ago.
I don't even know who that is.
I can't even remember who that is. He was a thing. What did he do?
Did he have to do with the Mueller report?
Yeah.
Probably. Oh yeah.
That's the old guy who
is he dead? What year is this?
I'm sure he's still
Oh,
alive.
I just know the name.
Well, yeah, that was a podcast that followed the Mueller investigation with bated breath.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mueller.
Okay.
She wrote. See, they're really the left. It's true, the left can't mean. Where were we? Some other completely and utterly rational responses. I saw this live and just thought, really? So, of course, the Rosenbergs were Soviet spies in the 50s.
Yeah.
That were convicted of selling nuclear secrets to, I don't know, selling, giving nuclear secrets to Moscow. You know, in the height of the fucking Cold War. And they were, of course, convicted of espionage and executed. So this was the context. So this is a
the rope or the gun. How'd they do it?
I think it was firing squad.
Oh, it should have been polonium, 315 or whatever. That'd been much more apt at the time. Well, you're selling nuclear secrets.
I don't know that at the time they had it.
To the Soviet Union.
Electrocution.
Oh, it was electrocution.
They got the chair.
Apparently. Wow! Ouch. But yes, this is a presidential historian who tweeted this for no reason whatsoever.
The fuck is a presidential historian? That sounds
who looks at the history of presidents. I think I would have thought it'd be self-explanatory.
He probably they probably
Shouldn't
just
be a thing.
document everything.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
Well,
So
the decisions they
don't.
make and their policies, and
they tend to write biographies of presidents.
Yeah.
So yes, just
how is that a job?
Fucking former director of the CIA and NSA. Yeah, sounds about right.
Or something.
Let's execute Trump.
Yeah.
No problem.
Oh,
so is this guy? That's the guy who was a historian? The general?
No, the guy who was saying sounds about right is Michael Hayden. General Michael Hayden. He used to be the head of the NSA and then head of the CIA.
I'm shocked that a NSA CIA agent would not like Donald Trump.
Former general, former military man.
Yeah, the former head of the CIA is saying yes. Let's execute Donald Trump.
To the deep, the statist of the state.
Well, I mean, it's just general. It's just normal behavior now for
What is his
members of the military?
The glowiest to the glow is saying let's execute Donald Trump.
Yeah. The leader of the former leader of the glowiest of the glows.
Yeah.
He's saying let's execute him. Meanwhile, Mark Milley's just saying fuck it up, fuck that shit. I'll just fight him about his president.
What is this?
So this is a excerpt from a new book called The Divider, which I think you can guess who the divider is.
It's not about Obama.
No, this is Obama United America. America was never as united as it was under Obama. So yes, the book dives into the final months of the Trump administration and the president's use of the military at that time. So they have the resignation letter never sent that the Joint Chief of Staff Mark Milley drafted in June 2020. So this is an excerpt from the book. So then he decided to say, fuck that shit, he told his staff. I'll just fight him. The challenge as he saw it was to stop Trump from doing any more damage, while also acting in a way that was consistent with his obligation to carry out the orders of his commander-in-chief. Yet the Constitution offered no practical guidance for a general faced with a rogue president. If they want to court-martial me or put me in prison, have at it, Milley told his staff, but I will fight from the inside.
Mark Milley, can you tell me a bit more about White Rage?
Yeah, that's right. Also, can you tell me a bit more about the idea of a rogue president? Because I'm pretty sure that's not a fucking thing.
No,
I just want to know what this damage is. Like, they all talk about it, but no one ever describes what the damage is, because the damage is to the deep state, and they don't want to say that. They just say he's hurting our democracy. What is the damage?
Everything is a threat to our democracy. Everything is a threat to democracy.
Everything is a
causing
danger.
so much damage with all this peace and like prosperity. We need to destroy this man.
Basically, the people voted for Joe Biden. And if you attack Joe Biden or his agenda, then you're going against the majority because everything is an attack on our democracy. You're going against the 51%. Sorry, I'll be go.
But yeah. No, sorry.
I'll just yell louder.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Don't mind me.
No,
It's okay.
just keep talking.
I'll be silent until you
Imagine
speak.
it's the Discord. You just have to keep yelling.
They're regretting that now. They wanted him elected so bad. Now nobody likes him. Can't. I mean,
exactly. If you go against the majority, then you're a threat to democracy because democracy.
It's not a democracy. God damn it.
I know.
I say that all the time. I tell all these
know.
people, like, it's not a democracy. They're like, oh, yes, we are. I'm like, no, you're just an idiot. You don't know what's happening. This is a constitutional republic. It's specifically built to make sure that the little man doesn't get crushed, but you guys don't understand that.
Well, that would go against the plan.
Yeah. The plan.
So I'm sure there'll be absolutely no fallout from this week at all, except, articles of impeachment against Merrick Garland that I'm sorry to say people will go absolutely fucking nowhere.
I know, but I appreciate the effort.
I appreciate the effort. She's great at getting headlines.
Her and Boebert do the same thing.
Boebert was doing the same thing. I saw her ranting on the floor too.
Yeah. I mean, there are a couple of people who have signed on or joining on to that, but it's not going to go anywhere.
If the left really gave a shit, they'd join fucking hands.
Yeah, they don't. Like,
FBI is horrible.
It's borderline impossible to impeach people unless you are in power. And good luck impeaching an attorney general. Like, remember that it has to get through the Senate, and simple party line votes are going to decide everything. And again, Kamala's going to
2/3.
It's 2/3, and
Democrats.
Oh, sorry. No, you're right. It is. I keep thinking it's a 50-50 vote with a tiebreaker.
It's
like
a 51 vote. It's a 51 vote in the House for
2/3 in the Senate.
articles, but it's 2/3 to convict.
Yeah, and even then,
we're going to have that.
And conviction doesn't remove. You've got
we're going to have a
separate vote for removal.
Year and a half or 2 years.
Yeah.
So.
Like removing judges and local level people get impeached sometimes, but never at the federal level.
Yeah,
especially
I think it's happened.
No one in the people in the.
I think there was a judge, and I think there was one of the secretaries.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Stabby. It's just
Stabby's spot on. It's an expenditure of political capital.
Yeah,
and that's why it's a political process. So it's always been a political process. So this is probably why. I mean, this is probably why you do it now, as opposed to when he left office.
Oh, yeah. Look at those numbers.
That's a pretty good record.
He started out as rookie numbers, but he's lifting them up.
I think that's insane. Does anybody else think that's insane that while he was president, his endorsement rate was 58%?
Yeah,
well, he's not.
All these people. Yeah, these 58% of the people he endorsed were winning, and now it's 92.
Now it's 92%.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just more of a they realize what they lost. I guess that's how it's
buyer's regret.
That's a good example of the switch.
You don't know what you've got until it's gone.
Yeah, this is a good example of like people like waking up. Though honestly, you're never going to get that in polls. But that is a pretty good example of people like, wait a minute, this is shit.
Oh, but according to a poll of Republicans conducted by CNN, this isn't real.
They call a bunch of people in the city and they ask for their Republicans in the city.
Republicans in Washington, D.C.
Yeah,
sure,
we spoke to 7 Republicans in Washington, D.C., and 100% of them hated Trump.
Yeah.
Yep. That's how all those work, though. I love those polls. Like we surveyed people from across the state, which is automatically pretty much guaranteed to heavily favor populated areas because if you're just doing randoms, you're still
Chris Wallace.
That is Chris Wallace.
Oh shit!
And this is I think this is in 2008. It might be. I'm pretty sure it's 2008. Yeah.
Who's IRS, Chris Wallace?
The CIA.
Oh, it is Chris Wallace.
The one of the newsmen on formerly on Fox News, then on CNN Plus.
Yep.
now presumably unemployed.
Hopefully, just retired. And
so this is the
drinking
this is the Republican presidential primaries, I think, in 2008,
which would have been
the IRS, the CIA, the Federal Reserve, the Department of Homeland Security, Medicare. I know that you used to want to end the FBI. I'm not sure whether you still support that idea, sir. Perhaps you can tell us. But if you get rid of the CIA, let alone the FBI, how would President Paul have any idea, any intelligence of what our enemies, foreign and domestic, are up to?
Well, you might ask a better question. Before 9/11, we were spending $40 billion a year. And the FBI was producing numerous information about people being trained on airplanes to fly them but not land them. And they totally ignored them. So it's the inefficiency of the bureaucracy that is the problem. So increasing this with the Department of Homeland Security and spending more money doesn't solve the problem. Yes, we have every right in the world to know something about intelligence gathering, but we have to have intelligent people interpreting this information.
God bless Ron Paul.
He's not wrong.
Yeah,
King don't miss.
That's right. God bless him.
Take that, man.
So yeah, let's not forget this is the FBI that does shit like this. Getting suicidal people to be romantically interested in a Fed. And then convincing
I have no idea. Wait.
Did you see? Did I post that one where the Michigan, the one who's going to kill Whitmer, like the Fed like slept with him to like
Jesus.
like
Yeah,
kill
of course.
Whitmer. Like you know,
that is just the most recent and public, like big public example of the FBI instigating terrorism so that they can arrest you for terrorism.
It's just entrapment.
Like, this kid was depressed, so a Fed thought, let's see if we can get this Muslim kid to commit jihad and do a mass shooting. Go on, do a mass shooting. It's literally the fucking meme of the FBI poking the person with a stick. Come on, do a terrorism.
Yes.
It's fucking astounding that that Americans put up with this shit. Like, I don't understand how you haven't like elected someone who would burn it all down. Oh wait, he just I guess he forgot where his fucking matches were. And I mean, look, I like Trump. I like Trump before everybody else liked Trump. I like Trump when he was. I used to enjoy the shit out of The Apprentice. Like, I thought Trump was hilarious.
Really?
Yeah, fuck yeah, it's a great show.
I guess, guys, I didn't really watch it.
Amazing show.
I've never seen it.
It was on too late at night for me. But
It's great. I used to sail the seven seas.
Used to?
Yeah, used to.
Oh yeah, shit would like air way too late at night for us down under here. Because we get things late. We import our shows from you, and then we put them on at the worst fucking time slots.
Oh, for sure.
It's come through on the radio.
And like we're a whole season behind you guys, and well, we used to be before streaming became a thing. We used to be 2 or 3 seasons behind you guys in a lot of stuff, at least when I was growing up.
Why do you watch TV though?
I don't watch TV anymore, but back in the day, we're talking like 90s, 2000s, before Australians had functional internet. We basically had to rely on TV and DVDs or spend an entire day downloading an episode on the 7 Seas.
Yeah, it does take forever, doesn't it?
Back then, it took forever. Yeah.
Yes,
it still takes forever.
No, my internet is very good now.
Oh yeah, I got gigabit at home. Thankfully,
so I don't have gigabit at home. Thanks, Jim. I could get it, but I don't want to pony up the extra money. So
yeah, I just claim it on my working from home.
You're wanking from home?
Yeah, I'm wanking from home. Yeah, I claim it on taxing. I just claim it on tax at home.
You're wanking from home?
Well, I mean, I work from home permanently, so I guess I am wanking from home half a day. And I know Elba's
probably
clipping this.
shouldn't do it at work.
Elba's clipping this as we speak.
Yeah,
I know.
I figured I was doing it.
And I mean, realistically, who doesn't when they're working from home? We can all be like Jeffrey Tubin.
who finally parted ways. Today.
Finally decided to
Yesterday, I
part
think it
ways
was.
with CNN after
CNN
20
finally
years
decided
of
they were sick of
honorable
paying him.
service. Honorably servicing himself.
I tweeted that Louis C.K. Asked women if he could masturbate in front of them. Total pariah. Jeffrey Tubin just does it on a Zoom call. Book deal.
Can you imagine how often he did that, though? He probably did it on conference calls. He probably did
if
it
you worked with Jeffrey Tubin, and had a Zoom meeting where he turned the camera, like muted himself and turned the camera off, you'd have to be going back over those events and going, wait, was he beating off then? So from one hilarious story to one that isn't. In fact, isn't very hilarious at all. It's quite the opposite.
Yeah.
So Salman Rushdie was stabbed up to 15 times. Like fucking hell.
I thought it. Fuck.
The initial report
Who's
was
that?
he's a Brit. Is it American or British author?
He's a British author who wrote a little book. He's written a few books, but one of the books he wrote in the 80s was called The Satanic Verses.
Mm-hmm.
And this particular book, it's a bit out there. It's been a while since I read it. But it has a depiction of the Prophet Muhammad in a relationship with someone, and this pissed off the Muslim world greatly, as is wont to happen.
He also talked a ton of shit about Islam in general.
And the Ayatollah Khomeini, who was the supreme leader of Iran at the time, he put a fatwa on Rushdie's life. A fatwa, it's an order. I think fatwa translates to command.
Yeah, it's a holy. It's basically
a holy command to kill. Well, not specifically kill, but a fatwa is a holy command, and he basically said that if you're a Muslim, you are commanded.
Definition according
to kill.
Fatwa, noun, a ruling on a point of Islamic law given by a recognized authority.
Yeah, there you go.
So you basically made a legal declaration.
So all good Muslims must, if they are able, to kill this man. And so Rushdie had like protection for years.
The fatwa just means ruling, but the ruling is take him out.
Yeah. A few people who translated the book were murdered. Like there was the person who translated the Japanese version of the book was murdered. There's been a handful of assassinations of people like related to the Satanic Verses, and Rushdie has basically lived in hiding for basically 10 years. He came out of hiding and had heavy security pretty much everywhere he went. I don't know how this happens.
It's in the.
I read that he didn't have security, and that he was just basically.
He didn't have security.
Something in there. I just put something about that in the private chat.
Yeah.
Just wandering around like a babe in the woods, thinking everything was fine.
Essentially, that's what he did, because he thought that the fatwa had kind of died off by then.
Yeah, because Khomeini died like 10 or 15 years ago.
Yeah,
probably longer.
He thought the world had gotten over it.
Yeah,
apparently not.
Yeah, there you go. The fatwa was issued in 1988.
Yeah, for like
that's how long ago.
Like nearly the last 35 years, he's had a fatwa placed against him.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Christ.
Yep. That's a.
And then
no, not Jesus Christ.
No, sorry, I was reading Discord. I'm sorry.
Yes, hashtag religion of peace.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but look, I have Muslim friends.
I have
Lebanese friends.
You're in flex.
And this is not a mainstream Muslim.
No, this is
extremist.
Exactly. We say religion of peace, and as much as we want to talk shit about
it's a meme and it's funny.
Yeah, as much as we want to talk shit about the Quran, and I do the same thing with the Bible and the Torah.
Yeah, I do the same thing about
the
Bible.
Again, it's all taken. It's just about people who take this shit to the extreme.
Yeah, radical radical extremist Hindus, radical extremist
Buddhists,
Christians. They're all fucking horrible.
Yeah,
I can't remember any radical extremist Hindus. Tell me about
I'd imagine they'd kill you for eating beef.
Hindu extremism. I'm just going to Google that on the side.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some fucking Hindu extremism.
Tell me about the Sikhs. What would you call it? Sikhism?
Apparently, the Sikhs are pretty chill.
Yeah, Sikhs are pretty chill.
Sikhs are pretty
well,
chill
because their whole thing is like, well, fuck,
I work with some Sikhs.
so they're pretty
this
chill.
one in the chat.
We
Great
carry
hair.
swords everywhere because 2A, bitch.
So yeah, who wants to? You can't really see anything, but we'll have a look at the video.
Yeah, it's not like the Brisbane knife fight.
Yeah,
fuck me.
Video.
Yeah, militarized Buddhists are a
So
fucking real thing.
This is. I don't think someone was filming the whole time. Actually, I'm sure someone was filming the whole time.
Yeah,
we've just not got.
I don't think you actually see him get stabbed in this video.
Just a bunch of
no. I think you just see the response.
Before you play it, can you give some background?
Yeah, Salman Rushdie gets stabbed.
No, but before that.
So he was giving a speech
Okay.
at a place in New York, of course. And a guy rushed up on stage and stabbed him. At first, people said stabbed him twice or just stabbed in the neck, but yeah, it turned out he was stabbed 15 times.
Is that for real though? That figured?
About he's reported multiple injuries. He's lost an eye.
He's still unconscious. Yeah.
Yeah, he's lost an eye. He's lost the nerve sensations in one of his arms. His liver's been damaged. Yeah, I'd say he probably got hit. I don't know about 15, possibly. You can stab someone 15 times in like 3 seconds.
The guy was trying to stab him, even as they were dragging him away with like 10 men. They said, "That sounds like a legend."
He could just be trying to reach for him. Might have cut him a couple times.
Yeah,
it sounds plausible to me.
No big deal.
Well, I can't. Let's have a look at the video.
Yeah.
So this is the struggle here.
Martial arts or something.
Yeah, martial arts don't save you against knives. Sorry.
Yeah.
It helps against, just not being an old fucking feeble old man.
Oh, yeah.
What helps? Cardio. So you can run the fuck away.
Cardio, security, and don't get into
a knife fight, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't get into fights with any sort of weapon. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
You will.
99%. Oh my god!
Already good. Everyone already knows what's happened.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I don't think it was New York City, just based on this guy who looks like a camera. Oh, good. The sniffer dog. Damn.
Shout out to the gayest man in the room. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It was up in Chautauqua. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Chautauqua, New York, which is upstate. I don't know about carry laws or anything there. But
Salman Rushdie isn't exactly, and nobody in that room looks like they've even ever handled a weapon of any sort. Probably get a little nervous carrying a knife to cut their apples up in the morning.
Didn't New York just change their laws or something?
Oh, Eric Adams is. Oh, sorry, you mean state and New York State? New York State or New York City? Because Eric Adams is cracking down on guns as he's in New York City.
No, well, it was a state. It was state law because the
governor,
the unelected governor, was announcing the new gun laws. So yeah,
New York
got caught
State
selling rotten
carry
cakes.
laws.
It's okay. I'm sure it was one of those locations where you're not permitted to carry a gun. So
yeah,
otherwise he would have shot him.
Oh man.
Yeah, because SCOTUS struck down the concealed carry law for New York State. So but again, in New York City, yeah, Eric Adams is fighting that. But I'm assuming in
the state introduced a law that that basically made it even worse.
And then SCOTUS struck it down.
No, they haven't struck it down again. They rewrote the law so that essentially SCOTUS has to rerule.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So
just a mild backtrack. Got around to looking at the impeachments. Pretty much every president in the last 40 years has been investigated for impeachment, so that's fun.
Oh yeah. It's a political process. So.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
5 minutes ago, Rusty's off a ventilator and able to talk.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, good.
So, and he's the person who stabbed him. His name is
he has
Hardy Matar.
Apparently, he has two names. That name is fake.
I saw there was a fake name on his driver's license. How did he get that? How did he get a fake ID?
Putting this one in private chat. Boom. He's apparently got sympathies with Hezbollah.
Oh, shocker.
I'm surprised.
Hezbollah.
Figured he was just really mad.
Hezbollah.
Well, hopefully he doesn't have any
You just cut out. Well,
Yeah.
Oh well.
You said hopefully he doesn't have any and then cut off.
Oh, to finish him off.
Oh no, he's in jail. He can't finish.
Oh, God. Fuck. That's not
This is the one.
He's from Fairview, New Jersey, so I guess he couldn't get a gun even if he wanted to.
Yeah. But apparently, he has a fake name on there, and then there's a Daily Mail article tying him to Hezbollah, according to law enforcement sources. So.
Oh, okay. Who stabbed someone? Rushdie had a fake driver's license in the name of a Hezbollah commander, and praised Iran's Revolutionary Guard on social media. Good job, FBI.
Yeah, they didn't see that coming.
Great fucking work. Jesus fucking Christ.
Spending too much time trying to get people to commit crimes versus looking at people who are going to commit crimes.
Let's be real. They're like the fire services in Australia. They instigate the crime. They instigate the crime. They light their own fires, so to speak.
There is a disturbing number of what's it called, firebugs in the fire department.
Yeah.
Well, that happens here too. But I so hope that Trump or whoever gets elected is just like, you know what? Actually, fuck you.
Yeah,
you're
FBI.
I mean, if you try to do it, they could do that with the FBI, CIA. They're going to get fucking John Kennedy. So,
meanwhile,
some
totally rational people on Twitter.
Hang on, this doesn't make sense. Why? J.K. Rowling's a TERF. They agree with them.
Yeah, that's right. J.K. would be right there throwing the gate off a building. That's how that works, right?
Oh man.
No, apparently it was. This was. So she said in response to the article about him having been stabbed, because a lot of authors have come out and replied to stuff. So of course, don't worry, you are next.
With one retweet.
So, 10 simple rules for how to get arrested.
It's a low.
If this guy's in the UK, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah,
because he didn't use any improper pronouns.
That's okay. It's just a hate incident, not a hate crime.
It's a non-hate incident. It's a non-crime hate incident, so it's fine. So I
struggle to think of a Western country that he's going to have a problem in. Honestly, he's a protected.
Well, I'm sure the rest of the people who hate her as well were liking his tweet. So.
Well, apparently not. There was only one, and
he liked. The screenshot was taken. I'm sure it was taken down.
Well, I just
Twitter's very consistent in how they enforce their rules.
Don't shit on my reality. This is what I want to believe. He liked his own tweet, and that was it. And then it was carried by a mainstream news article. That's what I want to believe.
Well, I hope you all like the inflation, because it's going to be fixed soon by the Inflation Reduction Act. So it passed the Senate, went back to the House.
God damn it. Is this the one that gets us the IRS agents?
This is the one that gets you everything. This is a fucking giant boondoggle. So it was clear. It cleared the House on reconciliation, so it's going to Biden's desk, who will almost certainly pass it. This better be a meme template.
It's such a Last Supper meme. Oh my god!
Like I saw some memes, but they weren't very good. Oh my god!
I was gonna say the first reply there is like, what? I can't tell what that is.
Did you say? Did you say that this is what the IRS thing was?
Yeah. So this is what's in the Inflation Reduction Act.
We're all fucked.
These are all your new brand.
What does that have
to
do with the IRS?
They're hiring 87,000 more IRS agents.
We'll get that.
Yeah,
So the Inflation Reduction Act,
spoiler alert,
adds a shit ton of tax credits for environmentally friendly stuff. Which that's fair enough, but I don't know how that'll do anything for inflation. So there's credits for consumers to make greener choices. So expect the cost of solar to go up, which is a great idea when you want to save the environment. So there is going to be some fossil fuel production expansion on public lands. So they're probably going to stuff that Biden nixed immediately when he came into office. So there's some more money for investing in climate. They're going to make minimum royalties higher for fossil fuel production that occurs on public lands. So any increase isn't actually going to reduce the cost of gas. There's going to be a bunch of money for communities harmed by pollution.
I hope we send all our gas to Ukraine. That'll be great.
So, be careful what you wish for.
An excise on imported petroleum and crude oil products to fund the cleanup of industrial disaster sites increases from 9.7 cents to 16.4 cents per barrel. So a lot of this stuff is revenue raising. So this is going to raise $11 billion. So the bill permanently extends and increases the Black Lung Disability Trust Fund. This is like this Inflation Reduction Act. I'm doing air quotes every time I say it. Has essentially turned into an omnibus spending bill, which is
like every bill nowadays.
With climate change or whatever.
This is just the energy section. This is just the energy and environment section. There's a healthcare section.
You
so
can't
Medicare
tell
negotiating lower prices. Older drugs are subject to negotiation
This
after
is
a
what
period of 9
I
years.
don't understand.
So there was a plan to cap the price of some drugs for all people, but there was a Senate procedure that couldn't be followed. Yeah, that's right. The Inflation Acceleration Act. It's like they're in the car and they're just headed for the cliff, so they're just going to drop it. So if you're on Medicare, you'll get insulin capped at $35 a month, but only for seniors on Medicare. People enrolled in ACA plans get financial assistance boost. 3-year extension to the enhanced financial assistance to help people enroll in the Affordable Care Act plans, which I presume is subsidized private insurance, which is a fucking great idea. It's just hand money to private corporations, tax money to private corporations that you have to hand to them. So so there's a 15% minimum tax on income that big corporations report to their shareholders, which of course will do absolutely nothing to prices. Because as we know, when companies have less money, I know ACA is Obamacare, yeah. What's left of Obamacare. So 15% minimum tax on big corporations based on it's based porting, not a thing called what's it called GAAP, generalized GAAP is GAAP, which is generally accepted accounting principles or practices.
That great hungry penis.
So there was supposed to be a tax on capital gains for some bonuses thing. So apparently there's a capital gains discount that you guys have, but it doesn't kick in for 3 years if you hold stock and it appreciates in value.
So fucking hard. Everybody's gonna get audited because
that's the thing. This is where we fit into the IRS. New IRS funding to boost tax collection. The IRS will receive $80 billion to increase enforcement, an effort that is expected to net an additional $204 billion in taxpayer money.
Did you say
80 billion? Yes, 80 billion with a B is going to be spent on the IRS so that they can net an additional $204 billion in taxpayers' money.
How many employees do they already have? They're doubling it or multiplying it, increasing it.
FBI and fucking literally every.
So I don't know how many people work for the IRS. I imagine a lot.
Seems 80,000 people seems like a lot of people, but I don't know comparable to.
IRS currently has about 80,000 employees, including clerical workers, customer service representatives, enforcement officials, and others.
Yeah, but now it's 87,000 more agents, isn't it? Just agents that they're employing?
Come to your house and murder you.
Oh, yeah, that's in the job advertisement. That's actually in the job advertisement.
There you go. I believe they're doubling their staff.
Yeah.
That's great. That's greater than doubling.
Yeah.
So yes, that 80 billion is that staff. They're restaffing. They're doubling the staff. But it's okay because taxes won't go up on people earning less than $400,000 a year.
That's what you told the people when you got to office, Joe.
So of course they needed Joe Manchin to get it passed, and apparently, in return, he's going to get a pipeline, the Mountain Valley Pipeline Project. So, for some reason, he didn't get it ahead of time. Like I would have said, no, you put it in the bill, and then I'll vote for it. But I guess he trusts his party to help him out. So I think he's going to be disappointed. What was this one? Oh yes, and of course there was some attempts to make life easier on people.
What?
So
where?
During the Senate debate about the Inflation Reduction Act, one of the senators from Ohio, I want to say, put forward an amendment that would. So what was it?
Yeah, it was. I think it was.
They wouldn't raise any new audits and investigations as a result of legislation from American households earning less than $200,000 a year.
I thought it's okay. Yeah, I thought it said 400.
So,
I misremembered.
So it was Idaho. Mike Crapo, which is a hilarious fucking name.
God, Mike Craps.
Offered an amendment that would ban any of the new IRS funds from being used to target Americans earning less than $400,000 annually. Crapo said the amendment ensured that President Biden would not break his promise to not raise taxes on Americans earning less than $400,000 a year. Went down in a party line vote where all Democrats voted against it. So, but I can't imagine why they wouldn't want to restrict it. But so this is where the IRS audits more. As you can see, in all the rich areas, like the El Paso area of Texas,
Stabby is extra
middle of fucking nowhere. Like these are not the rich places.
I wonder. Yeah. So where do the poorest people live? Well, West Virginia, which is around there. Yep. Right. Where do the racial minorities live?
Interesting. These lack of audits in these areas up here. What are these areas up here? I'm sure there's some states here. I mean,
New England.
Area? This is New York.
I want to know what those far northern, like that's
these two
weird.
spots up here. These are in this looks like
that's
what's it called, Maine.
Yeah,
they must be extra based.
Yeah, Maine, Rhode Island.
Yeah, Maine and Rhode Island. Yeah.
But yeah, just going after the middle class. So
it's funny. There's this sliver right in California that looks disturbingly empty. I mean,
yeah.
Also, the Michigan numbers look weird to me.
LA County and Orange County seemingly missing from that area.
This is This is a suspicious gap here. Has that part sunk into the ocean?
Wait,
Half
San
of the
Diego.
West lives in that area.
Yeah, and then
Mate, no, you know what it is? See, Alaska, this has so few because no one lives here. It must be the same.
No one fucking
here.
lives there. Same with
Must
Hawaii.
be the same here. This must just be empty space.
Yeah.
Any of that red in Alaska is astonishing to me.
And then San Diego County, for some reason, is getting picked up, but not San Fran.
Alaska, and they're apparently being audited every second of the day. That's just amazing to me.
Almost all of Texas is getting picked, and basically the entire South is being audited. Basically, the entire
I'm pretty sure
South.
this is a blue city down here.
Possibly.
Where?
Just here.
Excuse me. Texas map.
Oh, there you go. That's Houston, isn't it?
Maybe. My geography.
There, isn't that Houston? Isn't that where that is?
Texas County map. That one is. Come on, some
Yes, sure. Anyway,
which one was that?
Who's got the crickets? What kind of wild animal is that?
Oh, sorry, that's just birds outside.
No, what kind are they? They sound.
Those are the counties around Houston. Yeah,
yeah.
My bad.
So Elb, the reddest areas are the highest levels of audits. So that's it's per 1,000 filings. How many audits? So dark red are 11 audits per 1,000 filings.
God, that makes the California thing so egregious. Like everyone lives there, and there's no audits.
Yeah,
it's astonishing.
It's because it's too expensive. It's too expensive and too difficult to audit rich people, so they just audit poor people. Of course, they go for the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, Imperial County, California. That's what it is. That's the one that's next to San Diego County. The one that's the reddest at the bottom of California, right on the border.
Right on the border. Yeah.
Yeah.
So who
right
lives there?
Right next to Mexicali, and then San Diego is right across from Tijuana. Yeah.
So,
but let's audit where all the racial minorities live, whereas most of the poor people live.
But yes, so IRS audits will generate $20 billion from those making under $400,000 a year. And they know that because the Congressional Budget Office did a cost scoring on the amendment proposed by Senator Crapo and said that they would lose $20 billion in revenue if they passed it. So strap in for your audit.
I fucking hate these people.
Strap in for your audit because the fucking IRS is strapped for their audit.
Stay strapped
because they're looking for people who are willing to audit people and apparently shoot them if deadly force is required.
Stay strapped or get clapped.
Jesus fucking Christ.
This is the best story. It's in the job description.
It was literally in the job description. Here it is. So requirements include working a minimum of 50 hours per week.
Fuck that.
Okay, you'd want to be remunerated.
I already work 40. Get fucked. I'm not working an extra 2 hours.
That's exactly. I work 30. I work 38. So, yeah. But yes, and be on call 24/7, including holidays and weekends. Oh, and carry a firearm and be willing to use deadly force if necessary.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking IRS
force is a fucking tax collector because that's a reason to kill people. Definitely.
I'm gonna be fair because the IRS does actually have criminal enforcement, and they do.
Yeah.
They do have that
and again, I go back to Australia because we don't have we don't have these decentralized law enforcement agencies.
Yeah,
I fucking hate these people.
The post office has police. The U.S. Postal Service has police.
The Mint has police.
The Mint has police. Well, the Mint has Secret Service.
The Mint even has, but I think the Mint even has their own police as well. U.S. Mint Police. I think that's a thing. Maybe it's been rolled in. No, the United States Mint Police. Yes.
Yeah, the IRS has a law enforcement. Yeah, it's just for tax, criminal tax fraud.
The IRS has their own. The United States Mint has their own.
Shouldn't that mean it wasn't the FBI who got Capone for tax fraud? Shouldn't it mean it was the IRS that got Capone for tax fraud?
Yeah, I mean these are all small agencies, but we don't have.
I'd imagine they'd help unpick financial fraud stuff.
Yeah,
and dodgy tax systems that hide money.
Yep.
So yeah, the IRS you're probably all going to get audited. So have fun with that.
Well, I mean, the dodgy, the offshore funds and everything. Those are only illegal if you're a poor person who became rich.
Yeah,
if you're a rich person who is continuing to be rich, it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, there was the guy who won the
PSA for everyone who's
billion-dollar
rich.
lottery, like $1.2 billion in the lottery, and he only took home like 400 million.
Oh yeah, no, they take like 60% of it. It's retarded. Although I wouldn't complain. Like
you don't have to worry about inflation. I don't even know why they even passed this bill. Biden said it's fixed.
Danielle, thank you.
Thanks, Danielle.
Before I begin today, I want to say a word about the news that came out today relative to the economy. Actually, I just want to say a number. 0. Today, we received news that our economy had 0% inflation in the month of July. Danielle, thank you.
Bullshit. 0. Just in the month of July, you had 0 inflation.
Hey, everybody, it didn't get any worse. Have a drink.
No,
it didn't go up. It didn't go up from 8.5.
It was one of the inflation figures that doesn't include food and housing.
Oh, I bet.
So aside from food and housing, there was no inflation.
Yeah. So aside from the two of the most important things to live, inflation, there was zero increase in prices.
Just redefine inflation, and then you can say it's 0.
Like, just make numbers up. You're already just cherry picking. Your audience doesn't know what the hell you're talking about. Just make up numbers. Like, no, nothing's happening.
They do, and
they've been doing it with employment numbers for decades. So.
I just wish they'd drop the act and just straight out come out with it. Because none of the Democrats are paying attention. And all Republicans, well, most know they're full of shit. So who cares? Just lie. Like, yeah, we're lying to our retarded base. What are you going to do about it?
Meanwhile, over in Italy, there's this poor bastard.
Wait, isn't that Seth Rogen?
No, it's not. This is allegedly an Italian ice cream maker.
Oh,
who received his electricity bill for July. So last year his electricity bill was €1,371
What's that in pounds?
This year it's 5,128 euros, and he's consuming less energy.
I'm assuming that's for his business.
What's
for his business.
Euros to pounds conversion?
Good.
Euros to pounds doesn't matter. It's parity to the US dollar.
But I'll go. What's euros to USD?
How the fuck could you have a $1,300 electric bill?
Euro to dollar.
Because he's an ice cream maker.
I don't care.
So I imagine there's a lot of refrigeration.
There must be a giant warehouse for that.
Probably.
He's paying the more important number is he was paying 9 cents per kilowatt hour before, and now he's paying 53.
I'd have to look things up to know what that means.
That's the euro
a kilowatt hour is
the euro and USD are about equal. Yeah, so it's about 5,262 euros a month, USD a month.
Yeah,
that was his bill, was like
for his electricity bill,
nearly $5,500 USD.
Yeah.
All right, I need to see what I'm paying per kilowatt hour.
Well, our peak kilowatt, I think mine is 61 cents per kilowatt hour.
Well, he's only paying 9. What are you complaining?
Well, he was only paying 9. Now he's paying 53.
Well, you're still paying
Huge
more.
increase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah. 468%.
What's he, a German ice cream cuck? What's he? Who's
Italian.
Okay.
Who's a German ice cream cuck? What the fuck?
I just thought he was. I didn't know.
No, he's Italian.
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to figure things out as I go. I don't know. We've reached the point of the show where I'm kind of trying to figure things out.
Kind of the alcohol's starting to build
up.
up.
I'm not that bad today.
Oh.
Earth, Mother Earth.
Birthing person, Nancy. Birthing person.
Yeah, birthing person Earth.
Nancy Pelosi is the craziest bitch on the planet. It's amazing.
She really should have retired
nothing.
Maybe 5 years ago. But
just think, if you take out Biden and Kamala in a plane accident, this woman becomes president.
Yeah.
I'd almost be about that just because it's so ridiculous. China's the freest country on the planet. Like, what the fuck are you talking
China's a free
about?
country, yeah.
Look, I understood not to run defense for her, but she was kind of shitting on China, like the People's Republic of China, because China is Taiwan. Taiwan is China. Taiwan is the Republic of China. So they're both China.
Yeah, they both call themselves China.
And referring to it as Taiwan is the thing that China is like fine with.
Yeah.
But if you refer to Taiwan as the Republic of China, that drives them fucking nuts.
Yeah.
So I think she was actually like sticking a fucking like.
I think she was high on, whatever the hell drug cocktail she used.
Box wine. She was high on box
wine
so
and Xanax and whatever the fuck you guys use to keep yourselves uppity up.
Did we have a kilowatt hour number for the last guy? Do we have a number for that?
How many he used? No, he didn't say how many he used.
As best I can tell, I'm using like
Bye,
10
Alb.
cents a kilowatt hour.
Hey, Alb. Bye, Alb.
She's just popping out and popping back in to try and fix her audio. I think it's her internet.
Oh, yeah, totally possible.
So,
How can they vote against the planet? Mother Earth. Mother Earth gets angry from time to time, and this legislation will help us address all of that. How
fucking Christ.
That's Marianne Williamson level talk. What the fuck is going on? I expect that from the great crystal wine aunt, Marianne Williamson.
I have a meme. I'm going to find a meme.
Can we organize some way to replace
Nancy with
her?
Marianne Williamson?
That would be fucking amazing. I would be 100%.
At least Marianne, she seems like the cool hippie aunt who's out there dancing with people.
Yeah, she's the one who'd buy you weed.
Yeah, exactly.
And show you how to make a bong out of a can.
Damn right.
There's such a good Pelosi meme that I have somewhere on this computer that's so fucking apt for this. How does someone so incoherent, and she has been absolutely incoherent for at least 6 years. Like, she doesn't make sense. She doesn't even seem to be referencing things that are real. She's just out here weirdly talking with odd gestures. Like, how is this bitch still even fucking doing anything?
Remind me who's president.
Before it didn't matter. Crazy ass bitch. I don't know why.
Yeah. And she's older than Biden, so yeah, it's even worse.
She's 177 years old. I know it.
She's like 82. She's older than Biden. Yeah.
I'll never find this meme. I want to find it so bad though. Oh, it's so good.
I want to know how the fuck these people keep living so long.
Baby blood.
Yeah, praise Moloch.
Oh, it's proven. If you take rats and inject them with blood of young rats, the rats get younger. So that's how they're alive.
Yeah, she inherited the phylactery from RBG. That's right.
Of course, she's not doing enough of it because she still looks like a fucking walking corpse.
So our public broadcaster.
Oh God.
Our public broadcaster, which is the ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation.
Mm-hmm.
Put together a little thing. It's about half an hour long, half an hour in Australian time, so it's 27 minutes.
What's your cousin's doing?
And it asks the question. It asks a very important question. The question is: can the US rise above the January 6 riots and heal the deep divisions? Now, I haven't watched this. I scrubbed through it to see who they talk to, and I figured this would be entertaining to watch because you guys wouldn't have much exposure to our television, obviously.
Yeah, you guys don't get
except Love on the Spectrum. and I will point out that the same broadcaster who produces this also produces Love on the Spectrum. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, you guys in America, we make fun of you a lot for Americans not knowing how the rest of the world works.
No, they don't. They're retarded.
That's exactly. And to be honest, you guys are a massive country. You don't really have a reason to go anywhere else because you are such a culturally and geographically diverse place. But this is what the rest of the world actually thinks of you. At least the media in a lot of the rest of the world thinks of you. Sky News Australia is not representative of Australia, Stabby. They're owned by News Corp. They're Australia's version of Fox. And
they're cool. Australia's version of Fox News with the production budget of Newsmax.
Yes. Like they're cool and based from time to time, but they don't represent the country. They are hated by Australia. Just imagine Australia as a glorified version of New York City, or New York State, or take the two coasts and stick them together, and that's Australia politically.
So let's watch.
Without further ado,
without further ado, let's watch this. Let's get this shit show on the road. I'll probably get struck for this, or sued. So we'll have to stop it a lot to comment for the purposes of criticism, because we don't have a use statute. We have a fair dealing statute, which is very different. Some traditional African drums.
It's an unsettled time in the United States. The very foundations of the Republic have been taking a beating. US...
Wrong. You're wrong.
Politics is ugly, and America's social fabric is being frayed by division and distrust. Over the last couple of months, Americans have been graphically reminded just how close the country came to a coup.
Fuck you, Michael.
Yes,
Fuck you.
This is a man whose name's Michael Rowland. So he's
America hasn't come anything close to a coup. You should know this as a journalist.
Yes, as a journalist.
You should know this.
Christ.
Remind me what happened to, what was it? Was it Solomon Islands or Papua New Guinea or East Timor? We've seen actual coups and military juntas take place.
Understand these journalists are so fucking soy that they could not see any of these things happening. Like they think.
Tam, remember, but this is the Australian government.
It doesn't matter. They're all like this. All of them.
That makes it worse. This is these people are employed by the Australian government. Yep, they're employed by the Australian government.
Our taxes are paying for this.
This is our version of PBS.
Yes,
well, it's kind of accurate though, other than being mildly retarded. But yeah,
I mean that's why it's accurate.
Fucking anyway.
Yeah, cooties nuts. That's right.
On January the 6th last year...
Yes, it is our house. Or your house, whatever.
The day set down for the certification of Joe Biden's election win, the US government was on the verge of falling.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
No. Oh my God.
Yeah.
How the fuck can you even comprehend
Only
that?
one side had guns in this situation, Michael.
Exactly.
Only one side had guns. Resign, Michael. This legitimately resign. What you've just said is a bald-faced fucking lie. You're wasting my tax money to portray the events of January 6th in a completely false light. Resign. Yeah. You're not a journalist.
To pretend it was like, oh, we were a hair's breadth away from a coup. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They were in the wrong place. Like, what were they going to do?
We're only 40.
They were going to storm into the Congress and sit in the Senate and pass some laws.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Do you people even like? I hope these people have to participate in a coup one day because it'll fail.
Yeah.
Yes, it was an insurrection. It was an insurrection.
Just about it. I'm very juiced.
You could describe it as an insurrection. You could describe it as a little bit of rebellion.
Mm.
But rebellion requires the government, the state governments, state or local authorities to be in open rebellion, to actually say, no, we're not going to do X, Y, Z.
Look what happened in Sri Lanka. Like that's insurrection.
That is an insurrection.
Yes, when the actual leader of the country has to flee, that's coup.
Yeah, that is a coup.
That's a rebellion.
Yes.
or a revolt,
or
not
Pakistan,
a fucking.
which no one has been talking about at all anywhere, which is very impressive because no one's talked about Pakistan anywhere.
Well, they're in. I should have put a section in there, but I didn't think anybody would care because they're on the brink of collapse as well. And there's another country in Africa that I was watching the news the other day that is almost has the same kind of thing. And fundamentally, all of this shit can draw a straight line back to inflation. This is like this global inflation is out of fucking control, and it's making everything more expensive, and it's making everyone poorer. And the poorest of the poor live in the poorest of the poor countries where the inflation is higher, hurts harder. And what happens when the people can't put petrol in their car and can't feed their kids? Well, they get fucking mad at the people in charge. And that's when you get what was it? The Arab Spring, where half the fucking Arab world decides, no, we don't like the guys in charge anymore. Out the fuck you go.
Yeah, Hootskin.
That's exactly right.
Your country was founded on much less.
It's impressive there haven't been more uprisings.
People have started legit rebellions for less than this.
I did see something about that. The Lebanese guy who held a bank because they wouldn't give him his own money to pay his father's surgery costs.
Yeah, I saw something.
Was that in Lebanon, Stabby? I wasn't clear to me where it was.
No, I think that was in America.
It was in America.
I'm pretty sure. I can't. I didn't link it. I don't think, but I think it was. Like, there's people outside. Like, no, dude, you're right. Get it. You know, I can't remember where that was. It's probably gonna be scrubbed. I'm sure. I'll try to find it.
Yeah, see if you can find it.
That's right.
Because I saw someone say that. Oh, look, the bank is actually being a bunch of cunts. I was in Lebanon. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Their banks are in basically free fall.
Yeah.
So they were in dire straits before a giant fucking explosion went off in the center of town, like in the waterfront. So shit was already bad then. Add on that, then add on fucking COVID, then add on like the Ukraine war driving the price of oil up through the fucking roof. Then Biden making it even worse. Then you've got a recipe for global calamity. And that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, we're getting there. I was screaming about this from the start. Like, y'all understand how much grain that area of Russia and that area of Ukraine creates? Yeah. This can be a problem. And unfortunately, all that goes to Africa and the Middle East.
Like something like 80% of Ukraine's wheat and sunflower seeds go to the poorest nations. It's like fucking Christ. So
it's a shame they can't just fucking. Well, I mean, obviously the Middle East can, but Africa could, for the most part, grow their own fucking food if they, put some effort into it. But
yeah,
it's Africa.
So yeah, shit's falling apart. Back to this insane shit.
44 seconds. 44 seconds in, and we've already my God.
Back to the shit that leftists seem to be unable to get over because they think it'll help them.
We got half an hour to go remaining. I'll try not to divert.
You don't put earn in quotes. We earn that shit. Don't do that. Sorry.
An angry mob of Donald Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Congress. The Congress.
Oh no! The
Michael Bird
people storming must have shot someone. No, that's one of them getting shot.
Yeah, that was Michael Bird executing Ashley Babbitt. By the way.
Oh, don't talk about that, Stabby.
Most of you guys know about what led up to. Do you know about Ukraine cutting off the main fresh water supply to Crimea for 2 years? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So the Russians instigated a vote in Crimea.
Yeah.
Back in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
And
Crimea sided with Russia.
They had a very free and fair election. And decided that they wanted to be part of Russia now. So, despite they had their totally and utterly free and above board and fair election.
I know this is very contentious.
Decided to join. We're diverting big time.
I know this is very contentious.
Decided to join Russia.
I can link you many videos. Like, you can take them as you will, but there's many man on the street videos that do not look like they're just like they're doctored or set up. There's a fairly well-known journalist.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Anyway, they don't look like they're bullshit, and they're just like, oh yeah, like we were all about it.
So yes, Crimea is 80% ethnically Russian. The east of Ukraine is ethnically Russian, because the Russians during the Soviet era did a lot of that shit. They just they shipped people in and shipped people out, because that's how they took over areas. But irrespective of that, yes, 80% of Crimea is ethnically Russian. How much of San Francisco is ethnically Chinese? Does that mean that the Chinese can just come in and take it? Like, that doesn't mean shit. It's the same bullshit argument that the Nazis used when they took over Austria, when they went into Czechoslovakia, when they went into Poland, when they fucking went in everywhere. It's a bullshit excuse that's been used over and over and over again. Oh, we're just going in to look after ethnic Chinese, ethnic Germans, ethnic Russians. It's a bullshit excuse. It's a bullshit excuse to grab territory. Putin wants, as Putin comes to the end of his life, he is presiding over an empire that will never be what it was. And he misses that empire. He wants that back. He wants to be remembered as the man who brought that back. Wouldn't you? Fuck, I would.
I will point out.
Restore the glory of the Russian Empire, not the Soviet Union, because the people who live in Russia have a pretty shitty memory of what the Soviet Union was like. But the Russian Empire, the Tsarist Russian Empire, wow, that was huge. That was great. People look back fondly on that.
I will
Heads
say,
up, people, it wasn't fun. It wasn't great. There's a reason you fucking killed.
Shit, really. But these are standard de jure claims that have been used, like you said, bullshit or not, literally forever, everywhere, forever. Like, it's not like weird or odd that these are like a stand. The U.S. has done.
We stopped using them we stopped accepting them during World War II.
That's not a particularly long time span. Like, and that's
exactly. It's within his lifetime.
To be.
It's literally within, like,
there's
Putin is old enough to have experienced post World War II and understand why that shit's not acceptable.
I don't think it's I don't care. I don't care either way. I'm not particularly carrying a candle. I just think it's funny.
My point is that there is a global order, and I don't mean a new world order. I mean there is a liberal world order that says borders are borders the way they're drawn, and if you want to change them, you do it through negotiation. You don't do it through invasion. If the people want to be free, they can be free.
I'd be totally.
But you have to have fair elections.
Handle like, look, this is my only point. Is I'm showing like I'm not really trying to like, Russia good, whatever. But I'm saying, like, Russia's never been invited to this party in the New World Order era. Like, it's like they're still operating the same, because they're not. I always said all this.
They've been part of this order.
No,
part of the rules-based order is part of being part of the global economy. Being part of the global economy means
stepchild. They have always been like that. All right, I'm not trying to. This is going to derail too much. I'm not worried about it. Go ahead.
Post the fall of the Soviet Union, even during the fall of the Soviet Union, relations normalized. Relations had been normalizing for a while. Something changed. In.
It's like saying, like, after World War I, the relations with Germany normalized. That's not really how it works. When you lose a war, it doesn't. They didn't really lose, but they did kind of lose. It just doesn't work like that. And they've never been like, my biggest complaint about foreign policy of the United States in the last like 60 years is not being more inclusive to Russia and being like, hey, this is how you do things. Like, we're going to try to work you in to the reality of the new West. They never did that. It's always been adversarial.
That's
always.
right. That's right.
So
That's shit.
Not buying into the new world order.
Yeah. And for 4 years while Trump was president, the media did their best to drive a wedge between the US, a bigger wedge between the US and Russia, to the point where if you're an American president, you can't try to normalize with Russia. It's just based. America did basically everything possible to start Cold War II, Electric Boogaloo. So, look, I 100% agree, Stabby. Like that, you don't need to care about what happens over the other side of the world, and it is your tax dollars. It's my tax dollars too. But it's a matter of where do you draw a line? At what point do you say no? This is not something we allow. And let's be clear. We've not put boots on the fucking ground. I'm saying we collectively as in the West, all the West is doing is giving Ukraine the materials to fight, which I would like to remind everybody that is exactly what the US did for the Russians in World War II. The Lend-Lease supplied to the UK and Russia. So the US funded the war against the Nazis and Hitler. So it's not like this is a new thing. And if imagine, if you will, the same kind of arguments. And I'm not saying that Putin bad as Hitler. Like, Putin is not literally Hitler. I'm saying in that situation, there was something very similar going on. There was one country that wanted to recapture a former glory, led by an autocrat, who the people had overwhelming support of the people, and decided that he wanted this chunk of this country, and he took it.
I was going to make the argument that the autocrat was doing one was doing a genocide and one isn't, but then at the time nobody knew that was happening. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that was a invalid argument.
Look, genocide isn't as important as it used to be, because I mean we don't do shit for the fucking
no, we love it.
Uyghurs in China. So
genocide's great.
We all talk a good game about how horrible the Holocaust was, and let's be clear, it was one of the worst crimes in human history, along with the Holodomor, along with the Armenian genocide, along with the genocide of the Tutsis. Every time humans have decided to eliminate other humans en masse has been horrible. I've lost my train of thought.
Also, yes, I don't know.
This is objectively bad. It's objectively bad to exterminate humans for any fucking reason.
I'll agree. I agree completely with that.
And like the war in Ukraine sucks. Yes, Ukraine has a history of corruption. Russia is corrupt. Ukraine is corrupt. America is corrupt. Australia is corrupt. I don't care. Everybody just go the fuck home.
Do you know how much I've
fuck home?
What's her name? Jocelyn Akinda. What's her fucking name? In New Zealand?
Jacinda Ardern. Is that what you were trying to say?
Yes. She has aged 176 years since 2020, and it's amazing. Like, so I'm glad it's weighing on this bitch. Like, she's
had 2 kids, I think. That weighs on anybody.
She is over 40 now, so it's finally catching up with her.
Tim's saying she hit the wall and hit the wall hard.
Sorry, I'm too far from the mic. Yes, but she's over 40. The wall is finally caught up to her.
No, I think it's the evil, fucking terrible.
Oh, politics. Being a politician ages you. Look at Obama.
Yeah, look at Obama.
Money.
Unless you're Trump, The presidency or the leadership ages you.
He had money and didn't have to take it and sell his soul, but then all the other politicians who sold their soul for money it just drains out of them, like their life force just drains away.
Yeah, yes, we can all agree Ukraine corrupt, Russia corrupt, war in Ukraine bad. Everybody just go fuck home. That's how this gets solved. Not Ukraine capitulates.
Yep.
So
because
that doesn't end it there.
And not let's sell all of our weapons to the Ukraine because they're the Ukraine and they need to be helped because they were attacked even though they instigated the fucking conflict.
And look, honestly, you know what I'd do? Fuck giving them anything. This is the shit the UN's for. Put together a fucking general resolution, put together a fucking peacekeeping force, and put them on the fucking border. And say, hey, Russia, get the fuck out. And if you don't get the fuck out, you'll have to shoot at fucking UN troops, and you will have the fucking
the UN. That's the problem, though. Is Ukraine's never been? They're not NATO. They're not.
No, they're not NATO, but they're a member of the UN. And the UN says aggressive war. Like the UN exists to prevent exactly this. The UN exists to prevent aggressive wars. Wars of aggression are against international law.
Watch when when the fucking war reaches the Dnieper, and then Poland decides they're going to annex.
Sorry, I
back.
didn't see that.
It's going to happen. Wait until they get all the way up to fucking the borders of Kiev, and then Poland's going to be like, actually, fuck Ukraine. It's not a country anymore. That's going to happen.
Yeah, and then Poland's not a country anymore. Again,
Poland's
Estonia is not a country anymore, and Latvia is not a country anymore.
That's not at all how that works. They will absolutely carve up Ukraine between Romania and Poland and Russia. That's what they're going to do. That's going to be the final solution on this.
The final solution, eh?
This final solution. Yeah, no, that's what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, I know they're on the Security Council, but that's fine. That's why I said the General Assembly. There's no veto in the General Assembly.
I love how Russia's same fucking they've gotten back to it now, but their same strategy from World War II is the same as they're doing right now. Bomb the shit out of them, take the land. Old classics die hard.
Anyway, back to this gift to the United States.
We got another 8 seconds. We got another 8 seconds through it. Holy shit!
Back to this gift to the United States from our Australian broadcaster.
I thought we were like 7 minutes in. Where's Daisy Cousins?
No, we're not even a minute.
She's not going to appear on this. No way.
Why not?
We're not even a minute in.
Not even yeah.
I like Daisy. Can we get a Daisy overlay?
I have a theory about the prevalence of Jews in media and banking and places like that. And I know this. I know the meme is that it's a conspiracy and the Jews actually run the world.
Their culture makes them less shitty. So
that's it. Fucking spot on. So they're so I don't know how much anybody believes in what's it called? The like eugenics, like the idea that some races are smarter than others.
Yeah.
There have been studies that show Ashkenazi Jews, which is a specific subset of they're the I guess biological Jews, like the genetic Jews.
I got
the
2%
original
Jew in me, baby.
The European Jews are mostly Ashkenazi.
And Irish. I'm so
Ashkenazi Jews have I've read these studies. I'm not a scientist. I may be wrong. I don't know that I necessarily believe this, but Ashkenazi Jews genetically apparently have a predisposition to having a higher IQ.
Whoa! Let's not go full Molyneux here.
I don't have a Molyneux impression.
I can't do his voice either. No.
Can't even remember what his voice sounds.
His
like.
accent is so mixed. But yeah, that's all bell curve Charles Murray.
Yeah, this is bell curve Charles Murray stuff, which is kind of
for YouTube. We're just making a reference.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
No, please no bully. No bully, please.
Yeah, please no bully.
Please no.
But I think my theory is that it's not specifically that, it's the religion itself. So Judaism has fundamentally Judaism has a root in knowledge. The idea of reading the Torah, memorizing the Torah, reciting the Torah, that doesn't really exist in Christianity. There's no, occasionally you will recite a Bible verse, but you won't, there's not this cultural push for education in Christianity. And that dates back to the church and its stranglehold over knowledge, because they didn't want the people to have the knowledge.
So I dated a Jewish girl, right, for a while. And so the biggest thing I can put towards all of this, and I've said it for a long, even before I dated her, honestly, Jews are insular, right? Or insular? Anyway.
Insular, yeah.
So they essentially, they want their own people to strive, which is, there's nothing wrong with that, right? And they also teach their children, not to be retarded. So, that's also pretty important.
It's deeply cultural.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's a culture of learning. There's a culture of learning. There's a culture of pulling together and lifting as one.
Yep, and it stems from religion.
And because Jews, let's be fair, Jews have been very persecuted throughout history. Whenever something bad's happened, the Jews have been blamed. So that kind of persecution throughout time. It's the oldest prejudice. The oldest prejudice is anti-Semitism.
It's because they are generally, they keep to themselves, so that makes them outsiders to any other group that's
they speak their own language.
Yep.
It's so Hebrews is, you have to speak Hebrew basically. If you're observant, you have to be able to speak Hebrew to be able to read the Torah and recite the Torah, which means you have your own language distinct from the language of where you live, the culture of where you live. So you'll always be thought of as a bit of an outsider. Yeah. Baruch atah Hanoi Eloheinu Elohei.
Oh God.
To me.
No, I don't speak Yiddish.
Other than that, I'll let the Jews have a pass at this point. But I've heard about the blood sacrifices. I want to talk about that, but I don't.
Yes, I have heard the Rama Rama song, and yes, they are cultural teachings.
Send Joe a fucking link. Where's he at? He's probably drunk or something.
And let's not forget the greatest attribute of the Jewish faith, Kazar milkers.
Sorry, milkers.
Oh yes, Kazar milkers.
God damn it!
How the fuck did we get here? Anyway,
again, it's all connected. It's all connected to Judaism.
I blame the chat.
Yep.
Anyway,
fault chat as always.
Anyway, let's have a look at when the
we have to get past the 1 minute mark. Come on.
Yeah, I would like at least to get to 5 minutes before
I thought we were
on a 10 to 15 minute tangent.
Yep. So everyone's
silent. Inquiry into the chain of events that day has revealed in at times terrifying detail how it whipped the protesters into a frenzy.
We fight. We fight like hell.
Okay, we made it past a minute.
Pricks.
We made it past a minute.
You disingenuous pricks. I want you to go peacefully. Like, peacefully. Like, how many fucking times did the man have to... No, 5 minutes. Let's go.
I want to remind chat.
And for more...
This is the Australian government.
Wait, what? The Australian?
This is produced by the Australian government.
Tim and I's tax dollars are paying for this. Our 31 cents a day or 6 cents a day.
Our government, Thermo and I are paying for our government to defame the president.
I'll be right back. You explain the ABC to the
the ABC is a state-funded broadcaster, and it's not like PBS in the United States, where most PBS in America is it's run by the government, but it doesn't get most of its funding from the government. No, this
CBC in America.
This would be like the CBC in Canada. So it is paid for and funded by our tax dollars. They have the ABC has its own television frequency station. They produce some of their own content. Obviously, they do their own news programs and such like that, but they are their own TV station. They are the equivalent of PBS in the United States, but they are actually funded by Australian tax dollars. Okay, equivalent of the BBC in the UK or the CBC in Canada.
Yeah. So it's not like PBS where private corporations pay and charitable organizations pay.
This is the Australian version of the BBC. I will just say that then. That's an easier comparison.
Corporations pay for PBS? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, PBS is actually not mostly government funded, even though it's owned by the government.
It's paid for by viewers like you. Don't you watch any PBS?
Mr. Rogers was a lifetime ago for me.
Don't get me wrong. PBS has made some great stuff, but the PBS is actually owned
Julia
by
Child.
Oh,
Sesame
Julia Child.
Street.
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah.
PBS NewsHour. But yeah, this is the
Australian.
Australian.
Are you saying PBS does radio? Because yes, they do. But ABC does radio as well.
Yep.
I mean, I'm more of a Giada kind of guy myself.
Oh, I love Giada. Yep, I remember. I'm a big fan of Giada and her
I was
cooking.
a small child.
All right.
Food Network is great.
Some days you gotta stay home sick for it. That's all I'm saying.
All right, let's fucking keep going. Oh yes, ABC Radio, as does PBS. PBS has public radio stations around.
Oh, he meant Australian ABC.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, so you're fake too?
No, he's lying to you. He's
lies. None of us are Aussie. Anyway, back to this.
Than 3 hours did nothing to stop the violence.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
January 6th was the culmination of an attempted coup.
What the fuck?
I fucking hate that guy.
No. Why the?
So dumb.
Sorry. I'm trying to eat chips as well while I'm talking. Now I'm really fucking pissed off. Now you're trying to use the January 6th committee and their lies, demonstrable lies.
This is why I couldn't do a Let's Watch on the January 6th hearings. Oh, and the first time I went to do a Let's Watch of the January 6th committee, they were fucking an hour late.
Yeah. Just a reminder for everybody watching, we sat through an entire impeachment hearing about this very issue. And both Liz Cheney and whatever the fuck this guy's name is have both sat up there as the chairs of the committee at various times and directly countermanded the official findings of Trump's second impeachment.
Yep.
They've both directly accused him of doing something that the United States Congress has found him innocent of.
Mm-hmm.
And our taxpayers again, our tax money again for Thermo and I, are going towards this production. They're going towards a production that is directly accusing the former president of the United States of something that he was exonerated of. Yes. An impeachment hearing is not a criminal trial in the normal sense of the word, but he received his due process. He was found, he was acquitted or found not guilty by the United States Senate.
Enjoy your Aussie rage, but my money has been spent in my parents' money, and my parents' money before that has been spent to murder and further the CIA and the fucking government. Vietnamese were killed for no reason, and Cambodians and Nicaraguans and fucking literally everybody on the planet.
Did you guys kill Nicaraguans, or did you just sell them guns?
Oh yeah,
I can't remember.
In the
Sandinistas. I'm sure we did.
Hey, one. I don't care if Trump goes to prison. Just actually charge him with something. This is what people don't fucking understand about me personally. I'm talking off stream. I'm talking personally.
I care.
I'm talking in personal, like when I'm talking to people off stream, in real life.
Why do you? Talk to people?
I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump. I didn't support Trump. I wanted Sanders the first time in 2016, and I reluctantly thought he would beat Biden in the second one. But I routinely get accused of being called a Trump supporter. I routinely get accused of being a Trump supporter and a QAnon believer. If you're going to charge him with something, fucking charge him. Put him in jail if he's actually done a fucking crime. But we've sat through 6 years at least, of made-up narratives of the man continually getting acquitted and exonerated on all of these different accusations, at some point, you need to actually nut up or shut up. The United States government has made up evidence against Trump previously. That's what they did with the Pfizer warrants.
And everyone else, everywhere, ever.
Exactly. So forgive me for not believing basically anybody in real life or in the media about any accusations about Trump. Show me some fucking concrete evidence or fuck off. I'm sick. I'm honest. I'm actually very sick of seeing Trump in the news. I was always sick of seeing Trump in the news, especially since so much of the accusations made against him were bullshit.
That's how it works.
I don't even have to watch the news. I can walk past the TV in like at the train station or at the shopping center.
Was Daisy Cousins on? And catch your
no. People don't show Sky News in Australia. Generally speaking, unless you're in Melbourne.
Where's Daisy at right now? What's she doing?
She's in my city, Brisbane, as far as I know. I am legitimately sick of seeing Trump in the news all the time. But you guys in the US, you keep giving him the fucking attention. You keep talking about him. Yes, 01. Maybe he is the worst Trump. Maybe Trump could be technically the worst president ever. In some people's perspective, I wouldn't necessily disagree. One of, in some aspects, possibly. But I mean, and I know you're just shit posting here, 01.
Yeah, that's fine.
I do have to put this out there. I
love it. It's engagement. It's great.
I just have to put it out there, just so it's absolutely fucking clear. Because maybe one day, some people will actually see this, and they'll know who I am. But I need to put it fucking out there. I do not like the man. But you guys in America and our media in Australia and around the world, you keep fucking talking about him. You keep putting him in our faces.
I need to look up and see how Daisy's
It gives him more power. It's what he thrives off of, and you keep feeding into it.
Interesting story. So my wife came down today to talk about the show because she sends me news. She's like, "Oh, you do the news show." So
I feel so embarrassed.
She sent me some stories, and she sent me a thing about Trump's lawyer and the fact that there's a memo basically saying that it's all been declassified. And she said, "Why do they have to do this now? Like people were just starting to forget about him. Like it was just like." And now they do this, and now he's back in the media, and he gets like all this coverage again. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Like it's exactly right. These people, the FBI does it to themselves. Like the FBI interferes in elections more than any tin pot dictator around the world. Like the irony is, the FBI, like the left should be the left should want to get rid of the FBI completely. All the Democrats should, because they gave you Trump. They gave you Trump with Hillary's emails. They gave you Trump. They delivered him on a silver platter, the presidency. Why? And yet now the FBI is your favorite. And guess what? This fucking Randall Mar-a-Lago, you've just made him more powerful. You just basically guaranteed him the nomination in 2024.
Oh yeah.
And there's no one who can win. There's no one who can win. Biden's not going to run, baby. Like there's already there was Democrats from New York. I was reading this morning. There was a whole bunch of Democrats who were interviewed for a piece, and one of them literally said, "Off the record, he's not running." And then the reporter said, "No, this isn't off the record." And the reporter said, "Okay." The guy said, "Okay, on the record, he shouldn't run." Like. Granted, you don't understand how on and off the record works. You should probably wait until the reporter actually says, "Yeah, okay, we're off the record," before you you reveal the thing you don't want on the fucking record. But yeah, he's not running again. He's not running again. So who are we looking at? We're looking at a weak president who isn't up for running again. It's going to be Kamala and. Who the fuck else? Who the fuck else is going to do it? Who's going to be the vice president? And if it's Kamala for the top job, oh, Jesus Christ. You want to find someone who's less popular than Joe Biden? Yeah, she's in the fucking VP's chair. Like, holy shit.
Also Hillary.
Like, yeah, what are you going to do? Roll Hillary out? Because there's been murmurs for ages that Hillary wants another shot.
She's going to do it. She's going to take another shot. She'll kill Joe Biden in his seat and then take the shot.
Stabby, fucking spot on. And it's the economy, stupid. If the economy hasn't fucking done a magical turnaround since 2024, like in 2024, Biden's done. Biden's done anyway.
Yep.
Whoever Biden is replaced by is done.
Absolutely, and I agree with you guys entirely. I know what I just said about him and about him being the worst in some respects, but quality of life is definitely not one of them. We can just go back and look at the numbers. Life was objectively better economically for Americans under Trump.
Yeah.
I have to concede that. It's the man himself that I'm just not a fan of.
Despite the Russia narrative and Trump being in Putin's pocket, what didn't Putin do?
Yeah, exactly.
Putin stayed exactly where he was. All he did was do some shit in Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And what did Trump do? Fucking blew up an airbase.
Yep.
No, you don't get to do that. Let me fucking show you. Now, did Trump do it the right way? Yeah, he did it better than most. He fucking picked up the phone and said, I'm going to destroy you. You fucking did this thing. I don't like it. I'm going to see this airbase. Get your fucking people out of there because it's about to blow up. And he did it.
Yep.
That's how you fucking do that shit.
Yep.
He kept China on its fucking back foot.
Exactly.
How much fucking saber rattling did we hear from China outside of the economy? Look, we're going to destroy the US. All right. Trump's like, all right, we're going to put on some sanctions. All right, we're going to put some tariffs on your steel. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. So Trump was a bull in a china shop. But sometimes you need the bull.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Like Tim said, I assume it's probably going to be the same reasons. Like I didn't vote in 8.
Yeah. 9. Who else? And just like only Nixon could go to China, only Trump could walk in North Korea.
I would have voted for Sanders because I wanted someone to destroy the system.
Yeah.
And clearly he wasn't the guy because he cucked out and is now sucking him.
Oh yeah, no,
you could feel that desire to burn it down from over in Australia. Like just watching social media, like being on Reddit, watching the fucking debates, watching people's responses to these politicians running, you could tell that's where America was. They were like, we've had enough. Like we had 8 years of hope and change and got nothing.
Oh, but it's Obama. Why? I just don't understand why Obama wasn't more like. He's such a charismatic and well-spoken man. He led with a presence of power. He did what he said he was going to do.
He didn't do what he said.
All things that I've heard Australians say about Obama. I can't believe Americans didn't like Obama.
Ran on codifying Roe, didn't do it.
Yeah, reminder. Obama left office with majority approval. By the way, he was about an average approval rating for president. It's getting close to 50-50.
So, and this whole idea that the entire Obama presidency, there was no scandal. There was the closest thing there was to a scandal was a tan suit. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? The attorney general almost went to fucking jail, and you want to tell me there was nothing? Like what the fuck? Like does nobody remember Fast and Furious? Does nobody remember that shit? Like what the fuck? And I'm not talking about the movies. I'm talking about the US government, the fucking ATF trafficking guns to fucking Mexico.
Yep.
And those guns turning around and killing Americans.
Oh, if I had a son, he might have looked like Trayvon Martin.
Yeah, inflaming racial tensions. Good job, President.
Oh, but
President
he never
Obama.
did that. No.
Fucking Christ.
It's the evil, nasty, pro-Second Amendment, white supremacists / Republicans' fault for all the mass shootings in the United States.
Yeah.
No, but if I had a son, he might have looked like Trayvon Martin. Last I checked, Trayvon Martin tried to kill George Zimmerman. So, you know.
Yeah, Benghazi. Remember that thing that happened because of a video?
Oh,
not really.
Where Hillary was taking sniper fire.
Yeah. It's just
yeah, but
that's exactly right. That's the real big lie.
Yeah,
that Obama was a scandal-free presidency,
and that's
locking up reporters, locking up fucking leakers, locking up whistleblowers, and then all of a sudden, under Trump, we have to defend the whistleblowers.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, but in what Tem just said in chat, yeah, anyone who hates the blah blah blah, anyone who the establishment hates that much is okay with me. Well, that's the thing. Like Australians are just like Democrats, and I'm generalizing about our entire nation, basically being like the Democrats. Australians love the establishment.
It's everybody who lives in a world where things are basically fine.
Yep.
Like look at England. Yep. They have let the state absolutely encroach on everything that they are.
Yep.
Like they have cameras.
Yep. Countries like us in the UK.
Fine. So like all this is fine.
We love the establishment.
They just don't.
Because
life is too easy for them. And then
the favorite dish in Australia is leather boot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But when the establishment turns against you, that never happened. We just have to put up with it.
Yep. We were dealing with that for a long time, and then people started waking up. And I as much as I didn't like Trump or whatever, and it was like I still realized that the establishment was a fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking England, everything's fine. You got green land all the time, some sheep and shit, and like everything's fine. The weather's fine.
You in your room for 23 hours a day.
Yeah, it's like, oh well, I have this quaint ass fucking village. Like
nice. Yeah. See, the porno mag license is for the UK.
Until
we don't need that here, thankfully.
We don't do that here. Yeah. We're fine with porn here.
The Welsh porno mags are quite different animals
because they have bestiality. That's right.
Literally. You know where the bad dragon was invented? It was in Wales.
How far are we through this video?
Get it?
A minute 21.
No? I thought that was good.
Progress.
God damn it!
Sorry, this one was my fault. This was my bad.
We're going to at least 3 minutes. I'm going to fucking resist.
Yeah. I'll be silent mostly unless I see.
The revelations from the January the 6th hearings may damage Donald Trump or steal the 74 million Americans who voted for him in 2020. He's dismissed the inquiry as a witch hunt and has sought to discredit the Republican officials and staffers who've testified against him. Whatever the outcome, the country is polarised and on a perilous political path approaching the key midterm elections in November.
I just want to say, perilous political path, that's very good alliteration.
November, and then the 2024 contest for the White House.
It sucks. To put it just very bluntly, it sucks.
Fear and anger will win the day.
I think that Trump has created a whole new level of animosity.
There's just a deep divide about what it means to be American in this country. And so we have a tug of war over that right now inside our nation.
It is something of a truism that America is a divided country. Conflict and discord were well entrenched when I was working here as an ABC correspondent in the Bush and Obama years. But more recently, things have taken a sharp turn for the worse. Look no further.
I just want to pull this up. So yes, you are not in the minority. I predicted that if it was so in 2015 at my office, everybody was like, "Oh, it's gonna be Hillary. It's gonna be Hillary. It's gonna be Hillary." I predicted that if it's anybody, if Hillary's the candidate, whoever runs against her wins. But if Bernie's the candidate, he wins. So, and I was full. I'm full. I like Bernie. Bernie's an honest guy. He's pro gun.
No, he isn't. He's a fucking cuck.
He's a cuck, yeah. But at the time,
the old days he was an honest guy, but then he's the fucking cuck now.
He cucked, yeah. But I'm talking about this is 2015 Bernie. We need to burn the system down. This is burn the system down, Bernie.
Yeah, but we have the ability to see back into the past and where he is now and what he became. he was always going to be a cuck, and he's
commies are
anybody
honest.
who said he.
Which, yeah, I mean, I didn't actually realize anything about Bernie's past when I was supporting him.
He did cuck out. He absolutely did cuck out, and I wouldn't support him now because he pussied out. Like,
I'm glad I never voted for him in the first place.
So that really should have been a contested convention.
It should have been, but he's a cuck, and he didn't let that happen. So
the fact that the primaries for 2020 had so many candidates show you how hard Hillary worked to discourage everybody else from running.
He legitimately got the same thing. The fortification happened to him, and what he did about it is say, "Oh, I'm going to lay down like a fucking rug." You know what? You spent your whole life saying you're fighting for whatever socialist ideas you have, but no, actually, when it comes down to it, I'm just going to lay down and die. So that's what he did. He's a multimillionaire, has many houses, so whatever. Where we have Trump, who's an actual billionaire, multimillionaire, whatever the fuck he is. The guy doesn't need money. He doesn't need to be fucking built up, which is something I didn't really fucking register early on. Like, it didn't really click to me that this guy's he's already rich as shit. Well, so it's hard to buy a guy who's got everything.
Legit, Trump has to be the first president in at least 100 years to come into the president or leave the presidency poorer than he came in.
Because banks are everyone's. Well, not everyone, but
he's a financial pariah.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at. Yeah, institutions are severing ties from him. Banks are refusing to work with him, and all the money that he invested personally for his run
and his brand is tainted.
Yep,
and his brand was him. Trump was a master of branding, and the most valuable thing about Trump was the Trump brand.
Mm.
So, and that's taken a beating. It's worth less than it was. So, anyway, just wanted to tangent there. We almost made it to 3 minutes.
Other than the attack on the US Capitol at the start of last year. Yes, American politics is broken, but the divisions extend well beyond cities, encompassing race, guns, abortion, even geography. I've been in the US Capitol, tapping the political mood, looking at how the country got to this point, and what lies ahead.
And there you go. Like we said, he's been in the Capitol. Hasn't been anywhere else.
That is the weakest looking man I've ever seen in my life.
He's pretty soy.
Yeah.
He is from Melbourne.
Jesus. His head is wider than his shoulders.
Okay, he's from Melbourne. You're in the Capitol. You don't know shit about what Americans think. You know what Democrats think.
Yeah, you know what Democrats think.
Yep.
I think they vote 90% or something like. Yeah,
I'm looking at this picture of athletic people. If this is in DC, they're all Democrats.
Athletic.
Exactly. Look, they're playing athletes.
When they're not getting.
But this look how this man's standing with his number 19, his fucking socks. He looks ridiculous. Doesn't even know how to hold that fucking bat.
Yeah. It's a sultry Saturday morning in Washington, a day when the political games that grip the city are swapped for the real thing.
Oh, get it? Games,
down on the National
games.
Mall, after a couple of COVID-disrupted summers, the tourists are flocking back. But amid the grand monuments and the celebrations of American democracy, there's an unease about the state of the nation.
That was one of the biggest things that Republicans should have always pushed back.
And polarized on various issues.
Yeah, it's just very divided. There's so many topics that we're either one side or the other, and people aren't super willing to bridge that gap.
I think right now we're in a difficult position.
Elijah Schaefer.
There's a lot of...
he has a Quidditch hat.
Fucking Gryffindor Quidditch hat. What the fuck?
That's Elijah.
Looks like
well, it looks pretty soy.
Yeah, it's...
Poured a lot of division
nine out
that
of
I think
10
is being
in DC,
directed by people who have some very radicalized views and really want the country to move back
obligatory
forwards in terms of rights and liberties and equality. And it's very hard
to
to
Democrat, you don't care about
see and watch and experience at this point in time.
I love these people.
Compromise, I think, needs to happen, and I think both sides need to be willing to compromise.
Give me all the
more.
monies.
And so potentially we need to elect people who are willing to compromise.
What are the main problems in America as you see them?
Sin. I think sin is the main problem.
She's fucking
but
right.
I think there's a lot of other things that can counterfeit with that, such as systematic
right.
racism and a lot of other things that we
now.
consider America.
No, she's wrong.
But it's actually the foundational pieces of who we are.
Like systematic racism, how big an issue?
Yeah, Tam, the sin she's talking about is not the concept of sin, but the original sin.
I'm just going to ignore that and believe that's my concept.
You know, the original sin, slavery.
Being a whore is what I thought, but okay. It's slavery. I didn't realize slavery was the original.
You're not a slave.
Yeah.
You're not a
my
slave.
people were slaves.
You might be a wage slave, and I am too, and I sympathize with that. But you're not a slave.
My people are Polish, Irish, and Romany Gypsy. So
oh no,
you may be a slave to the music.
So we're going to the Impression Olympics. I feel like I got this in the bloodline.
Look, you go back far enough. Whatever you are, wherever you're from,
literally everyone.
Part of you will have been a slave at some point.
Because slaves were just everywhere. Because that's what happened.
So I guess yeah. I have a bit of Irish blood, so technically.
Yeah.
There you go.
Who is that for you living here?
Well, I'm a black woman in America. So it is a huge issue that we face, but not only do black people face it, but every oppressed group. There's systematic issues in every way.
One of the most protected groups in
The
America.
American dream is fading. Inflation is skyrocketing. COVID continues to ravage the US with a per capita death toll 4 times more than most Western countries.
Lies.
Politicians on both sides are encouraging the discontent.
Lies.
Don't
you dare pull that four-time nonsense.
It's a shame how Sweden, even though they got fucking browbeaten into doing some bullshit, still the lowest rate in the entire Western world.
Oh man, it's such a fucking lie. Where's the US? Where's the United States on Worldometer? I will just say, I won't distract too much longer. Just go to Worldometer, look at the stats. Michael is lying.
Who's Michael?
The presenter.
Where's Daisy though? Why can't she?
She doesn't work for the ABC.
Yeah.
Shame about her breasts though. She doesn't have any. Anyway, let's move on.
Michael is lying again.
Does Michael have breasts?
He consumes a lot of soy, so I assume he does.
Oh, was he that tiny
President
man in the first bit?
Yes, he's the narrator. Yeah.
Oh wow, he's not even a person really. Anyway. Joe Biden looks like he's
struggling.
The shit out of
His approval rating has fallen to historic lows. Congress is gridlocked, and Republicans are on track to seize control of both the House and the Senate in the November midterm elections.
Yeah, that's factual.
And despite all the damaging evidence from the January the 6th hearings, Donald Trump is flirting with another presidential run.
What damaging evidence?
On top of all of this, the recent Supreme Court ruling overturning abortion rights has sparked visceral anger.
You can't overturn that which didn't exist.
You can't overturn a right that didn't exist. They just said, "Oh, hey, we."
It's not actually written down anywhere, so it's a state matter.
Yeah,
that's all it did.
Again, the whole point was them saying that this isn't our purview.
That's right.
The states have to decide this,
and then you've got
they didn't do anything.
No, you got progressives coming out saying the Supreme Court shouldn't have a say in abortion. Okay,
that's exactly what they said.
That's what they said. Okay, you get your way. So now it's a state. It's a state matter, like it was until 1972.
Leftism 101. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't understand the issues. They don't understand what's happening. They just get emotionally invested. And they have a fucking shit fit.
Yep, I don't consider myself a liberal or progressive anymore. I don't know what the fuck I am, but I can't sympathize with what the modern left wingers have mutated into.
Do you ever take the political compass test?
I get called a Southern Republican.
I've taken the 8 values test.
Yeah,
I take that one too.
I've taken it 3 or 4 times, and I put the date that I took it, and then I saved the image.
Somehow I get classified as something like a Southern Republican or a center-right libertarian or
no,
legit. That's what
legit.
That's what some tests do that.
Some does, but I'll
I mean, yeah, send me one and I'll take it and I'll see what I come up with. But I've seen things where I get placed generally in the right wing now.
I still generally. Well, we'll see. Let's do this for
the
fun.
last one. The last one I took was in August 2021.
Yeah, I mean, I was raised on
social liberalism.
Yeah, I was raised on old school, essentially what would be called classical liberalism. So I guess nowadays that is a right wing position, which is crazy.
Yes, it is.
You know, leave people the fuck alone.
Right, should we all do the political compass test at the same time? That'll be fun. Well, I think it would be.
Yeah, we can do that. I think we should do the 8 values test because
I like that one too. I do like that one.
The political.
I can't remember what I scored on the 8 values because if you link that one too, well, I'll do that too. I'll send this out to old chat can do it with us, all 3 of them.
All right, let's fucking Black Lives Matter Plaza. God damn.
Remains deep-seated.
I'd just like to remind everybody that this was not named because Black Lives Matter is important. It was named because it trolled Trump. It was literally a Trump troll.
Yeah.
So
systemic. And there seems to be no end to the mass shootings, with more than 300 in the last 6 months. American democracy has always been a beacon of hope.
Again, we go back to the FBI.
Because the FBI classifies... Michael is pulling a bullshit definition of a mass shooting that's not used by the FBI. There have not been 300 incidents of 4 or more people injured.
No, the FBI uses 3.
Do they use 3?
It's when there are 3 or more people involved.
Okay, I thought.
Then the involved includes the shooter.
Yeah, but then there's Gun Violence Archive, which categorizes everything of 0 to 1, even just more than one person involved. The definitions are such nonsense. Reminder also that doesn't match the Australian definition of a mass shooting. But if you use the Australian definition of a mass shooting, which is 5 or more unrelated dead victims, there's been very few mass shootings in America. Basically, the high body count ones.
I didn't know that.
That's my understanding. I think that's how Australia classifies a mass shooting or a mass murder. But then that's also another distinction: is mass shooting versus mass murder with guns. Because if 4 people are shot and no one dies, it's not a mass murder, but it is a mass shooting. So people conflate both the victim counts and the terms of and whether anyone's actually murdered.
Yeah.
So
it's like assault rifle. It's just a meaningless term.
Exactly. It's exactly right. And of course, does the FBI count gang violence? Do they count gang-related shootings as mass shootings?
They use that they count that as mass shootings.
Which might explain why it's arguably 300.
Depends on who you say.
Oh, if it's one gangbanger shooting another, then it's not
they don't generally consider that a mass shooting as far as the MSN is concerned.
Yeah, but if it's 2 people shot by one person,
that shit happens all the time, and you never hear about in the news.
Yeah, that's right. But that's how he can technically say there have been over 300 mass shootings in 6 months. I'm wondering if
that's the thing. I'm going to export that as a CSV. I'm just going to look at Gun Violence Archive while he's bullshitting on.
Yeah, that's right. The FBI makes a distinction between drug violence and non-drug violence.
But the
press doesn't. Yeah,
I'm just going to Gun Violence Archive.
Seems the states are far from united. For their unique perspective, I talked to some of Washington's key players. Michael Steele is the former chairman of the Republican National Committee. E.J. Dionne is a veteran Washington Post political columnist. Amanda Carpenter is the former communications director for Republican Senator Ted Cruz. And Steve Clemens is a long-time Washington political analyst.
I think people have very different worldviews. I think there's a whole set of Americans, they're not all Trumpists, but they're angry and they're frustrated at traditional, conventional, institutional politics that they feel represent interests antithetical to their own, that they feel demeaned, left behind, looked down on
Ding, ding.
By a class of Americans who are wealthy, who maybe went to good schools, who did this. We're having a generational shift and realignment in American politics. And
he's almost got it. He's almost got it. It's not about left and right. It's about class. It is a class struggle.
Yeah, it sounds like he's
American here.
Sounds like he's pulling from the gun violence archive data.
Yeah.
Which is just any incident where there's more than one person shot. So I think he's bullshitting about the 300 number because there's. But either way, you know, it's a thing in the US. So at the end of the day, yeah.
And it's around a lot of things. It's about race, it's about income and many other issues of opportunity in this country. And there's just a deep divide about what it means to be American in this country. And so we have a tug of war over that right now inside our nation.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily unique to American politics that fear and anger are often animating factors in politics, but unfortunately we've had the experience of that being the case here in America for the past 4 years. That said, there are other values that do come into a political equation with the right candidate that does have appeal to stop that. It has to do with love and unity. I mean, I am a Republican. I disagreed with a lot of Barack Obama's.
Love and unity.
No offense, but it sounds like that's some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Love and unity has nothing to do with the United States. It was never.
Yeah, it's meant to be about competing interests.
Yeah, you're meant to be bringing together a group of
between
diverse
the
nation
federal interests and the
states.
state interests and the interests between the states.
It's meant to be a group of diverse nation states.
Yeah,
that's it. A group of nation states uniting under a small umbrella of federal law, and that's it. That's where your That's where your unity comes from. Yeah. Is operating under a small subset of or a small group of federal laws. That's about the only unity that your nation was intended to have.
Politics when he won the election in 2008, but there's no doubt that he represented a hope and change, optimism, happiness for the future. And so if a winning party can find a way to convey that to voters and say, you know what, things are kind of tough right now, but if we can find our common purpose together and work together towards that to solve these problems, yes, there's absolutely hope. But until someone can do that, fear and anger will win the day.
It's a new space for a lot of the political operatives.
I don't know why anybody listens to Michael Steele. Like realistically, I don't think he did a very he wasn't particularly good Republican chair. I feel like he wasn't even there very long. Like I think he was there for one election cycle in the job, and then he was gone.
Did you guys take
players and elected folks?
Sorry,
I'm in the middle of it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm watching this.
2 boxes to the left. Who is this man?
This is Michael Steele. He's the former chair of the Republican National Committee.
He's a fucking rhino. Then who gives a shit?
Basically, yeah.
Nice mustache there, cop man.
Folks here in town as well, because in the not too distant past, there was always this. Yeah, there's always been the political tensions around policy. Democrats want to expand government, Republicans want to contract it, right? So that's kind of sort of baseline stuff. But even in those battles, it was never personal. I didn't hate you. It's like, okay, I think you're wrong on this initiative, and I'm going to try to fight you, in committee hearings, and I'm going to testify against your bill, or I'm going to support your bill. But whatever, we'll have dinner later, right? Now it's a very different environment. It is not only do I not like your bill, I don't like you for proposing it. You are, anti-American, fill in the blank. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. So it's really, it's how both sides are reimagining the American experiment.
Well, the partisan divide has been growing steadily for perhaps 30 years. And some of it is simple political science, that our parties used to be more diverse ideologically. The Democrats had a lot of conservatives in the South. Now all those conservatives are Republican. The Republicans had a fair number of moderates and progressives in the North. Now most of those voters and politicians are Democrats. So that's the long term. The short term is, I think, Donald Trump and the intense anger, division, loyalty, all those things that that he inspires. And it's not surprising that this city is so divided, because you see this in families all over the country. If you travel around the country and talk to people who used to have vigorous political arguments in their families, they can't even talk politics now. I know so many people
wonder why that is.
Who say, you know,
yeah,
I wonder why that is.
Yeah,
it couldn't be the media.
Yeah,
stoking up the fears and shaming people for who they support politically, and to saying that you're an evil person and you should be shunned.
Yeah,
and made
let's
an
be real.
outcast.
It's one side.
Exactly.
It's one side that has this problem.
Yeah. And let's be clear, he's talking about the city. Is that Washington, D.C.? Washington, D.C. is not fucking
DC,
divided.
yeah, that's
Don't
exactly
lie to me.
right. It's not divided at all. It's
Again, 9 out of 10
unanimous.
people vote Democrat in D.C. Don't you dare lie to me and tell me it's divided.
unless you're actually talking about the Senate and the House, you have pretty much unanimity throughout the whole fucking city.
Mm-hmm.
So, fucking hell. No, I don't talk about politics with my brother-in-law anymore, or my sister, or whatever the division happens to be. And while those divisions have been growing steadily, after all, Bill Clinton got impeached back in the 90s, I think that Trump has created a whole new level of animosity.
No. See, this is an example of the media just destroying things.
Yeah. Oh, it's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. No. Trump is one man.
Yeah.
You are the people who are taking his words and presenting a narrative around it. People are not watching Trump; they're watching your news. As much as people, as much as right wingers, I guess, like to say that people tuning out of the mainstream media, they may not be watching cable news every night, but they watch social media. They see the snippets on their social media feeds. They do see it. They do pay attention. They hear the small clips, and that's where people's perceptions are manipulated.
Yeah, and it is. It's manipulation.
Exactly.
Darren, did you link the other fucking test? What was that one called? 8 simple
8 values.
Yeah, 8. Jordan Peterson's 8 values for testing. What is that? Where's that? Did you put it?
It goes to GitHub. Hang on, I'll post the link.
Well, I can't be bothered to find it myself. We only started talking about Stabby. What the hell's going on? Shame.
Oh man, Stabby, that sucks. Well, I'm glad you're talking again.
Oh God, there's 70. I remember I did take this one. Did you all finish off the political compass? It's weird. I'm 2 points.
I'm on a page 4.
Oh, I'm 4. I didn't do the political compass one. I'm in the middle. I'm up to 24 on 8 values.
Okay.
70 pages.
I'll work through them and I'll put them in tabs.
He may have left the White House 18 months ago, the only president to be impeached twice while in office, and his legacy target... USA!
Impeached twice and acquitted twice.
What is it? 2 scoops, 2 terms, 2 impeachments, 2 acquittals?
Damn straight.
By the January the 6th hearings, but Donald Trump still dominates the political conversation in Washington. He remains the clear favourite to win the Republican Party's 2024 presidential nomination. Whether or not Trump does run again for the White House, the Republican Party is well and truly under his spell. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who advocates the same hardline policies as Donald Trump, is...
Please elucidate those hardline policies for me.
Oh, you can't tell 3-year-olds that they're transgender.
Yeah. You can't tell kids they're transgender.
You can do it from when they're 9.
Yeah.
You can do it from when they're 9 years old or in 4th grade, but you can't tell kids, 3-year-olds, 8-year-olds that they may be a girl when they're not. Oh, for shock and horror, stuff that was already in a policy that's already basically in common practice in American schools is suddenly controversial because it's now codified into law.
Yeah.
Seen as another firm contender for the presidency, and there are other hopefuls also striving to out-Trump the former president. So much so that a recent survey by political polling website 538 found
538. It's literally in the fucking name.
It's in the URL. It's on that.
It's right there.
Source. It's source.
What is it? 35% percentage of people who deny. It's going to be election.
Deny what? Partially deny, fully deny. What the fuck?
5% of GOP candidates this year for Congress or key state positions like governor continue to falsely claim, like Donald Trump, the 2020 election was stolen by the Democrats.
They're election deniers.
Oh shit, is that the Top Gun theme?
Yeah, it is. I'm going to get struck. Thanks, ABC.
Yeah, the Australian government is going to get us copy struck for using the Top Gun theme.
Hang on. Let me quickly fucking do some jiggery pokery. I'll go mute this and see how long it goes for.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's talking over it. Should be fine.
Well, we'll just blame the government.
Was stolen by the Democrats. Just last week, election deniers enjoyed a clean sweep in the swing state of Arizona, winning the Republican
Carrie Lake
primary
represent.
to formally run for governor, Secretary of State, and a seat in the US Senate.
As a former chairman of the Republican National Committee, how do you feel about the direction the GOP is taking?
It sucks. To put it just very bluntly, it sucks.
This is
not the party I joined
anymore.
Get
the fuck over it and join the
Democrats. I was a young 17-year-old kid looking to identify politically.
Oh, he's like the what's it called? George, the Lincoln Project people. Like, I'm surprised he's not a fucking.
I bet he's
not a member, but I bet he supports them like financially.
Oh, so he's a non-card carrying member of the 1619
I don't know if he interferes with young men or not. So, I mean, that's the requirement for admission to the Lincoln Project, right?
Basically.
With a party that aligned more with how I was raised and the values that my mama and daddy gave me, who are both Democrats to this day. But as my mama, when I told her that I decided to become a Republican, she was like, "Well, Lord, why would you go do that?" I said, "It's because you."
It's literally that bit from Lethal Weapon 2, the but you're black. But you're black.
And Undercover
Why
Brother.
would you be a Republican? You're black.
Yeah, pretty much. Undercover Brother said basically the same thing.
Yeah. Oh God, what a horrible experience.
I mean, the stereotype is true. The stereotype is true. It's Key and Peele have mocked it. Like, black conservatives get mocked all the time.
Yeah.
Being a black Republican is something that's just, obviously we don't need to tell Americans this. But for Australians, it's like, for Australians, yeah, like black Republicans.
The party that owned you is the party you support now.
Yeah. Oh, but the party switched.
That's what places. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, different discussion.
How did it ever get? Because I heard that when I was a kid forever, and it's like you actually look back on it, I'm like, but did it though? And it's like, how did that happen? Like, that just something that started being said around like the 1980s, and like
it's because of Lee Atwater and the Southern Strategy.
Yeah, some people switched, but then they expanded that out and falsely claimed that the party agendas switch. And it's like, no.
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
The party didn't change. They just appealed to different voters.
Yeah.
All right, I got my 8 values. You get the political compass done yet, or what?
Almost.
I'm trying to do this stuff. Jesus.
I did 70.
You raised me well.
This one
raised me to think for myself. You raised me despite growing up in a segregated city, which Washington D.C. was at the time. You showed me that this country belonged to me too, and it had value for me, and I could achieve whatever goals I set out. So that aligned with the story of a party that, you know, went beyond just freeing the slaves for me. You know, a lot of Republicans like to trot that out. Yeah, we freed the slaves. Yeah, but what else have we done? What else did we do? We put in place, you know, economic and political and other opportunities and rights to secure that promise. And unfortunately, by the time we got to the 1960s, started to walk away from that. But there were those of like myself who still believed in those. So it's frustrating today to watch a party step away from those ideals.
Do you see a time in the post-Trump era, and there will be at some stage a post-Trump era, of the Republican Party reverting to the party you knew and you ran?
No, I don't, to be honest. And that's disheartening. And so it begs the question for Republicans like myself, so when do you leave, right?
Have you considered leaving?
I get, every day, but I call myself a Motel 6 Republican. Someone's got to keep the lights on. So I
just put
that sounds fucking terrible.
Just put the I in front of your fucking name. Just do it. In fact, I'm with George Washington on this. There should be no political parties.
Yeah.
Just put the I in front of your fucking name, man. I mean, to be fair, he ran the party. I can understand why he might still feel some attachment to it, and he's holding out hope. I understand that. But just pull the trigger. The Republican Party is
metaphorical trigger. Metaphorical trigger.
Turn a phrase. Sorry, you know, just make the decision. Put the I in front of your name. The Republican Party is moving to a party of right-leaning populism. So if that's not your thing, just maybe it is time to leave.
Yeah. Populism is the way.
And there are many brands of populism.
Keeping the light.
Bernie is.
Do you know the way?
Do you know the way? Bernie is a populist. Trump is a populist. There are different brands.
Bernie is no longer a populist. He's a fucking establishment globalist cuck.
Fair point. But yeah, you know, there are different strands of populism. You know, the Republicans are more of a right-leaning populist party, or they're slowly becoming one under Trump anyway. So if that's not your thing, then maybe you need to leave it. Because it's not the same party that you grew up with. It's not the party of neocons anymore. Or at least it won't be it still is with McConnell in charge, but
yeah,
you know.
And I mean, if this cycle sees a lot more Trump Republicans elected, then it'll be safe to say the neocon is dead.
Yeah.
I hope so. God, can we kill all? I mean, figuratively kill all the neocons. That'd be great.
In Minecraft.
Exactly.
Despite the fact that some of these crazies in the party come by and keep blowing out the light bulb, right? Keep knocking it out. But yeah, I think it becomes harder, Michael, for the party to regain that footing, to regain that trust.
I can smell them
the
through
American people.
Do you mean the party of Bush?
We embraced white nationalism.
No,
we embraced the Proud Boys and the Three Percenters.
No,
it's not white nationalism, though.
The Proud Boys aren't white nationalist organization. Like,
well,
what the fuck do these people think white nationalists? Do these people think if you're black or if you're from Puerto Rico, or if you're from fucking Cuba, and you walk up to the fucking KKK, you can join?
Oh, people think Cubans are white. Absolutely.
Like, what the fuck,
yeah, Cubans are white.
Yeah, people think Cubans are white.
Like,
progressives don't consider, and I'm going to call that guy a progressive because he sounds like one. But people call Cubanos white. They're not Hispanic. They are actually Hispanic. But Cruz gets denied the Hispanic card.
Yeah, he doesn't get to play the Hispanic card. Yeah.
Cubans vote Republican, so they're not considered Hispanic.
And there we go. Like, and I saw a thing the other day that said it was a mistake to include Hispanics in people of color.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
And essentially, it boiled down to because they vote because they're starting to vote Republican.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Who do they include at that point then?
The guy in the plate carrier there, or the weighted vest, is the current head of the Proud Boys.
Is he? He's actually not anymore. I think he's stepped down.
Enrico Tarrio. No, I'm pretty sure he's still the official.
I don't think so.
But everybody else in the picture is white, therefore they're white supremacists.
Yeah.
although they were founded by Gavin McInnes, that for some reason that means
Gavin McInnes is such a fucking.
I know he's not. He's not.
He's a thoroughly unserious man.
I know. It was founded by a Scottish man. Therefore, they're white supremacists.
On one hand, I think he should be burned at the stake. On the other hand, I think he's a hero. So, like, he's a fucking good guy.
That's great. Puerto Ricans get N-word pass.
Oh, Hispanics get a lot of Hispanics get the N-word pass in the inner cities. You know, because they grow up around they grow up around Black communities and stuff as well, and communities of color. A lot of places are in those areas. They get the N-word pass. Absolutely.
It depends on
if they're you're Hispanic in the hood, but not
talking with a bunch of white guys. If they're on the side of the Black people talking to white people, they get the pass. If they're just generally there, the pass is a little more nebulous. It's kind of like
yeah, unless it's the Latin Kings shooting at the Crips, and then in which case, no.
Done yet? I feel like we should do this thing now. Did you get your compasses done? In your
I'm
8
not
values?
done yet.
I got my compass.
I've got to pause this stuff all the time. I've got to chat to people.
I'm doing my 8 values now. I'm doing my 8 values now.
I'm making moves. I'm
trying to run shows and do commentary and
I've got to pull people into the stream. Welcome.
Hi, Dave.
Boys, Dave, welcome.
Hello,
hey,
Dave.
how's it going?
Yeah, but McInnes also stuck something up his ass on stream or whatever. So,
and he made out with a dude or
What's
something.
going on?
Yeah.
What's going on, Dave?
Sore.
What have you been doing all day?
I hope it has nothing related to things going up your ass.
I had to walk 3 miles halfway uphill. So
only halfway uphill.
Yeah, only halfway.
Oh well.
So you did 1.5
back in my day.
Back?
Yeah, I walked 1.5 miles uphill at a mostly 45-degree angle.
Oh wow.
So
was that it? Oh.
Yeah. And then I worked on my feet all day. But I worked. That's the important thing. I worked.
That's right.
Yep. I'm glad for you, Dave. Good
chasing
for you.
that paper, Dave.
Oh shit! This 8 values test. Oh, I know where I'm gonna go on this. Oh no.
Well, where's Elb?
She had mic issues.
Yeah.
She
but
uses her phone. No, it's not. It's not mic issues. I've just figured it out. She's using a phone, so it's using like phone data.
Yeah.
And then all of us talking plus anything I'm sharing is just killing the link.
Oh.
Oh no! I'm going to be labeled a full far right on this band. Oh no! It might be far libertarian.
No!
Oh no!
Is it political or the 8 values?
8 values.
Okay.
So we're doing the.
I was half.
While we're watching this this piece about whether America is divided and whether the divisions in America can be healed from our state-funded broadcaster over here, we're also doing the 8 values test. It's linked in private chat if you would like to also do it. It's like the political compass, but it's detailed in a different way. Takes longer, yeah.
I don't see it.
I might not have chat history.
Oh, doesn't it?
Yeah, I
chat
just
history?
got on.
Yeah,
I would have thought it would get the history. I just linked it again. So I'll link it in the YouTube so people can take it as well.
Oh man, I know where this 8 values test is taking me. Oh no! Damn it!
Did you hear some Wagner or?
That would be a question.
I'd say my 8 values is very accurate.
Donald Trump said to the world, "Oh, they're fine people on both sides."
Oh my fucking god, that lie will not die.
Knew it was gonna come up.
I didn't think that. I thought that was dead. I thought people would be like, "Oh yeah, video exists. We can't really do that."
That's not dead at all.
That will never die. That is one of the most.
And I'm not talking about the white supremacists and the KKK because they're to be denounced absolutely.
Yeah, no,
but there were some very bad. You had people on both sides, very fine people, and I'm not talking about the KKK and the white supremacists because they are to be denounced absolutely. Like what the? How many?
It will never die.
It's never going to die. And it's
never die.
ridiculous. And it's such a fucking red pill for people who've seen the whole fucking thing. And it fucking makes me so angry because it's so easy to debunk, and yet all these fact checkers don't seem to fucking be able to fact check it.
It's not that easy to find anything. Like, they scrub so much shit from the internet now. It's almost impossible to find anything that goes against the narrative. It's very hard to find that clip of Trump actually saying that. It's very hard to find it. Like, they scrub everything.
I'm going to add it to my clips, and I'm going to put it on my fucking
shit. I bet you like I'm gonna try. I think the Waukesha even is hard to find now, but I haven't looked for a while. But
oh, that's right. It works. It's too useful.
What do you expect from a guy who no longer identifies with the Republican Party? I mean, of course he's going to say that.
Who's been a lifelong Republican and now isn't. He's just decided he's not anymore.
Yeah, of course he's going to say, "Oh, well, Trump said they would find people on both sides."
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I'm
sorry.
They're not. I'm sorry, they're not.
I'm going to read
a party. I would agree. You're not a fine person because you're a fucking liar. I'd agree. You are not a fine person. You're not. Yeah, they were not. Yeah, it's. I cannot stand this man. This is the first time I'm seeing him. I can't fucking stand him. I hate him. I hate him more than the presenter.
Oh, well,
do yourself a favor after you're done with your tests and look up the Waukesha attack, because like it says, the first like 3 are.
Yeah, the Waukesha massacre. Yeah, that's
on November 21st. A red SUV drove through civilians.
I remember that one. You know, a red SUV just did it.
Yeah.
Why the car?
And that SUV is called car.
Car. Exactly. Neo-Nazis are using the Waukesha attack for propaganda. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh god. And that's not even. There's like 3 fucking mass shootings in DC that were all perpetrated by black nationalists that I can't find even fucking references to. I remember them happening.
DC has the highest murder rate in the United States, so I'm like, almost. Like out of the cities, it has like, isn't it among the highest? And if it was considered a state, it has like 4 or 5 times the murder rate of California.
I don't think anybody beats Chicago though.
That's why
I think like St. Louis and Baltimore are well above Chicago nowadays.
Seriously,
yeah.
Chirac is beaten by the likes of St. Louis and Baltimore, right?
Something like that. Or
what the fuck is the world coming to?
You just gotta like rope in
not the world, just the U.S.
That'll be fine.
But Chicago's still up there.
Explicitly say that, and the best that its political leadership can say is, stand back and stand by. And we saw what happened after that on January 6th.
Yes, I think Donald Trump has drastically changed what it means to be a Republican. And one of the things that I am really concerned about doesn't necessarily have to do with policy and things like taxes and spending and America's position in the world, but just in terms of how we treat each other and how we resolve our internal political differences. One of the things that I'm actively working on and looking for opportunities to capitalize on is what ways can the left work together with center-right disaffected Democrats, because that's really the coalition that Joe Biden brought together in 2020 that propelled him to a win. He wasn't the preferred candidate.
Yeah, Biden
he was the preferred candidate.
All sides.
He was the preferred
Left,
candidate.
Center, deceased,
a non-citizen.
Non-citizens. He brought them all together to vote for him.
Of the Democratic base. But the Democrats did make a decision in 2020 to say, who is the person that can beat Donald Trump? Who is the person that can appeal to some Republicans in these key states in order to put him over the top? And so I think the Democratic Party has lost sight
Underrated movie,
of that
by
winning
the way,
combination.
Over the top.
But nothing clears the mind like elections, and so we'll see what happens.
What he's done is he's continued a long-term trend of driving out of the party, lots of more moderate people who were quite comfortable with the republicanism of, say, George H.W. Bush.
Let's review what republicanism of George H.W. Bush actually
is. That is not a praiseworthy thing to be saying.
Yeah. Like compassionate conservatism.
Yes, George Herbert Walker Bush.
We've made it, boys.
Noted compassionate conservative.
We finally made it.
We got butt. We made it, boys. And Elb, for the time you were here. Wait, Elb, is that your butt? Is that your butt, Elb?
Did this.
She did this.
Oh, that's funny.
We made it. Finally.
Man.
That's great.
Comfortable with Ronald Reagan, but find Trump abhorrent.
It only took 10 episodes.
This is especially true in suburban areas, in the Northeast and Middle West and on the West Coast.
Why do all
they are, in a way, teal independents, in your terms, who have become Democrats for the most part, or independents who tend to vote Democratic. So he has just continued a push of moderates out of the party that began a long time ago.
Okay.
I appreciate that guy understands the Australian political landscape enough to be able to make a reference to teal independence.
Yeah. So for Americans, our colors are switched. Red is the left, blue is the right, and teal are our independents.
Yeah. Our conservative independents, because we've had independents for ages, but this last election. No, I don't need to explain this shit. You all watched my election coverage.
Yeah, go back. Just link it in the stream.
What's your look? We got into something like, let's get these compass memes going on. What's going on?
I'm almost done on 8 values. I've got 5 more.
I'm done on 8 values.
Almost there.
I'm not compass. You both better be done on that, because that was the first one.
I think the big thing in asking about Donald Trump's popularity, it's as much about Trump's popularity as it is anti-establishment and anti-government sentiment, that they don't want to continue the status quo. And so I do think the circumstances here are fueling a Donald Trump-like character. And that may not be Trump. It could be Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida. It could be a number of other people who pick up the mantle from Trump, whether he runs or not. But certainly Trumpism is not just about one man, Donald Trump.
That's fair. It's just right.
All eyes here are firmly focused on the midterm congressional elections in November.
We want something different. That's what the Trumpism train is.
Like we said before, like it's 2016 was fuck it.
Yeah.
Burn it all down.
People wanted,
and because Bernie wasn't available.
Yep.
Well, you got Trump instead.
Because nobody wants Hillary Clinton.
And they like Trump's ideas. They may not like the man. Same with me. I don't like the man.
I don't remember him saying anything about his ideas. He just said a bunch of bullshit, and that was the reason. I was like,
we're gonna build the wall. We're gonna be tough on Russia. We're gonna cut taxes. We're gonna all these basic bitch populist ideas.
I mean, he built the wall.
I'm not saying
he built what wall he could.
I'm not saying he implemented
because he
all
was
these things.
He was stymied at every fucking angle by his own party.
It's just what he was promising. What he was touting, what he was promising to deliver. People did like that. That's why so many.
I would have voted for him twice or 3 to 5 times if he could have got me.
We're going to throw Hillary Clinton in jail. Of course, that never happened. But all these basic American conservative ideals.
Basic bitch
conservatism. But it
really is.
Yeah.
That's actually high level conservatism, and he was just being. I feel like he stumbled ass backwards into it, honestly. But
completely. I don't think he even expected to win.
No.
But
I don't.
Basic bitch American conservatism. Which I guess in Australian terms means is a far right crazy lunatic. Yeah.
He's literal Nazi.
Yeah, it's just wanting lower taxes and for crooked people to go to jail.
What? You don't like the government?
No, I don't like the government. No,
you
but what about
sort of far right lunatic?
Well, let's get to the. Actually, might be surprised.
I was surprised
by my compasses.
I was surprised by my compass.
president traditionally gets slammed in the polls, but it could be a particularly bad night for Joe Biden, and it could inject even more instability into.
And just FYI, I'm going to take the day off work and I'm going to be there. I'm going to do this shit live, and you're welcome to join as we watch coverage of the election. That will more than likely be a fucking bloodbath. So,
wow, these are heavy-handed questions.
Yeah, well, I think the idea is to elucidate an extreme response.
Dave, did you take the test yet? Have you got on?
I'm on 62.
See, fucking Dave is kicking the shit out of you guys. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm done. I finished my 8 values. Thank you. I'm not doing a fucking compass test.
What about the other one?
I've done
compass
both of
is
them.
lame.
I've done both of them.
It is shit, but we're doing a thing, so you have to do the compass too.
The thing we're doing, is reviewing this, but I've done both of them.
The landscape.
If the conventional wisdom does prevail and things like COVID and inflation just hand the election to Republicans and they take back control of the Senate and the House, I do think you can see a scenario where Biden announces he will not run for re-election. That has pros and cons. It has the con in my view because I think he is one of the few Democratic candidates who could keep this left, center, right coalition together. But on the other hand, it does.
Wrong.
Center right.
Wrong. You're wrong.
Reminder.
Look,
Joe Biden is the most unpopular president since Harry Truman.
Yes.
A title formerly held by Trump. He's not uniting. He is not uniting
I don't think it was
anybody.
actually held by Trump. I'm pretty sure. The graph I saw.
Like Bush left office at lower, but average.
Had other presidents ahead, like lower than Trump at his lowest.
I think it goes by average. In average approval ratings, Biden is less than Trump.
And can you imagine? So think of it as a little bit of a thought experiment. Imagine if Biden had the coverage that Trump had.
Yeah.
How bad his numbers would be. It'd be fucking subterranean.
Shocking and impressively bad.
Yeah.
There's most Democrats still don't understand or even know about what Hunter Biden has done or is.
I don't think they care. Honestly, I don't even think they care.
No,
it's not much about caring. They just don't.
He didn't run for office.
Yeah, he's not a politician.
No,
He's
not on the ballot.
Matters. These people only factor in caring as an authoritative source tells them what is reality.
And that's fair, since these authoritative sources don't cover what Hunter Biden does. That's also
real.
I can see that. Yeah.
That's exactly how they work. It's always they're so fucking dumb. It's like, hey, did you see this thing? Well, I didn't see it on CNN. Well, you're not going to. Well, it's not real then. I'm like, take a second and think about that. But they don't because they're stupid.
All right, let's
create opportunities for younger people to get in the game, start competing in the marketplace of ideas, have a lot of attention on the Democratic primaries, and have that big, robust contest about what the future is on the Democratic side, while on the Republican side, you're probably still going to be talking about Donald Trump.
Do you expect the president to run again for a second term?
I don't know. I think Joe Biden says he's going to run. Other people have said he's going to run.
I think Joe
and
Biden
we have
can't
to,
put on his
in the
fucking
media,
jacket.
presume that
forgets
is
who
what they think
he
right
just
now.
shook hands
But
with, and without his Adderall, can barely deliver a fucking speech. So
They don't. The Democrats don't want him to run.
No,
because they
don't.
want someone else that will be able to pull their shit off better.
Yeah.
I don't think they have anybody else. That's
And
the problem.
despite what the people think, the Democrats have to be looking at Hunter Biden and going, Jesus Christ, like this is a ticking fucking time bomb.
Yeah.
Like all the shit with the kicking 10% up to the big guy, or talking to his kids about how he has to pay half his salary to his father.
What about Pedo Pete?
Like, yeah, Pedo Pete. Like,
no,
that
problem
shit.
is, though,
Another campaign. That shit comes out again. That shit all gets dredged back up.
I can imagine it in 2024.
Shut their eyes and they don't look at these things. This is what they've been doing.
2024, Trump or Matt Gaetz just publishes publicly on YouTube and on whatever social media they're still allowed to access. They just dump videos from Hunter's laptop, taken from the congressional record, because Matt Gaetz has entered it into the at least. Yeah, they just
playing it on C-SPAN.
They just start streaming the contents of the Hunter laptop. Just play all of Hunter's videos. They just use that as the smear campaign. Boom.
Yeah.
The actual facts.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message. And it's just Hunter weighing crack rocks.
Yeah, weighing crack rocks, banging banging underage hookers, presumably. You know, walking around with guns that he's not allowed to have.
Yeah,
because he's a felon, or he was kicked out of the military rather.
Dishonorable discharge. Yeah, he's not allowed to have a firearm.
Yep. And
oh no, it wasn't dishonorable. It was a less than honorable.
Less than honorable, but he
less than honorable. He's allowed to own.
Yeah, he has objectively lied on firearm applications.
Yeah.
He has been convicted of drug charges, I believe.
Well, that's different.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he was not dishonorably discharged.
Yeah, it was a less than honorable. Oh, sorry, other than honorable.
Mine was unclassified. Mine was classified, not classified. It's non-dishonorable, non-medical, non-specified discharge.
Is that the secret serial killer like fucking discharge?
No, they didn't want to give a reason why I was discharged. Because if they did, they basically didn't want to admit liability.
Dave, you didn't get that, did you?
No.
What
happened is
Dave's epilepsy comes from Gulf War. They gave it to him.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
In Saddam's palace, he was exposed to something.
Yeah,
Hunter passed out during physical training, and when I went into the hospital, they decided to give me a spinal tap to check everything. And the person who did it hadn't done it before. He was training, and when they went in, he went in the sideways and skipped it off of my spine a couple times. And then after they finally got it in, they didn't put a blood patch, which is you just take blood and put it over the hole, and it essentially keeps the spine from leaking. And they also didn't give me a waiver for physical training. So I'm sitting there with a jacked up, stabbed back, a leaking spine, spinal headache, and I had to do physical training. And surprise, surprise, I told them I couldn't deal with it. So they sent me for a psych eval, and the psych eval came back. Oh, he's just upset that he's hurting, basically what it was. So when they discharged me, they didn't want to have liability.
You should have brought the cat mask to the psych eval. I think that would have done you.
No, that wouldn't have been good.
No, that would have been excellent. You got a full disability instantly.
I have full disability.
Well,
I don't want full disability. I want to work. I've always said it before. I'm one of those people that says, get out the fucking way. Let me just do something for something. Just let me do my work.
My buddy's full disability was like a fair, decent amount of money. I feel like he would, theoretically, if you wanted to be a bum, he could have lived off his full disability.
I'll be straight up honest about it. The most amount of disability I ever received, and this was like 10 years ago, was $900 a month. Which once I got married, went down to $100 every 2 to 3 months, and now it's down. Now it went down. Yeah, now it went down to like 100 every 4 months at most. So yeah, it's.
I will refrain from telling you the advice I want to tell you about fertilizers in, Oklahoma City. Anyway, did anybody get the values done yet?
Yeah,
Yeah, we got ours done.
We'll get to the end. One thing at a time, man. Jeez, I've still got bits and pieces to go.
You guys haven't talked in 7.5 hours. This has been Dave waxing about, I don't know, misery.
There's like 8 minutes left on this thing.
3 minutes.
On what? How did we get to 27 minutes? How did this happen?
Because time passes. Just knock this shit out before there's only no one watching.
In terms of how he's reaching out, particularly in my view, I know the G7 meeting is really, really important, but there's no reason he couldn't have been 6 or 9 hours late for it and have organized a massive rally in a place like Louisville, Kentucky, or Little Rock, Arkansas, 2 states that immediately forbade abortions after the overturning of the Supreme Court of the Roe versus Wade anti-abortion or pro-choice provisions in the Supreme Court. That is such a fundamental political issue in this country, and Joe Biden left the country. So there are certain things like that seem to be weird and out of place. And of course, many people worry about his age and his nimbleness right now. And actually, his program and his legislative agenda look paralyzed at this moment. So is that person going to run again? I think in his mind, he thinks he is. I think there's a lot of doubt around him that he will run again.
Yeah, that's right.
So an already deeply polarised country could be heading into a period of even greater uncertainty, with both parties potentially on the hunt for new standard bearers in 2024.
That's fair.
The big problem for the Democrats is that Vice President Kamala Harris is even more unpopular than Joe Biden. An open contest for the Democratic nomination in 2024 could see the Democrats lurch to the left, at the same time as Republicans continue their march to the right. Not only would political discourse sink further, a lot of American voters, those in the middle, could be left with nowhere to go.
Well, something else will come. I mean, politics abhors a vacuum, like everything else. So, and there are elements of conversations and elements of strategies being put together to create another lane, to give center-right, center-left voters, for example, a space that they can go to. Because as much as people, have expressed their disappointment, disdain, and just,
who are they going to
reaction to the Republican Party, Democrats.
Whatever spoiler they can roll out, so that the Democrats win.
I'm definitely a Republican Democrat rhino. But we're going to create another lane for voters who aren't Republicans or Democrats. Like, why would you do? None of the
they're going to find a Ross Perot to run.
You've already got the LP. You've already got the Greens in America. You've already got minor parties. No one fucking votes.
Yeah, it's just no one votes for.
Yeah. No, I think what will happen is that you'll see more Democrats just turn Republican.
Yeah,
because as insane as the far right is, the far left just takes you towards communism.
Yep.
And yeah, I know that's a trope. I know it's a cliche, but that's the reality of it. Moving towards the left puts the government in charge of absolutely fucking every aspect of your life and your business. And people would rather put up with the anti-abortion religious theocracy than have to suffer through that. So I think you'd see Democrats just turn Republican for at least one term.
You'd see a whole bunch of people flood to the Libertarian Party.
Possibly, yep.
Yeah.
Just, negative reaction to the Republican Party. Democrats aren't that much better off. So you also have that piece of the pie as well. So you have a larger and larger swath of voters who are sitting there going, where do I go? What do I do? And so there are conversations and efforts being pieced together now to create that space. That will take time. It's not something that obviously happens overnight. This isn't the 1860s when you can form a party in 1854, and by 1860 you got a candidate who becomes president of the United States in Abraham Lincoln. So this is a very different time. They didn't have Twitter and
which is a bullshit excuse. If anything, it would be easier to start a grassroots grassroots movement and get it up to speed quickly in the age of instant information.
Yeah.
What he forgets to say, the thing he's not saying is back then the only people who voted were the elites.
Yes.
So it was easy for the elites to come together and start a new party. But now it's much harder because it's not just the elites who vote. So we have to take all this time to convince you.
Maybe I should run.
You should run, Dave. Have you got something at the local level that's available? Especially something where people are running unopposed. Fuck that shit.
Oh, I wonder what I'd call my campaign now.
I've no idea.
The Burn It Down Party.
It depends on what you're running for.
Yeah.
All right, put this back.
and Facebook, because I contend if they did,
much more gentle times.
Yes, much more gentle times. But there's a lot of work ahead, Michael, and the party, I think, has to reconcile itself to that work.
Given all the challenges the American political system is clearly facing, would you describe yourself as an optimist or a pessimist regarding the future of the great American democratic experiment?
That's an interesting question. I think things have gotten terribly bad, but I still know that people can come together to make a difference. And for a long time, I've been a never Trump conservative. And even going into the 2020 election, people were still supporting Donald Trump. But after January 6th, it has caused many people to re-examine their choices. And the number one example of that is the woman leading the January 6 hearings right now, Liz Cheney. She voted for Donald Trump in November 2020. She was a member of Republican leadership, but she has changed her mind. And if someone like her can change her mind, I am certain more people can.
I'm almost positive she was an anti-Trump Republican. Like she's saying,
her voting record probably says otherwise.
Well, because this woman just said Liz Cheney voted for Trump in 2020.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your alternative was Joe Walsh, so either that or she voted Biden. Because there was no
way. She vote
yeah, I bet she voted
for the first impeachment, didn't she?
I actually don't remember who she voted to impeach him. Wouldn't surprise me. I don't remember.
No, she did.
Okay.
First impeachment of Donald Trump. Let's see.
But if she was a registered Republican, then she either voted Trump or voted for Joe Walsh. So
impeachment, House vote.
There were no other Republican contenders.
Democrats. Okay, so what do you call it? Okay, so it was basically party lines.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a Pollyanna and say there's nothing to worry about. Yes, there's something to worry about. But I would say at the end of the day, I have confidence that the system, if we safeguard it now, will largely prevent those outcomes from happening.
Protect democracy.
Because in the end, that person, that individual, even in some of these
Protect
states,
the status
is
quo.
in a political minority. Even if you kind of look at the broad public and say, okay, how much of that broad public
Trumpism is minority position.
Obsessed with the ascension again of Donald Trump, and it's just not that great. So at the end of the day, the antibodies in the system are, I think, will protect it, but it doesn't mean that system can't get sick in the process.
I'm a short-term pessimist and a long-term optimist.
Oh, no, he worked my fault.
We have 3 kids in their 20s. I always tell them that when my generation is gone and they take over, I think we'll be better off. They're less divided. There's more social tolerance. And the only problem with my prediction is I want to be around to see that country. What I think is we got to get through about 10 hard years. I see the next decade as
20.
He is a bit of an optimist. Number one, yeah, Dave's right. 10 hard years, try 20. Hard times are not going to make liberals.
Hard times turn people into conservatives.
Yeah. If you have to struggle and then government wants their share after your struggle, you're gonna like government a lot less.
really challenging because I don't see these divisions easing quickly. I think that the pressure on democracy, both here and in many other long-time democratic countries, is enormous. And so I think if we get through the next 10 years, I think we'll be fine, but it's going to be a hard go for a while.
You'll be fine.
So 4 years of Trump.
Back down on the National Mall, there's certainly concern and anxiety about the future, but also a fair sprinkling of hope.
Short-term pessimist, long-term undecided.
Shut up.
Pessimist. Very bit pessimist. I don't know.
Oh, is it simple?
Nothing really seems that great. Like
simple what?
So far, I don't see any reason for it to think it would improve.
Go on, do a simple
Peter!
Thanks, Jesse. The first guy looks like every...
Are you worried about the country's future at all?
He looked like a Quidditch player. He looked like the Quidditch player from earlier.
He looks like every young bloke in Sydney or Melbourne.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful.
These people,
I think it's got its issues for sure. But seeing, my fellow Americans here today at these sites, at these special sites, it renews my spirit.
You sound like you're from Minnesota.
There are many inscriptions on the walls.
I'm from Minnesota.
So you're a Democrat.
Yeah.
You're a Democrat.
These various exhibits and monuments, and they're also uplifting.
Everyone needs to just go back to soundness and sensibility.
Do you see that happening?
Maybe in tiny, tiny increments in certain places, but overall, no right now. But overall only happens when it starts in tiny, tiny increments. So we just have to keep trying.
Getting America back on track will indeed take a lot of effort. Which way this country does move in the months and years ahead is difficult to discern. Will a contested 2024 election results with a more forceful pushback from the loser see this vibrant democracy really tear itself apart?
I would think, what I would find the ultimate irony? Trump wins again and they go hard. They do the whole big lie. They're like, oh no, Trump stole it.
Like they did the first time.
Yeah, like they did the first time. Except it's
harder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except they institute their plans like they had, like we went through, I think I went through last week. Maybe I didn't. The war gaming they did about, a general strike and like secession and ridiculous.
Or will Americans manage to shake off the current turmoil and embrace a brighter future?
What turmoil?
This has long been a country brimming with confidence and opportunity. Every last reserve of this sunny optimism may be needed to get through what is likely to be an exceedingly challenging couple of years.
So there you go. Thank you, national broadcaster.
Thank you for stealing my tax money and using it to slander, to actually commit libel and slander.
Doing nothing.
Was that
they didn't answer the question? They didn't. It went nowhere.
Was that one of your guys'?
That was our state broadcaster, Dave. That is
the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, courtesy of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation.
It's our version of the BBC.
How do you guys say you can get fucked, but in one of your slangs?
Fuck off, mate. Fuck off.
Fuck off, cunt.
Thank you.
Yeah, they can fuck off, mate.
Yeah.
Right up their own.
We do speak English. We just say get.
Oi, go fuck yourself.
Oi, fuck off. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I know
we speak English. It's the accent.
But I'm talking about your. You have different slangs.
Not your.
We just use cunt a lot.
Yeah, we just use that. Yeah, we still say we do still speak English here. So, in general, the same thing is fuck off, get fucked, go fuck yourself. They still
Yeah,
apply.
I don't want to call him a cunt because apparently that means
No, he's a cunt. He works for the ABC. He's a cunt. It's fine to use that word.
I don't know. He lacks the warmth and depth.
Oh, yeah. Might be a compliment. But yeah, that was our state broadcaster, using the January 6th here. You missed that part, Dave, where he was using the January 6th hearings. And just playing their lies about what Trump did. It's
the thing that everyone goes to.
Yeah.
Look, Magoose, it's a progressive Australian who didn't leave fucking Washington DC, interviewing a whole bunch of people talking about shit he doesn't know, and not even answering the question that he asked. So, yeah.
Credit to him for acknowledging credit to him for acknowledging the failures of Biden.
Yes.
But it was all essentially still just a Trump hit piece.
Yeah. Well, as they most are.
Again, it's to be expected. That was not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but holy shit.
It was pointless.
It did make me the angriest I've been in a while.
Apologies.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this fucking.
All right.
So
you get your fun.
I'll go first. I'm from the Tim Pool School.
Oh, milquetoast.
I'm a dirty milquetoast fence sitter. I used to be a social liberal, but now apparently I'm a dirty centrist. So if I look at my August last year one, the only difference. So I was further on the equality axis for social, on the economic axis. So hang on, I'll stop sharing that. And I'll say share this. So this is mine from. You hit the little share. I don't know what it looks like, but I think you've got a little screen icon, and you say share. So this is mine from August of last year. So, where I was a social liberal, but now I'm a dirty centrist. So,
yeah,
but I'm still a fucking patriot.
This is
the globalists and the elites over in Davos and Klaus Schwab are conspiring to enslave us all and turn the frickin' frogs gay.
I'll do mine next. So I'll do the first one, Tim. I'll do the political compass one. As I said, before, I usually get presented as like a center, like a right-leaning libertarian. So that this is where I tend to line up nowadays.
Right. Are you far right?
By Australian standards, this would be far right.
You far right.
Somehow I end up on the libertarian center right. Mostly because I tend to be just anti-government. That's all it is. I'm not necessarily super socially conservative, although I might be opposing. I think some of the questions were if it.
Do you like immigrants? Yes, no.
I think they were more abortion related. Or should charity replace government services? And I think I think probably we should just go back to a bit more charity, and you shouldn't be aborting babies just for contraceptive purposes. I didn't say no entirely, but I think it's those kind of questions that push me to the right.
Yeah.
And of course, I economically tend to be,
but they're weighted. That's why there's agree, strongly agree, disagree. I think I became a centrist because some questions where I strongly agreed previously or agreed. Became neutral,
and this is still within because these squares are these quadrants are 10 by 10. I still end up in 4.5, so I still would be in the center-ish, but apparently I somehow turn into center-right libertarian, which sometimes gets me called on some tests like a Southern Republican. I don't know how, but if I go stop sharing that one, that was Political Compass. They called me a center-right libertarian. And then I get called a neoliberal. I get called, and some other people in chat have also been called a neoliberal on the 8 values, which is a glorified centrist who prefers more market solutions. And people in chat have been asking, what the hell does neoliberal even mean? And I actually am confused as to what neoliberal means now, because I go and I Google neoliberalism.
If you scroll
and
down,
the names that come up are Thatcher and Reagan. They are called neoliberals. I'm at the bottom.
Oh, you're at the bottom. I thought that. I'm sure there's like a breakdown.
I'm at the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. The Goth refugees, that was the instigation for the fall of Rome. The loss in Gaul and the rise of the Visigoths is what served to collapse the Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire, at least.
There should be more Goths. I love
not
chicks.
Those Goths.
I love chicks.
Not the Goths. These are not the Goths you think.
With over exaggerated makeup.
All right, Dave. Let's have a look at yours.
Yeah, I don't even know what neoliberal means anymore.
It's market, absolutely market. Yeah.
Moderate
conservatism.
Yep.
That's not too far off mine.
Yep.
But you lean to more towards isolationist tradition, social conservatism, but with market solutions, which is where I thought I would end up, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I somehow I'm actually more in the center, and on everything except equality versus market solutions. So
you're slightly more patriotic than me, Dave.
Well, I did grow up in a military family, so
yeah, and that's totally understandable.
Patriotism is frowned upon here.
Yeah, I guess. I guess it is just pretty safe for me to say that nowadays I'm branded a right winger for something that was, I thought I was centrist or progressive 20 years ago. And I'm just very solidly branded as center right now, which is crazy.
Yeah. Tam, man, have you fallen asleep?
Wake up.
Again?
Tammy.
Tam, you asked for this. Don't fucking fall asleep on us.
I'm going to stick my fuzzy balls in your face.
Teabagging.
I'm going to show you my asshole.
Tammy, you're still finishing off your 8 values test.
He's fallen asleep, I guarantee you.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, we'll
he did it last week.
Yes.
Around this time. So
Klaus Schwab
wants to use AI. He wants to use AI to automatically censor hate speech and disinformation, which I'm sure will go great.
Yeah.
See, I told you. It is Klaus Schwab and the Davos Collective who are using artificial intelligence to censor and suppress the truth. That's why here is the only place you'll get the truth.
No, it's crazy.
So I saw this week. So Walgreens is substantially contributed to San Francisco's opioid epidemic, according to a federal judge. So I think it's so the city attorneys are suing Walgreens, of course. Yeah, I hear snoring too.
Is that coming through temp? I can't see see his levels going.
Hang on, let me mute him.
He's like whistling.
Yeah, it is.
That's Tem. Yeah.
Damn it.
Tem, wake up. Yep, he's out again.
He's out again.
Yep, he's gone.
Asked for it. We shared it, and you didn't even get to talk shit about it.
No,
man.
he's
Come
faking
on.
it. He's fake news, fake snores. No,
Hey
that's not
Tim,
fake snores.
I'm gonna put my I'm gonna go live with my face reveal again. No, I guess not.
He's out. Oh god, he yawns. So yes, the city attorneys of San Francisco is sued Walgreens over the opioid epidemic, and has apparently won. So I don't know what they've won. I don't think there's a penalty phase yet, but yeah, I'm sure Walgreens won't leave the city at all. Nothing could possibly go wrong. I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, I was about ready to ask. Yeah.
So, yeah, I know you linked this in chat earlier, Tim, and I made a comment about not trusting the FBI.
Yeah, I don't trust.
But
the
yeah,
FBI. I trust gunsmiths.
Yeah, in something that surprises no one, and clearly why the FBI was unable to someone from trying to assassinate. Yeah. So something we all knew. He pulled the trigger. No shit.
It's how those guns work.
So we did have 2 deaths this week. So we had Anne Heche, who was in a coma.
I would say rest in peace, but no, fuck her. She was driving under the influence, so I don't.
She was driving incredibly fast under the influence too.
Yeah. Yep.
So she died from her injuries. Mm-hmm. So, which were pretty brutal. Like I saw the
yeah.
Like I've been burned before, and it like I've had 2nd and 3rd degree burns to like 15% of my body, and it hurts a lot.
Yeah. So, in this case, though, she brought this upon herself. This was not a freak accident. So fuck her.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say on her.
I did see a fantastic...
I feel sorry for the woman whose life she completely destroyed.
Yeah.
Did the people she hit die as well?
No, she didn't hit anybody. She ran into a house
and burned it down. Well,
and
the car caught
flames
and burned it.
Car burst into flames, and it all went to.
Yeah. So one lady lost absolutely everything because Anne Heche was driving under the influence of drugs. So fuck Anne Heche, and I hope she rots in hell.
So, I believe the victims or whatever should be able to sue the state.
I hope so.
Yeah, you would hope.
Yeah. But until then, they're dealing without pretty much.
Well, I'd imagine they'd be able to sue the insurer, maybe.
Possibly. I mean,
or their home insurance.
Yeah, hopefully they had insurance. Hopefully they can get something from Heche's estate. Who knows? But yeah, that's who I genuinely feel sorry for is the victim.
And Heche probably only felt pain for like moments, because once you get burnt to a certain degree, you just stop.
It hurts and then it stops.
Yeah.
Yeah. So someone else who died.
Someone legit. Yeah.
Yeah. So
she's one of my favorite angels.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, rest in peace, Olivia.
I loved Xanadu.
So did my mom growing up. Oh, when I was growing up, she would keep watching Xanadu, and we always went to my cousin's house for holidays because I grew up in the coalfields of Queensland. So we'd always drive down to where my extended family lived, and we stayed with my grandparents and my cousins. And my cousin only owned one VHS tape, and it was Grease.
Of course, it was fucking Grease.
Taped, and it was taped. It wasn't actually Grease on VHS. It was taped off the TV, and it's the only one she ever played because the only one she.
My aunt used to do that. She used to tape, like she used to give us gifts, like us kids gifts. Like she'd record movies off like the daytime movie.
Oh, no, always cool.
But she'd sit there and watch it and pause so there was no ads.
Oh, bless her.
We
wore that tape out because it was the only movie she ever owned on VHS as a kid was Grease. And so that was the one that we always watched, unless we went to the video store. Because obviously we weren't watching the movies and stuff that Grandpa had taped or anything. But whenever my cousin wanted to watch a movie, it was Grease.
I think I've seen just about every musical since I was 5. Even now, I just love musicals, and that's something I just grew up with as a kid.
I mean, I grew up with Disney movies and Grease, I guess. So as far as musicals go, I'm indifferent to them. The only musical I've actually gone to see in public is Avenue Q.
Oh, I was actually I was a big Rocky Horror nerd when I was a kid.
Never actually watched Rocky Horror, but Mum kept talking about it.
Yeah, I went to both the picture show as well as the live stage, the play as well. Oh, it was really fun. My first consensual sexual encounter was at a Rocky Horror show.
I'm glad you put consensual in there.
Yeah.
Wait, is Thermo gone too?
What?
Thermo's gone silent. You there?
Thermo.
Yeah. And tell me you've gone to sleep as well. It's only 4 in the afternoon nearly.
It's our stream now.
Sorry, I had to step away to pee.
We are assuming.
I was at my limit.
We are assuming control.
I didn't want to. Oh yes, let's go run off and go to the bathroom. So I'm actually looking for a fucking hilarious tweet about NH.
But here, this might be a hot take, but I enjoyed Michelle Pfeiffer's arc in the second movie better. Grease 2 than I did Olivia's arc in the first one.
Did Sandy really have an arc? I mean,
yeah, she did. She
other than getting the makeover, she got the makeover. But
it was about peer pressure, and she gave in to the peer pressure to become the popular girl. Yeah. That's what it ended up being.
And I'm going to be honest, I actually didn't like Sandy's leather outfit.
No, neither did
I wasn't a fan.
I was never a fan of Sandy's leather outfit.
And being the nerdy kid, I enjoyed the second one better because the cool girl, the cool chick, ended up falling for the nerd and becoming more nerdy that way, going against her peer pressure.
Oh, that's the story of it, isn't it? Because Michelle Pfeiffer is the cool chick.
Yeah, she's
one of the new Pink ladies, isn't she?
Yeah, she was the leader of the Pink Ladies in the second one.
Yeah,
and ended up turning away from the T-Birds to go after. Yeah. I don't know the dude's name.
I can't remember his name.
But she went for Michael. Because he was.
That's right. Because Frenchie, because Frenchie has graduated at that point.
Yeah.
But Frenchie, the character, has graduated by that point in the second one.
Yeah, she did. She was.
Yeah.
So I couldn't find the tweet, but luckily last night I saved the image.
Yeah, so this on the Discord or Twitter.
Yeah, so when you're so gangster, you pull Belushi and Paul Walker at the same time. Too soon, but it's never too soon for comedy. So yeah, it was great. So yeah, NH died and Olivia Newton-John died. I don't think anybody else died.
Well, lots of people died, but
let me rephrase. I don't think anybody else, celebrity-wise, notable died. I don't want to say important, because plenty of important people died, because everybody who has someone who loves them is important. Speaking of unimportant people, Elizabeth Warren, everyone tells me they would vote for me if I had a penis. Good news, Liz. So yes, Cards Against Humanity has to be cancelled by Conservatives now because they're donating 100% of the profits to the. Yeah, they've decided that abortion is good. So I don't know when they went woke. I
think they've always been that way.
No, I don't think so. I've got a Cards Against Humanity deck here and an expansion.
I don't think they, as in the company themselves, I think they've always been this way. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say it wasn't until Trump took over that they were blatant.
TDS, yeah.
Le TDS. Yes, yeah. So, I got this off old mate Mark Latham's feed.
Sorry, I've got to actually share the audio on this because it's too fucking good. Like, this is one of those clips where if you can hear it, you can feel it.
Mm. But yeah, I got this off Michael Latham's feed.
Yeah. So this is why women don't play rugby league in Australia.
At least not with.
Shit!
Fucking hell!
Shit!
Back of her head. Oh. I know she's stupid, but no. I know she's doing a fucking retarded thing, but poor girl.
She's on a rugby team, right?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know the context for this, but she's running. I think they're playing.
I think it was
around.
like tackle me.
Okay.
She's never been tackled in her life. She's never been in a tackle sport.
Honestly,
go back. Look how
he
straight
goes
she's standing.
He goes.
Yeah.
You
This
don't
is how you tackle
do that.
people in rugby. This is
how you tackle people in
You
league.
basically try to tackle the person trying to tackle you. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
This is how rugby is played. This is what people do.
Yeah, but see, you don't run straight into them like that and let them hit you so low. You got to get low to prevent them from taking you off your feet. If you're on a team, you would know that's how you take a hit.
In rugby, this wouldn't happen.
No.
Because if this were actual rugby, it'd be both men, and this guy would have jinked. And because this guy put his head down.
But yeah, he would
have put his head too far down, and he would have lost sight of the.
Yeah, as soon as that happens,
forward presumably.
This seems like it's just a prank, or just a game saying, "Hey, tackle me." Okay, go low, head outside.
He's gone. Okay. Women are equal.
Yeah.
He practically went for a double leg takedown on that poor.
Yeah. Essentially, it's a double leg.
Oh, any lower and it would have been illegal.
Yeah,
it would have been. He would have gotten probably 10 in the bin.
In rugby, yeah.
In rugby, yeah. You can't go that low.
In MMA, that's a basic double leg takedown.
Yeah.
Just head outside, grab the knees, boom, she's gone. And that happens all the time. But yeah, you just run straight at him. Boys can compete with girls. Girls can compete with boys. No, they fucking can't. Stop it.
Yeah.
Okay, with exceptions. With some sports they can, but not rugby. Fucking not rugby.
So yes, the federal government want to come and take your guns if you take medicinal marijuana.
Yeah, because it's a violation of federal law.
Yeah, which is.
I knew this was going to happen.
It's ridiculous. I don't understand how it's not legal federally. Like medicinal marijuana. I understand how it's not legal, like recreationally, but medicinal pretty much every single state have medicinal marijuana.
This is a 10th Amendment. This is a 10th Amendment question again.
No,
this is another. It's another.
Not every state.
No, but it's another 10th Amendment question, like Roe.
Yeah.
Does the government does marijuana fall under the jurisdiction of the federal government or the states?
Yeah. Well.
Does the state?
But it's under the Controlled Substances Act, which has been passed by Congress. So it's not like abortion.
Yeah,
abortion was just willed into existence by the.
It's another question of who takes precedence, because obviously
it's
enshrined in
federal
law.
supremacy says that the federal government takes precedence.
You would think so, but then again, but the states keep passing all these laws and are not enforcing the federal law that they're bound by. So, yeah, like it's a supremacy question under the 10th Amendment. So,
yeah,
I don't think it's one that the states win.
No, I agree with you, but
I think irrespective of what the law said, like it's pretty fucking clear that
what we're saying, that's not. That's obviously not a full double leg takedown, but
no,
in rugby, in rugby, you're actually tackling a little bit lower.
Yeah,
that's a little bit low to be a rugby tackle. That's bordering on getting down really low.
That's how you get a concussion.
Yeah, the reason why that wasn't a double leg is he didn't actually grab both legs. He basically put his shoulder.
He just dropped his shoulder around
his shoulder to drop. Yeah,
that's exactly right. No, he didn't grab behind the knees and do a full proper double leg, but that's bordering on it. Yes, exactly.
Yes,
Pinching,
it would be scooping, but he
he's
wasn't
scooping legs
doing that.
behind the knee
But
and going around the
basically,
hips.
he was setting. If he would have done a
Yes.
full shoot, the girl would have been flat out
Yes.
killed. If he would have grabbed her, picked her up on his
Yes,
shoulder, and
legs
slammed
off
her,
the ground and dry. Yes, yes.
she would have been
I
dead.
And also, he wasn't running towards her either.
He
So
just
it
stood
was-
still.
just
It was purely her momentum.
It's like Hootskin, I'm a jiu-jitsu teacher. I know what a double leg is. But you're exactly right. So yeah, he just shoulder checked her. But the size difference is just this is why girls don't compete with boys.
So Matt Gaetz wants. Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say, I remember the first
He
person I
fucked her
took
up,
out
exactly.
with a scissor leg choke. Oh, that was such a accomplishment. The dude was 350 pounds, and I was only 162.
Yeah, you can do that if you know how to choke people.
Yeah.
And if you can survive long enough to burn them out, yeah, you can exhaust them enough to choke them.
So yeah, Matt Gaetz is urging Jim Jordan to run for House Speaker.
Based.
And he's questioning Kevin McCarthy's leadership, which is fair. So, and look, majority, like, just because he's the minority leader doesn't mean, so the only thing that happens automatically is he becomes majority leader. It doesn't make him speaker.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Pelosi could remain speaker. Yeah.
Yeah, Pelosi could totally remain speaker. They could elect her. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, watch all the rhinos vote for Pelosi. It's not out of the equation.
Hey, if Liz Cheney won, I could totally, like, if Liz Cheney stayed, I could totally see them cucking out
and making
being
Cheney.
like, no, we'll make Liz Cheney the vice president, or the speaker.
Yep.
And that's how you get President Cheney.
Yeah. Take out Trump and DeSantis in a convenient.
We wouldn't need to. You'd do it next term, and then Kamala
impeach
takes
them
over
both
for Biden.
Yeah, impeach them both, and then
because there's a
President
speaker's
Cheney.
election every 2 years. So when a new Congress is seated, then yeah.
Yep. But between Pelosi and Biden, I don't know who's more qualified behind the mic at this point. Neither of them should speak. Now, I shouldn't say I should speak either, but at least I have some grasp of what I'm saying.
Remember that she's a woman of color. Her pronouns are he and her, and she's wearing a blue suit.
Yes, that's right.
Nancy Pelosi?
No.
Okay.
Kamala.
Yeah.
So a school in Sydney, I want to say.
I think it's
in high school. Yeah, I think it might be Western Sydney or one of the regional schools. Where is it? It is in not fucking Alabama, New South Wales, French's Forest. So this is in a rich area of Sydney.
Yo, okay.
Made a decision that there were just so many children sitting on phones in the playground at recess and lunch. You know, there were kids lined up against a wall, or playing games, texting each other while they were sitting next to each other. We just wanted them to be more active and engaging. Let's just say that a group of teenagers, 900 teenagers, weren't exactly wrapped with the idea. I certainly wasn't their favourite person, but I think as the 3 months has moved on, they've adapted to it. Quite a few of them have benefited from it. Some of them have even said they've forged stronger friendships with each other and have a better understanding of each other. I am in the classroom, so no longer do teachers and students have this battle as to, you know, can you please put your phone away? You don't need your phone at the moment. You know, it's gone off, it's pinged, can you please turn it off? We see lessons run more smoothly, but we also see students engaging in different activities. So we've got kids playing card games, board games. We've got kids sitting in circles talking to each other. I've even got a group of Year 10 boys doing a jigsaw puzzle every lunchtime during the week. It's just crazy the difference we've seen. I think we will start to see an impact on that. As I said, it's 3 months, it's pretty early. But my view is that anything that removes distractions in the classroom for both teachers and students has to be a good thing, and I'm looking forward to the benefits of it. The children walk into school and they go to the unlocking station, they unlock their pouch, they place their phone in it, they lock it back up again, and it's there for the rest of the day, unless a teacher wishes to use it, because it still is a teaching tool in the 21st century. We need to acknowledge that. And so they can access an unlocking grid or block and open it up, and the kids can use it for the lesson, and then they lock them away again. It's a massive social question, isn't it? And it's something that I think schools and communities need to work together with. This has fitted very well for ours, but every school has its unique setting, and I think it's a conversation that should be had amongst all schools and their communities. I'm just really happy with the positive impact that it's had, and I can't thank my community enough because it's been a collective effort.
At the beginning, obviously, it was a vote from the parents who had to put forward whether they thought it was a good idea, and a lot of parents voted yes, and obviously between students it's not what you want. But I think for me it was very easy to shift into the routine of putting your phone in the pouch, and I didn't use my phone throughout the day that much, so it was quite easy for me to transition.
What we've needed for over 20 years.
Made a decision that
interaction.
I was going to say, like, I finished high school 21 years ago this year. I didn't have a mobile phone, but they were only just starting to become commonly accessible to high school students back in 2000, 2001.
I've had conversations with my wife about the fact that she's on one computer, and while she's on one computer, she's on another monitor. She's doing two things already, and then she's on her tablet doing a game. She's on her phone checking her other game, and I'm trying to talk to her. That gets insane. But you do that with kids, that becomes how they communicate. And when they don't know how to interact with people correctly, we get people who get slightly offended, burning down houses and shit because they don't know how to talk to people.
These are the people who think Twitter is real life.
Yeah,
because they only commute on. They don't know how to talk to people.
They're all Twidiots.
Yes,
and then they write terrible like comic books and movies with
true.
dialogue.
It actually does. It does translate over because they don't have a lot of.
They don't know how humans talk.
No, they don't.
So
they don't know how humans talk. They don't actually understand what people think about any worldly topic. They only go by what they see on social media.
And this is going to sound bad, but they don't know how to do basic manipulation. I feel that, yes, manipulation can be bad, but it's not always for evil. And learning to pick up on the cues on how you're being manipulated, you can't really do that over text at all. It's a human to human connection thing that you have to pick up on. The screens and the keyboards have made autists of an entire generation.
Basically. And with the autism comes a whole range of mental illnesses and brand new made up identities.
Well, I didn't mean artificial, unable to pick up on cues. Not the
that's what I mean.
Mental, but
not actual autism, but the social retardation.
Yeah, exactly. Leading to brand new made up identities and
cubisexual or fucking asexual or whatever the fucking insanity is this week.
Yeah, so, flavor of the month, made up identities.
So mercifully,
that really only exist on social media.
So mercifully, there is some sanity in California.
Yeah, somehow.
Yes, a judge has said that no, you can't have non-citizens vote. I think that was it was San Francisco. So San Francisco wanted to let non-citizens vote in elections.
Well, they work here and they pay taxes, so they should be allowed to vote.
Yeah, well, so when I buy something from California and have to pay a state sales tax,
holy shit.
Does that mean I have to I get to
yeah, exactly, Stabby. Yes, and Hoot. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like any tool, they can be
misused.
Yeah. What was that? Yeah, that's it, and that's right too. It's just made it more obvious.
People kept that shit contained.
Yeah, keep that shit contained. Keep your fucking spurg to yourself. So yeah, Beto was who was saying the other week that I can't remember if I think it was in the Discord. Someone was saying that Beto has a fucking Like, oh, Beto could totally win. He could totally win in I think it was Free Phase. The new Fed was saying that Beto's like getting more popular in in fucking Texas.
The fuck he is.
Sure he is. Sure he is.
Beta.
Beta. Fuck Beto. Yes, we're taking your AR-15. Yep, one piece of lead at a time.
Oh, you think that's funny, motherfucker? Well, I don't think it's funny at all. Apparently, he had a nice, funny clap back at somebody at one of his recent events, and he dropped an F-bomb, and that made him cool.
Oh, he swears.
Someone was laughing about something related to Uvalde, and Beto uses the chance to say, "Oh, you think that's funny, motherfucker? Well, I don't think that's funny at all." It's like,
yeah, that's it. Yeah. Look,
Whatever,
I don't have to live in Texas to know that Beto is not popular in Texas.
The man got chased out of Uvalde, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
The mayor of Uvalde chased him away, saying, "What the fuck are you doing?" Fuck Beto.
I didn't see this, so I'll watch this for the first time. But I did see reporting about this. About apparently her connection to China, because her parents said she could if she kept digging, she'd dig all the way to China.
Oh, that one? Oh, that made me have a seizure. It was that
Seriously?
bad. It triggered my seizures.
All right, well, just close your eyes, Dave.
About your gaze.
I was told at the beach if I dug a hole deep enough, we would reach China. So we've always felt connection there. When I was a little girl.
So since she was a little girl, she was told if she kept digging a hole, she'd dig her way to China. So she's always felt a connection.
Was there a little girl on the street with a doll who looked up and said, "Freedom"?
Yeah, that's right.
Freedom.
I've always felt connected to freedom because of that.
I was always told that, my dad would joke around and say, "Hey, go grab a shovel. We need some good barbecue," meaning that you dig a hole to Australia.
Shit! Don't come here. What the fuck? You don't come here for good barbecue. What you call barbecue there is grill. Is it what our barbecue would just be considered grilling?
The sanity, the aforementioned sanity in California is short-lived.
Hang on. I just want to look at that first reply.
That fucking pisses me off.
But the first reply,
is to address cases in which two people close in age, an 18-year-old sexual relationship. The 18-year-old could still be convicted of a sex offense, but should not automatically be registered.
Like, I'm going to be honest. Like,
sodomy is not a consensual act.
Well,
it's California though. But
sodomy.
The taxpayers of California would beg to differ.
No. There's a difference between anal sex and sodomy. Sodomy is a forced act. That's originally.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
It's a forced act.
Isn't that just considered rape?
Yeah, forced sex is rape, whether it's sodomy or
yes, but
or the other me.
Yeah, but the whole sodomy was basically more of a man-on-man thing originally. So yes, it's sexist or whatever it is you call it, but sodomy was basically rape from a man to another man.
Yeah,
originally, but it was not a consensual act. It was literally rape. So what the fuck?
Yeah,
right.
Yes,
right.
Yeah. So they're reducing rate.
I thought, I thought they were just talking about anal.
No,
anal sex between an 18 and 17-year-old.
Yes, yeah, but sodomy, as far as as a written definition, as far as legal things are concerned,
non-consensual.
Sodomy is non-consensual.
Yeah, which would just be
which is
just an act. Well, not just an act, but it is an act of rape.
Yeah.
So okay, rape should be punished regardless, even if they are I was just looking at that first reply, and I'm thinking 18 and 17-year-olds. I don't see the need to get involved in that, but you brought up the consent part, which makes sense to me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I understand. Yeah. Okay. So Newsom's trying to reduce the penalty for sodomy, i.e., anal rape. Right. Okay. No. Fuck that.
Only between men though.
Oh yeah, I assumed it was men because it's sodomy, but
I don't know
no,
if
I don't
anybody-
understand this.
I don't understand this either. I
Dark-
didn't
Dark
even know about
Brandon?
it, and then I saw people like replying to things with this and saying dark maga.
Dark Brandon, Dark Margot.
What the shit?
Oh shit! Did they give Biden the Pence eyes and lightning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
But they gave it a darker color scheme.
Yeah.
Malarkey will not be tolerated.
Yeah. So
Trump is pushing us toward the abyss. No, he's not.
oh, they took it. They took it from the right. So once again, the left can't meme.
Yeah, sodomy.
Even their stolen
does
memes
apply to women as well, but
don't make any sense.
Malarkey will not go unchecked, Jack.
Like what? Republican, like okay, that's funny.
Dark Brandon.
That's funny, but I'm looking. I don't see the Republican tears. That's the problem.
Yeah, like who?
It doesn't make sense.
Majority of the country hates him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it feels like cope.
The deep state.
Yeah, it's
told Biden he couldn't withstand the storm. Biden replied.
Oh yeah,
that looks like an elder elder assist to go poop. That chair.
Yes, that's right. It looks like the frame that goes over the toilet.
Yep.
His memeability is unexpected. Yeah, you know why it's unexpected? Like
because it doesn't exist.
This is Vox.
Joe, they're not wrong. Joe is very memeable. This is why every single one of my my thumbnails has Joe on it, and it's usually him eating an ice cream. Like there, he's eating an ice cream.
Choc chip. I think apparently is his favorite.
There, he's eating an ice cream.
Okay.
There, he's eating the same ice cream.
Hmm.
Like I don't have the other ones.
Did he get 2 scoops?
Well, apparently
there, he's having trouble putting a jacket on. Like, yeah, he's super memeable because he's a fucking parody. Like, what the shit? Like, this is not like, and the fact that you need this much text to explain the meme.
Oh.
Internet culture is replete with ideas absorbed from white supremacists. Should we do anything about
You leave
it?
Pepe alone. You leave Pepe the fuck alone.
Like,
the
fact that Republicans no longer recognize one of our country's most patriotic symbols is very telling about the current state of the Republican Party.
What symbol? What symbol?
Posting Nazi memes, and that they don't recognize it. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't look like the fucking American eagle. It looks like the fucking Nazi eagle. That's what he's saying, you idiots. Like,
I didn't even realize there was an eagle in the background. To be honest, I just saw a Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah, this is
theme.
This is what.
Normally, that's the bat symbol. I understand.
Yeah,
but I couldn't tell what was behind him.
So,
yeah,
see how it's like it's meant. I think they've changed it so it's meant to look like a.
It's meant to look like a presidential eagle.
Presidential eagle.
Doesn't look like the Nazi eagle.
It looks like the fucking Nazi eagle.
Yeah.
Like it looks like the Nazi eagle.
Yeah.
Like
the
go
flat
back to
wings
the
and
other
everything.
one.
This is what the actual like American seal looks like. I guess that kind of looks like it, but
the wings don't match.
Like,
the wings don't come close to matching.
The wings are curved.
But
Like,
I understand that. Yeah, that version of the bat. That version of the bat symbol is a bit squared off like that.
Is that an eye patch?
Yeah. Because
yeah.
Dark Brandon punished Dark Brandon.
What the hell? That's
punished Biden.
He looks like a fucking. He looks like a Gestapo right there. He looks like the second coming of like the Red Skull.
It's just the punished Biden meme from Metal Gear Solid 5. But they're applying it to Brandon. So
Biden staff tried to make a Dark Brandon meme. It copied a meme off 4chan with a Reich eagle in the background.
Yep.
I'm like
Nobody is that stupid or historically ignorant. Yeah, they are, John.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they are.
Absolutely.
Of course they are. My God.
So I don't. Once again, the left can't meme.
No.
So some good news. A pedophile was convicted and immediately saved the taxpayers some money by drinking a large
Thank
amount of
goodness.
unidentified fluid. And
Beautiful.
died. So
Beautiful.
Good job. We should see more of that.
He probably drinks some antifreeze.
Golf clap.
Now,
Speaking of villainous pedophiles, so Ezra Miller's been charged with felony
Again?
burglary. So
another bullshit thing. What the
yeah,
fuck?
so he's been
He-
charged.
Yeah,
he's
no,
been
he's
charged with
actually
felony
got charged
burglary on
now,
Monday.
finally.
So
Yeah.
He's trying to push the limits on how far Hollywood will allow people to fuck up.
well, look, DC could kill that movie and collect a fucking
Look,
discount. The
He
same
wouldn't-
like
They don't
won't
have
be
to
the
kill
first
it.
celebrity to
They-
kill
they-
someone.
they can- literally put a different face on each of the characters he's playing. They don't even have
he's
to
playing
change
the
his
lead
voice.
and the villain. That's the problem.
Well, they don't
But-
even have to change the voice. All they have to do is put a different face on them, and that's all they really need. He's still going to get paid either way, even if they shelve it, because that's contractual, unless they had a I forget the term of it, but if you do something bad, you are cut off. Period. There's like a clause, morality clause, in a lot of, at least in old Hollywood contracts. If he was smart and he knew he was going to fuck up, he wouldn't have had that clause in his contract. But they can get rid of. They don't need his permission to swap someone else's face on the character.
Oh yeah, he's been
He's an
paid. That's
employee.
it. That's all you need.
He's just an employee.
Hertzkin's right. It's he does have a great jawline, and he's fucking insane. So
It's terrible Barry Allen though. Barry Allen's blonde.
yeah, he's not a good Barry Allen.
Barry Allen's blonde.
Yeah.
Well,
so like this movie that so far the Flash film, they spent $300 million on it.
Yeah.
Stop. Stop, DC. Just
like
fucking stop.
Just cut your losses.
No, just bury it. Just do exactly what you
Bury
did
it.
with the fucking Batwoman, the Batgirl movie.
Yep.
And take the fucking tax write-off. You
It's
can only do it
indeed.
now because it's part of the merger.
Yep.
So take another $300
Zaslav.
million tax write-off and write it down and have it never see the light of day. Start again.
You fucked
Burn
up
it.
my favorite character
Destroy the
in all of
Masters.
DC.
Get rid of it. Just burn it down, Zaslav. You're doing God's work right now. Just
So I know we were talking about Hillary running in 2024,
mm-hmm.
but the first thing you usually do is write a book.
Mm.
So she's trying to knife Bernie.
Bernie, you're going to do this a third time. Come on, buddy.
Just trying to push Bernie out of the way. Make sure he can't run because he's a brutal misogynist. I mean, she's going to run. If Biden doesn't run, she's totally going to fucking throw her hat in the ring.
Yeah, of course you will.
She won't be able to fucking resist.
Oh, give me Trump versus Hillary 2.0.
Oh, that'd be gold.
Give me Trump versus
You
Hillary.
know how fucking amazing it would be.
Fucking do it.
Like how fucking poetic would it be?
I don't care who wins that. I really don't care who wins that.
I want
to see the bloodbath. I want to see the bloodbath.
I want to see Trump win again. If that's the deal, I'll do it. Yeah, I'm happy.
That'll be
That's
icing on the
fine.
cake. But if Hillary wins, I think the Democratic Party will be fucking destroyed.
Can
I want
you
to see
imagine
Kamala
how?
run again.
Can you imagine?
Kamala will run absolutely, but she'll.
Can
If Hillary
imagine?
runs, yeah.
Can you imagine the cope
Mm.
the day after, and if it a convincing win,
Mhm.
like a convincing win?
I bet. Not even the day after. I bet on January 6th, 2025.
Insurrection.
No, well, maybe.
January
but
20th.
I bet electors would be thrown aside.
Well, that wouldn't even be January 26th. That
No, January 6th, 20. So because that's when the things are done.
Yeah, but the electors come in and decide way before that. They do it at the state level.
Yeah, but when they're reading them out, I mean,
I think
what they wanted Pence to do.
Certification.
That's the word. Thank you.
Certification happens. It has to happen after like December at a certain date, but before January 10th.
It has to be the new Congress, so it has to happen
the equivalent
after.
date of
Has to happen
whatever-
before the 20th.
Yeah,
but
whatever
after
date.
after the 3rd, because the 3rd is when the new Congress.
The 2025 version of Jan 6th, that date, that certification date.
It'll be January. It'll be January 6th. Yeah.
Yeah, I expect to see electors put aside during certification.
Oh yeah, I expect them to do what. Yep. I expect them to do exactly what
they accuse.
The January 6th attack was staged to prevent.
Yes.
And that's a contested election.
They'll contest it. They will put aside Republican electors, and Hillary will win.
It'll be a contingent election, and it'll go to the states, and the states will pick Hillary.
Oh, that'll be
That's
beautiful.
The only way. That's the only way she can win.
Yeah.
So, because they'll be like, no, we can't do it again. We can't do another Trump. And that's how you get a civil war.
Yeah.
That's how you get a civil war in this day and age. You come to a point where the election's over and Trump has won convincingly, and I'm saying convincingly, by like 4 or 5 states.
Yeah, so
like Republicans, because New York exists and California exists, no Republican is going to win the popular vote. Full stop. That's just not going to happen.
No,
because California has California votes 70% Democrat. New York votes 80% Democrat. Those states have too huge a population for a Republican to ever win the popular vote. It's just not going to work. It's not possible.
40. Yeah, that's basically
unless it's some insanely popular unless say it's fucking unless it's Ron DeSantis is catapulted onto the national stage and everybody in California decides that he's the best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah,
that's the only fucking way a Republican wins the popular vote and the presidency.
Yeah,
those days are over. Which is why they want to get rid of the fucking electoral college.
Mm-hmm.
Because any time someone wants to change how someone's elected, it's because they think it'll advantage them. Yes.
Can you imagine a modern, like, frame it in like the old Civil War, but can you imagine it being, the righties versus the lefties?
It'd be a fucking bloodbath.
It would be a bloodbath, and it would be a bloodbath of all sorts of colors.
Yeah.
I don't see many conservatives, I don't want to say righties, but conservatives whose main value is tradition and all that other. We know how to fight. We grew up with guns in our hands. All that. We know how to fight against people who haven't really suffered or had to work
fundamentally. It would fundamentally come down to who the military sides with.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure that the military is necessarily that conservative.
Yeah,
I think it is still probably mostly socially conservative. But
look, the rank and file are going to follow what their enlisted guys.
Seeing some of the social media stuff from the rank and file guys, the progressive ones who are saying, yeah, if you come against me, you are my enemy.
Yeah.
So these are the progressive ones saying, yeah,
There's a lot to be said for that, Magoose. That conservatives have something to protect, like their families. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's it. Whereas
because
who
do you fight? Why do you fight?
Yep.
Why? Like during World War II, there was a big push. Like there was a big question: why we fight?
Meanwhile, the progressives are out there saying you shouldn't have a family. Stop having kids.
And the wars America loses are the wars why are we here? Why are we there?
Yep.
What are we doing?
What's left to protect?
The wars the West loses are the ones that don't have a good moral core.
So
if you don't have a reason to be there, if you're not fighting the Nazis, if you're not fighting for your own survival, it's tough to fucking support a war.
The West has lost most wars since World War II, hasn't it?
Yeah. So they've abandoned most.
Name the wars, though.
nothing on the scale of World War II. They've been mostly
No, nothing's been as bad as World War II. But I'm saying the ones
we
that
haven't finished the Korean War.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not over?
No, it's not
they
over.
signed an armistice.
It is the one war
It's a
we've been in
ceasefire.
that we haven't officially ended yet.
The Korean War was fought between North Korea and South Korea from 50 to 53. First, that's just sorry. That's just first line of Wikipedia.
We are currently still at a
I see what
stage
you
of
mean.
alert. We are not at a complete the war is ended. It is a constant threat, and it is still going.
I understand what you're saying.
And Korea wasn't a war per se.
It's not officially signed off.
No, you're right. I'm reading further into it. Wikipedia still says 25th of June 1950 to present. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
So
there was
never
a de facto
officially ended. Yeah.
No, it has not officially ended. No. However, no peace treaty was ever signed.
Really won that.
The two Koreas are still technically at war. Yes, understood. Understood.
We didn't win Vietnam.
America won the battles, and then they pulled out.
Yeah.
And then the war went on. The war went on, and the South Koreans lost.
But that's my point. America, the West loses wars where we give up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last war America won, it wasn't World War II. The West won, wasn't World War II. I can tell you exactly which one it was. It was Kosovo.
Yeah.
The last time the West united against the target, it was in Serbia and Kosovo.
Yeah.
So we went in, we fucking took out Milosevic and his entire organization way later than we should have.
Slobodan Milosevic.
Slobodan Milosevic. Yeah.
The U.S. won the Grenada War.
That was after, that was before Kosovo. So.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Did they fire back?
Yeah, but most of the wars since World War II, the West has lost.
Yeah, and it's because they didn't have a moral call.
Exactly.
A war has to be just. Otherwise, no one can win.
It has to be justified, if not just.
Yeah. Yeah, there has to be a really good reason, or it has to be just.
Yeah.
And look, if you're the Vietnamese, the war was just for them.
Yeah,
because they saw it as fighting for their freedom.
Yeah, and they lost to communism. So
and Afghanistan too. They saw themselves as fighting for their country back. These foreigners just came in and took over. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
So if some people in California decided that they were the alternative government and China came in and supported them, you'd be fighting for your freedom. Even if no matter how bad the government is. So difference between a just war and a So I do see it. I do see it just there's reasons to go to war.
Yeah.
Like maybe this.
Hi, my name is Priya Dar. I'm one of the doctors at the Center for Adolescent and Young Adult Health here at the Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. I wanted to talk to you guys today a little bit about puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are basically a medication that says, hey, let's just put a pause on puberty. And that can be really beneficial for younger kids who have already started the puberty process, who either might go through a lot of psychological distress as they go through puberty if they're struggling with gender dysphoria, or for somebody who's saying, hey, I'm not really sure if I feel comfortable in my body or what gender I truly identify with.
Puberty blockers do not put a pause on puberty. It blocks it all together, because by the time you go get off of them, you physically can't go through puberty anymore.
Yeah.
Because your body only goes through puberty at growth stages. I'm not a biologist, and I fucking know this.
Yep. They don't slow it down. It's in the name. They block it.
Yeah. A rape blocker.
It's called a gun.
doesn't stop it temporarily.
But again,
so yeah, there was that
yeah.
insane shit.
Again, most
But
people,
it continues.
most kids with gender dysphoria
Grow out of it.
They grow out of it, and they just simply they get comfortable in their body, and they realize they're gay.
Yeah,
and that's fine. That's the long and short of it.
Yeah.
At one point, when I was an adolescent and younger, whatever she said, I thought at one point I was a vampire. That doesn't make it so.
Yeah, people think that they're cats. People want to live like cats. People want to live like dogs. People want to live like horses.
My gender is cat sexual.
Yeah, we don't normally indulge those fantasies. But when it comes to people thinking that they're, a biological sex that they're not, we indulge that fantasy. So
yeah. This is the Klaus Schwab and the World
Reserve Bank,
World Economic Forum want to take your cryptocurrency. So this is our Reserve Bank doing this. So
your reserve or my reserve?
Your crypto. They're coming for you. They're coming for your crypto next.
Oh god, I just got rid of all my crypto.
You just got rid of all your crypto.
I just got rid of it on my crypto and had to report shit on my tax return. Now the RBA is trying to put forward their own fucking crypto.
No, well, they just want their crypto so they can print money faster. I mean, that's basically what they do now. Like, it's not like they literally print money; they just lend money to banks.
Unlike
so
other
ones and zeros.
So this is. Oh, of course, it's not decentralized.
It would just be controlled by the central bank.
It's a government-controlled crypto,
just like cash. Fucking Christ!
No. You don't just go make new Bitcoin. That's the attraction of it.
This
it's
is
finite
something,
resource.
No, but they want Bitcoin that they can
beyond
control.
Push a button and my character does something. So you guys have fun with this. I'm boomerang out of this bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with that shit. I'll do what I can to avoid dealing with that shit.
Yeah.
There will come a day where cash will be gone and we'll use CBTC or whatever that was.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. That's what they want.
Yeah,
because then they can easily exclude you from the economy.
Yep. Social credit
as a punishment for wrong think.
Yep. Social credit. No, Tim's not allowed to have access to his. He gets deducted X, Y, and Z. We're going to garnish his CBDC. X amount per fortnight because he said the wrong thing on social media.
They keep fucking around. They're going to find out. There's going to be more Tyler Durgans out there. They're just going to say fuck you and just bring it all down. Hell, I might want to do that. Not saying I will. YouTube, the Fed. I'm just saying I might want that to happen.
Well, if it's going to be any generation doing it, it's sure as shit not going to be the generation that Pete Davidson is a part of.
Whoa.
Because after breaking up with Kim Kardashian, he's had to go undergo trauma therapy because of Kanye West threatening social media posts.
Oh, he's a millennial. Fuck.
I would like to point out. I would like to point out that Pete Davidson lost his father as a first responder at 9/11.
Yeah.
And needs to undergo trauma therapy for Kanye West's social media posts.
And his entire shtick as a comedian is he always brings up, hi, and my dad died in 9/11.
Yeah.
No.
That sucks, dude. You understand?
That's one thing for like the first few years, but that's been his whole career.
Move on.
It was either that or I've had pity sex with these famous bitches.
Yeah, basically.
That must be a lot of pity sex.
Yeah.
He's banging everybody.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. He's not funny.
Yeah, he's not funny. Like I said,
he's not funny. He's not in the remotest bit attractive. Like he must have a 13-inch cock. Like,
don't put that image in my brain. God damn it. But you are right. I mean, there's got to be something. He's banging all these older women. He's only 28. I just looked it up. So
before that he was banging it was Ariana Grande. Like
Ariana Grande.
If he was with Evangeline Lilly, wasn't he, or something like that?
He was with
no, not Evangeline Lilly. But he's been back in
Evangeline
Kim
Lilly was with,
Kardashian, but he's
Len
moved.
Wise,
He's
Kim Kardashian. He's been with like one or two other famous chicks that, I didn't. Just the vapid type. That's his thing.
It's
Is
just
that
the
he
boy
gets
toy.
with just the vapid types, and once they stop being vapid, that's when they dump his
Kate
ass.
Beckinsale. That's who it was.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Kate
sorry,
Beckinsale.
Eve.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Sorry, Evangeline. Kate Beckinsale, but he's just banging the older women. And yeah, he just seems to be a Hollywood boy toy.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen this as much as I have. This fucking ad is everywhere. Not this specific ad, but this fucking line thing. The landmark city stretching 170 kilometers that looks like fucking
No, thank you.
a dystopian nightmare in the middle of the fucking desert.
How
That's actually cool.
is this a show? Or
No,
is
this is a plan that the Saudis have to build this fucking long,
Saudis,
160
okay.
kilometer long fucking
The Saudis, okay.
city in the middle of the desert with mirrored walls.
No,
That's,
thanks.
170 kilometers wide and a kilometer across, and
No, thanks.
has all this weird shit in there. Like,
nope.
Keeps getting pushed like into my feed.
A kilometer
all the time.
across,
No.
bullshit. A kilometer across will get you nothing.
Yeah,
but
well,
170
it's
minutes.
probably not a kilometer across. It's probably a few kilometers across. But
Yeah, I was going to say I can see a
It's-
kilometer.
still,
I can see
it's
a kilometer.
160 and it's mirrored, and it's like, what the fuck?
No,
Like,
the idea of putting
why
it in
is
the
this being
desert,
pushed?
I don't know, but it goes
Like,
to where, like,
Is
what I
this
was-
some new world order bullshit? Like,
Yes, the Citadel. I see exactly.
it's fucking the Citadel.
what
yeah.
we need for, like, one thing I keep saying as far as immigration and whatnot. Okay, let's bring in refugees and all that other stuff, but where do we put them? Where do we put them? I've always said, have them build a city in California to Arizona desert region. There's thousands upon thousands of acres just sitting there, right? You give them jobs by having them basically do all the work on all the infrastructure, and they live essentially where they build. It's a win-win proposition.
Yeah.
But this is just rich people. This is a rich person a flex type of thing. That's all it really
I'm pretty
is.
sure it's MBS who like pushes all this weird shit. Like, it's insane.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys heard. So a couple of years back, this is back in 2019, there was like a bike accident in not accident. So there's a bike crash that killed like 7 Marines. This was in New Hampshire. The only reason I know about it is because when I go to sleep, I put on the radio, but the radio I put on is WRKO in Boston.
Out of nowhere.
Talk radio.
WRKO out of nowhere.
So,
look at him slithering out from under there.
I listen to that like while I fall asleep. So the breakfast radio host, because obviously when I go to sleep, it's breakfast time in the US, or in Boston specifically. So it's breakfast radio, and the host is a guy called Steve Cooner, and he was I remember hearing this story at the time. So driver of a truck crosses to the wrong side of the road, smashes into these. It's actually more than 7 people. It's like a whole group of people who are going on a ride. So the truck collided with them and killed 7 of them, injured 3. So he had his case this week. So the driver was found to have drugs in his system. He should have had his license suspended, but it wasn't suspended because the Massachusetts is fucking useless. So yeah, the lawyer said, "Oh no, it wasn't the drunk truck driver's fault. It was actually the drunk biker's fault, even though they were on the side of the road. He crossed to the other side of the road too. So he was acquitted. He was acquitted in the deaths.
Fed.
So
he looks like a fed.
So the jurors deliberated for less than 3 hours after a 2-week trial, during which prosecutors argued that Zhukovsky, who had taken heroin, fentanyl, and cocaine earlier on the day of the crash, repeatedly swerved back and forth before the collision and told police he caused it. But a judge dismissed 8 charges related to whether he was impaired, and his attorneys blamed the lead biker, Albert Woody Marza Jr., saying he was drunk and not looking where he was going when he lost control of his motorcycle and slid in front of Zhukovsky's truck. So all those, how the fuck did he get away with this? Exactly. How the fuck did he get away with this? I'll tell you how he got away with this.
Because he's a fed.
No. The fucking cops blew it.
Probably.
They didn't collect any evidence. They didn't give him a breathalyzer. Like, they didn't take him for a drug test. They did nothing. So when it finally got to court, there was no evidence of most of the charges.
Oh,
so they couldn't prove.
So they threw the case out.
That he was inebriated, and that he was. So all they had was the one charge. So all the counts of manslaughter, gone. Well, sorry, the negligent homicide, gone. So yes, he was acquitted. So he was, strangely enough, he was born in the Ukraine.
No, I was thinking something like that based on his surname.
Yeah. So I just thought that was very. It made me mad.
Racist, Tim.
That's
a bit.
It just sounded like a Slavic Russian kind of surname. I'm just wondering where he was from.
Sorry, I woke up a little bit there.
So yes, 2 women were shot in Sydney, of course, continuing the run of 0 shootings in Australia.
Zero mass shootings.
0 mass shootings. We don't have gun crime here, so it's okay.
How many? 2?
Yeah, 2 people. So it wasn't a mass shooting.
Yeah, so it needed one more person to be a mass shooting.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the shooter is the
There was one last week.
The shooter is the 3rd person using the FBI's rules.
Yeah, there was one last week. I think we covered. But yeah,
the new study showing how climate change.
No,
I thought this was hilarious.
No. Oh, it's funny, but the answer is no.
So apparently, kids are fat and can't exercise.
The new study showing how climate change, specifically higher temperatures, is making our children more inactive and more obese. The study published in journal Temperature found today's children are 30% less aerobically fit than their parents were at their age. Fewer children are reaching the World Health Organization's recommendation of 60 minutes of exercise a day. Now, listen, it has been a lot hotter, and the weather has been crazy. But I think it also has to do with technology. It's one thing not to go outside, but these kids don't go outside because they can stay inside and be on their phones, play video games, and be social without having to go outside and be social.
At least he's calling the bullshit out.
And look, that's the based guy on his former I think he's a former NFL player.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat help me out.
He couldn't say all that shit with a straight face.
Yeah, you could see he was trying. He was breaking. He's just like,
come on, really. So, and final piece of I guess good news.
Nice.
Roy Moore has
Nice.
won some money from a Democratic PAC for what was it? So it was it was defamation. So.
Yeah, they accused him of sexual misconduct.
Yeah, because they accused him of sexual misconduct. Yeah.
They accused him of a crime. You can't do that. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't say. You might be able to get away of saying. I believe, in my opinion, let's say Donald Trump went around screwing everyone he meets without their permission. You can
people
say that.
People outright do say no. Donald Trump is a racist, a rapist. Both.
Yeah.
Both.
But you can't say he committed a crime.
People do say that though. People say that Donald Trump is a rapist.
Blank, blank, blank.
Yeah.
You can't do that because, you know.
They never go into specifics. They just say Donald Trump is a rapist.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. They skirt the line by never making an actual claim about who. They just say, yeah, Donald Trump is a rapist, or Kyle Rittenhouse is a murderer, or insert defamation here. But yeah,
no,
they outright said that no, Roy Moore sexually assaulted or did something to someone, and yeah, good on him.
Yeah. So I did want to do one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
I had no more stories, but I thought we'd make some predictions for the upcoming week of news. So
I saw this suggestion. I mean, I'm going to predict that Garland says some more stupid shit about the raid. I'm going to put like a 40% outside bet on Trump releasing footage from inside Mar-a-Lago. Because Eric Trump, I think it was, went out on Twitter or social media and said they've got footage of the FBI doing shady shit, because the FBI allegedly told Mar-a-Lago to turn off their security.
Yeah, I saw that.
So obviously something's going to happen with this whole Mar-a-Lago raid. But I think Garland is going to continue to say stupid shit. I'm just trying to think of what he might actually say, because that seems very vague. I'm thinking that he'll claim that Trump did possess classified documents, which we already know by the search warrant, by the way. I'm thinking that he'll make a claim that the president unlawfully took this information from the White House. Yeah.
No, I don't.
That might be even though Trump would have declassified them. I'm thinking he might just dial it back and say, no, these things were not correctly removed from the White House.
I don't think Garland is going to say it, but he will basically come out in support of it. I think
sources say.
Sources, yeah.
Sources familiar with the investigation. Sources familiar with the FBI's thinking.
I know, Stabby. I understand that. We covered that previously. Yeah, the president can just say, yes, no, this is declassified. They'll go for him. They'll come out and they'll make a minor accusation of some procedural error. So even though these documents were declassified,
he didn't follow the process.
Yes, there'll be some procedural error that they'll blow up and blow out of proportion. Correct, Stabby. It's just trying to make him violate the Presidential Records Act. That's all they're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to eliminate him in some way. I did hear something about there actually having been a grand jury convened.
Yeah, I think that was a Sobchak rumor. I think maybe it's true, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that's just getting the grand jury together, and if it's up to the grand jury to determine whether he can be charged.
It's a fucking grand jury convened in Washington, like in DC.
I know. He's gonna
any competent prosecutor can get a grand jury to indict a ham sandwich. So, and if it's a Democrat, it is a Democrat. So it's a Democrat trying to get a Republican indicted in fucking Washington DC.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much a certainty.
Yeah.
Oh, I love.
Yeah, I think they'll put him through the ringer.
I think they'll try.
Right here now.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be next week, but
I'm smoking cigars, and for each one, I'm striking a match and using a match. Oh, it feels so good. Fuck vaping.
Do the real thing, or don't do it at all.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, this was good. Glad I could stop in for at least 2 hours.
glad you made it. You were wondering where you were.
Yeah, no, I knew Dave had to work. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to change things up in a bit. Right now, they've got me scheduled until midnight on my time, up until the 23rd, and then my schedule changes abruptly on the 24th. but there's like labor laws here in the U.S.
Yeah.
And there's this thing called the physical laws of nature. I can't go from midnight, having a shift until midnight, and then being on the clock at 6 a.m. I've got to sleep somewhere in between.
Yeah. Generally.
Yeah, and I can wake up without an alarm clock. I only I can't sleep more than 5 hours without waking up. But I have to then get ready to go and make it to work by 6 a.m. Now, unless they want to prop up a cot somewhere on the premises and allow me to shit, shower, and shave and all that other good stuff, I'm up for it. I would like to be up for it, but they're going to have to pay me double time for that second shift.
Is there no federal law requiring you spend more than at least 8 hours away from the workplace?
Yeah. There is a there is a federal law, and that's the second part of it. They legally can't do that.
Yeah. So the way it works here is if you don't spend 8 hours, because I've done it. I've been at work till like 2 a.m. and then had to come in at 8 o'clock the next day. And the law, so the law here says you can do it, but it's counted as the shift continuing.
Mm-hmm. And
so
anything
it was just one whole shift for, I think I had a 26 hour shift or something ridiculous.
Yeah, it's very similar here. If they did that, my entire second shift would be a minimum of time and a half. Then after the fourth hour, so it's like up until after the fourth hour, it becomes double time. And then after like another 4 hours, it basically bumps me up into like another grade as far as payment goes. But at some point, it's like after 12, you can't work 12 hours straight in a shift legally.
Yeah.
In like within 2 days, you can't go 12 hours. That's completely illegal.
Yeah. Well,
so I have to change that up, and then after that, I should be getting off. Well, I can always get off at any time, but I should be off of work by 4 most days for like 2 or 3 weeks. So I'll be on more frequently at the start.
Oh, that's good.
Nice.
So
it's always good to have you, Dave. Especially when Tem falls asleep. Back.
It's 2 weeks in a row. Let's go for a third. Oh,
yeah, and he hasn't had a seizure midstream either.
Speaking of, are you back?
Excuse.
Hey, Tem. You awake? Nope.
No.
Oh shit! You brought that up on stream. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, well, we haven't finished. So.
It's up. Yeah, no, all good. No.
So yeah, breaking news.
I'm
Breaking news.
Scouring my Twitter, seeing what else is there.
So Liz Cheney's husband, shock horror, is helping Hunter with his tax issues.
I don't have a source for that, but
well, this is the source right here. He's a blue check. That means he's someone.
He's verified.
But he works for Breitbart.
Breitbart News.
I don't know what firm Cheney's husband works at. So, but
that's got to feel bad. He gets married to a chick, and he has to take the chick's last name. Now, maybe not so, but the fact that the chick doesn't take his name.
Oh wait, what's her husband's name? Did he take it? Did he take her last name? Wouldn't surprise me.
Can't imagine he'd be that much of a fucking cock.
Liz Cheney's
Perry
husband
is his name.
Oh, so he didn't take that. Didn't take that.
Yeah, but the fact that she goes by her original last name.
That's becoming a much more common thing.
Yeah,
women are keeping their name.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Drop. fuck that. Drop her. That proves that you're not the that proves that you have no respect
There you go.
in the combination there.
Hey, Liz Cheney's husband is a partner at a law firm defending Hunter Biden. I am shocked. Shocked, I say.
What's that guy's name from CNN?
Brian Stetler.
Yeah,
Stelter?
he looks like
Stelter.
Stetler or
He does.
Stetzler or
Beta.
He looks like Cutler.
Yeah. So Philip Perry has worked at Latham Watkins since 2007 and focuses on white-collar cases. Well, that certainly applies. Commercial and Supreme Court litigation, according to his company bio. Latham partner Chris Clark has been representing Hunter Biden since December 2020.
Ooh.
This is not really a big story. Like, this is Liz Cheney's husband works at firm that has Hunter Biden as client. Like, whatever. So Latham is a Democratic powerhouse. Yeah, so her husband's employer is a big donor to the Democrats. So
go figure.
Oh, look at that goblin. Look at that goblin. Holy shit.
That looks like Brian Posehn.
Holy shit.
Look at that. Look at where is his earlobes? See, they just join with his neck.
Is Liz Cheney and her husband Philip Perry joined then, and his wife Lynn. Oh, okay. So, which one's Liz Cheney? This one? That's Liz.
Well, this was in 2000. This was 20 years ago, so maybe that is her.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's him. Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, because there's Dick.
So. Oh yeah, this is Cheney. Yeah, that's in 2000.
Yeah.
He looks like there's a character actor. Dave, help me out here.
Roles. What roles?
Christ, I can't. I'm drawing a complete blank.
He looks like every dude from upstate, Minnesota or Nebraska.
So
he's a.
So yeah, the typical boilerplate, like, oh, we've got 3,000 lawyers, nothing to do with it, blah blah blah. Fair enough.
But she looks like the stereotypical Karen.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's because she is one.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, thank you for watching, everybody. This has been the 10th episode. What's Mr. In Between?
Who?
I have no idea, Stabby. What is that?
Is that a YouTube channel? Copy. Paste.
No, that was a show.
Mr. In Between. Oh, it must be a movie or a show.
An Australian black. See, that's the problem. Australian TV shows are almost exclusively on our pay TV carriers.
Yeah, people don't watch Australian Australian TV.
Which I don't watch. I'm not paying Rupert Murdoch money.
I miss
this is on
Australian
FX,
cinema.
like Australia's version of FX. So I'm not paying for Foxtel. It's like $100 a month.
Yeah,
Fuck those guys.
Your media has been some of the basest shit I've ever watched. Like, it formed some of my developmental processes. Just some of the shit you guys have put out media wise.
Yeah, look, that's the thing that's always astounded me about Australia. We punch above our weight in a lot of interesting ways, like media wise, like culturally. Like Australian culture spreads pretty far. Like as an Australian, you could travel most places on Earth, and people will know where you're from.
Yeah.
They'll know kangaroo, koala. Like they'll know the basics about Australia.
At West, they'll ask if you're British.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they'll know you're not, but they'll sort of be confused.
Yeah. Is your accent British or Australian?
Sporting wise, Australia hits way above its weight.
Oh yeah.
Like stuff like the Olympics, like just general sports. Like we bring home more medals than we should. Based on a country of our size. So, and our arts are pretty Our arts are pretty good.
Yeah.
So and have I mean going back to like Picnic at Hanging Rock. So.
But yeah, the one actor in particular I like.
Tim doesn't want the show to end.
I'm just putting this shit in show research.
We're on air, so I'd like check show research.
I think you guys.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Apparently,
you guys
Andy.
call it
Sorry, you go.
Strictly Dancing, but I know it as Strictly Ballroom. The guy,
Strictly Ballroom, yeah.
Paul Mercurio. Yeah.
The guy that was in charge that didn't want things to change.
Baz Luhrmann.
I love that actor. There was he's been in so many what I would consider Western, like cowboys and Indian Western like movies out of Australia that phenomenal.
Yeah. And Stabby's right. There's some awesome things about Australia. Like I love my country. I would like my country to be more free.
Oh, I think your country's been shit for like the last, I'd say 30 years. It was before that most, that I loved the most. Sorry to say, but honestly, what I thought was sad is I saw America starting to become more Australian-like.
Your liberal states sound very Australian. Just in the like more Australian than us.
Yeah.
Bill Hunter is the actor you're looking for, Dave.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Hunter was the Aussie actor who's been in a lot of stuff. Yeah, he was the head of the Dancing Federation in Strictly Ballroom.
Yes.
Okay.
He's that guy that.
The guy you go,
yeah. He's like Michael Ironside, in my opinion.
Yeah. He's the Australian Michael Ironside. Yeah.
All right. Well, it's almost 5 o'clock here.
Yeah, it's 10 to 5. Yeah.
And I'm sure Tim has more washing to do.
And I've got.
I'm actually pretty sure I do have a load still. That's finished and it's in the machine. And I haven't hung it out yet. So,
no, Stabby, can you? I mean, the New York NYPD the other day said that there's still a gun.
What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean? Still, we can't actually buy airsoft in Australia.
Yeah, airsoft's banned here.
We can get the gel blasters. I can get the gel blasters.
Tim can get the gel blasters.
I can get the gel blasters.
I can get arrested for buying a gel blaster.
Yeah. Well, we can't have proper BB guns now.
But BB guns.
Can you
even when I was a kid?
Can you have auto mechanical projectile throwers, i.e., spears and arrows and boomerangs?
I can have bows and arrows, no regulation.
New South Wales, I can have a bow or an arrow. I can't have a crossbow.
Okay.
But I can have a compound bow. Like I can have razor-tipped arrows.
As long as there's some sort of human element to the actual mechanisms, you can own it. Okay.
Yeah. And we can still get firearms here. It's just a lot harder. You can get some rifles here.
Have Australia keep it up, and they won't allow you to pick up a rock.
Well, you can't own a rock for self-defense. I'll say that much.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
You can't own one for self-defense. You can use one if you find one.
But if you carry one with you,
you're in trouble.
For purposes of self-defense.
Yeah. You can't own a cricket bat for self-defense.
Yeah.
But if you
have a cricket bat in your car, you better be on your way to fucking playing cricket.
Yeah.
God.
That's why club locks were popular in Australia.
Yeah, because we would just rip them out and beat the shit out of people.
Because they're rigid enough, and you can never argue that you're not allowed to carry it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I remember the days of having the steering.
Fucking club locks never did anything.
Like carried in the car. No,
they don't even make sense. Like they never even made sense. Like they don't stop the wheel from turning.
No.
For the youngins in the chat, look up club lock, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they were a thing, apparently.
All right. Well, thank you all for watching.
Thank you all.
Thank you for joining.
We had a bit more engagement this time around. Thank you very much.
Lots more engagement.
Yeah.
Enough engagement that we brought on the spam bots. So
we got our first porn bot. It was brilliant.
Oh, what was it for?
There was an adult date. Well, the name was an
That's
adult
what dating website one. So
yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
just
great.
assume it's a bot.
So.
I've
Actually,
seen-
you know what? I
yeah,
think
I've
we're
seen
allowed to
those
have
tactical
whips.
I've seen those tactical whips.
You have to have them because it's part of the cattle.
Yeah, that's right.
You know that it's a tool.
No, that's not the same thing you'd whip horses with.
No, I know.
Yeah, but I've seen them on Hard to Hurt.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I've seen them.
The window breaker. It's just okay. It's a bit of metal.
Yeah, and it's just like a bit of steel cord. So when you hit people,
That's
it sinks into you, and that the energy from the whip it's not a snap. It's like getting hit with a metal chain. Just
how are you supposed to fight off a kangaroo? You punch it in the face. Haven't you seen the video?
Just like the video, you punch it and fucking run because you don't want to get stabbed with those claws.
Aren't they like what is it? Endangered species or protected species?
Fuck no.
Pretty much everything's a protect. Like you can't just kill shit. But I think
you can't run around culling off kangaroos.
Yeah.
But they're not endangered. There's more kangaroos than there are people.
Yeah.
It's charging or surging. It's not my fault.
It's coming right for us.
Fuck, man. The roos and the emus are gonna tag team us one day.
Well,
and then we're completely fucked.
Look, one day, the symbols of our nation will bring us to our knees. So
that's right.
The coat of arms will rise up.
Yes.
We've already had half of it do it, so
we're waiting for the other.
We just need the kangaroos to absolutely yes they do.
Yeah,
you can get kangaroo, but you can get kangaroo scrotum,
kangaroo pelts, and
coin purses, but they're mostly for tourists.
Yes,
Australia, surprisingly enough, has a very advanced banking system, and very little cash is used anymore.
Yeah. We were one of the first to implement NFC payments, I think, because from what I was told, I can't confirm it. From what I was told, we were used as a testing ground.
Yeah.
Do you remember the old phone cards, Thermo, for the Telstra payphones?
I do.
Yeah, they were used as. They were first trialed at a Scout Jamboree back in the mid to late 90s. I was because I was in Scouts back then. I was like 10 to 12, and for the whole week there was no cash. So we bought a phone card, $20, $30, $50 phone cards, and we used that to pay instead of cash.
Okay.
That was one of the big trials. I mean, that technology died out pretty quick because who the fuck used phone cards? But that idea of cashless payments is, they've been trialing that here for a long time.
So you were a scout, eh?
I wasn't
gay.
I came up through Cubs and everything. But I went to the big Scout Jamboree in Brisbane in I think it's 96, 97 or 95, 96. And for the whole week or whatever it was, week, 8 days. Yeah, it was a cashless Scout Jamboree. They had ATMs just in case. But all of the booths, all of the events, all of the stores, all that, they didn't accept cash. You paid by phone card or FPOS. They were just trialing it, so they kind of used it as a trial run for cashless payments. But obviously, the phone card system died out pretty quick.
Yeah, but yes, we're very, very ahead of the curve on.
We get used as
payments.
a testing ground for a lot of the modern conveniences.
So, for instance, I could send Tem money bank. I could put in Tem's phone number in my internet banking.
Good old Pay ID,
and just send him some money.
Yep, and we have the instant.
I worked out the other day. You can actually use that if you're registered. If you're registered for Pay ID with your phone number, someone else can use their their internet banking app as a reverse phone book.
Oh shit!
Because when you put the phone number in to go to send someone money, it pulls up their ID.
Whoa!
Because I pulled up the ANZ app to send my daughter some money.
I wouldn't like that at all.
And I hadn't, her bank details changed, and she said, "I just send it to my phone number," and I put a phone number in, and it came through. It said full name, and I'm like, "Oh, that's weird," because I don't have her in.
I've noticed that. I've
in her
noticed that
phone. I don't have her in my phone as the full
No.
name.
On my bank receipt, on my bank transaction. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see I'm looking at it on my phone now. Last time I used Pay ID. And it's got the person's name on there.
Yep. Don't you just love that?
Well, I mean, we're Australians. We don't have privacy, so it
Yeah, that's
doesn't
right.
really surprise me.
It's fine.
Mm.
So, all right. So we'll do this again next week for episode 11.
Absolutely.
Good night, all.
Share.
We'll see you then. So
subscribe.
thanks for watching, and good night.
Thanks everybody for hanging around.